What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody? Welcome to Conversation with King. I appreciate you, everybody, for coming in today. Today is going to be a very, very, very great show, like every other show. Maybe one or two shows wasn't really popping, but this show is going to be popping. I promise you, because we're going to get down to the nitty gritty. It might be a very short show because a lot of things happen today. Unexpectedly. But it's cool because when it's all said and done, it's Conversation with King always. But I want to just make one thing clear. Before we get to the nitty gritty and the spicy conversations, please go and share my page and bring people in the room so we can have this real talk about monogamy and other things that's pertaining to that. With that being said, I'm just happy to be here. I'm cooling. Just came from a little, little dinner by myself. Sometimes you gotta have your by yourself meeting, get a little drinks in me. So a lot of truth is gonna come out today. A lot of respective truth. Shout out to all the people that come in and support me. I appreciate you. Shout out to little boy Lenski, the captain of the ship. Shout out to Chris, what's rocking. Shout out to Queen Nita. Thank you so much for always supporting. Shout out to Terry. We just want to give you shout outs out as you bring people in the room because it's going to be a very important show today. And all those who came in, shout out to Mo. What's up, Mo? I appreciate you for always tuning in. And I saw that other picture you put on your profile. That was a fly picture that threw me off guard. You married, so stop that. With that being said, I want to say shout out to everybody that comes through. I appreciate you. That being said, let me drop the little sponsorship thing, and then before I get busy. But also, please love those who love you. And if at any time that you feel like you don't want to be around, I understand. At any time you feel like someone offended you, you know what I mean? Take your time, give it a little break, relax a little bit before you say things that you might not mean. And if, when you feel comfortable, speak your mind, speak your heart, because at the end of the day, you don't want to say anything crazy, especially if you got love for people. So, at the end of the day, people do what they do how they feel, say how they feel. But at the end of the day, if you love somebody, you let them go. If they come back, they come back. If they don't come back, what we do? What we doing here? Huh? You know what I came here for. Shout out to Miss Mary. I love you. I appreciate you. Shout out to the garden. I can't stress how much the garden means to me. The rocks and the flowers, y'all always show me love, and I appreciate that. Y'all been coming in, but today's going to be a smoke day. So whoever got issues with King, let me know. It's one of those days. Let me know if you got an issue with me, and if you can tell me why you got an issue with me. And if you got love for me, then you stand next to me. If you don't want to stand next to me, then it's cool. It's of the friends or foes. There ain't no in betweens with this thing I do, right? With that being said, shout out to me though. First of all, let me put out the shout outs. Let me do April Carter. What's up, my love? What's going on? What's up, Flower? Let me do the sponsorship real quick so I get that out the way. Do this little sponsorship, get everybody to, go and support the people that support us. Hold on. Let me get this through. Bear with me for a little bit, please. Bear with me for like 2 minutes. For 2 minutes. Today's going to be a good day. Shout out to Ripple, please. They always show support. Ripple. Get all the flavors. Revive, dream, relax, boost, power, focus. Please get all the flavors. And use my code when you get a chance. All right, 50% discount. Go to ripplecode.com. 50% discount. Just use the Ripple King. Thank you very much. Love and Life Through the Eyes of Travel. Please go and get that book. I appreciate you. Love and Life Through the Eyes of Travel. A book of affirmations, 60 affirmations, a book about romance and love and passion. Not about marriage, really, about love and passion. Also, go and get my brother book. It's on Amazon. Love by Willie Dean. Please go and support him. He's a great father. He's a great husband. He's a great man altogether. That's my brother. I appreciate him for that. Shout out to Willie Dean. Also, shout out to Terry Mera. Thank you, Terry, for always supporting my brand, creating a brand that is long lasting forever, and making sure you stamp it. You have great creative ingenuity that I appreciate that you share with me. And That is the reason why I always come back to you, because at the end of the day, you always make sure I'm good. You're not leaving. You make sure I'm good always. I appreciate that. Shout out to Terry. Also, go to Bonfire. Please go and get them. Go and get this merchandise. It's dope merchandise today. I appreciate y'all. Those who didn't support, I still appreciate y'all. Not everybody has it. Not everybody has the money to go and get it. If you don't, it's okay. I still love you. Also, it's getting cold here. Also, let me get go to join the membership King's Court for exclusive content and perks. It's very important that you support that, because we're gonna have exclusive content and perks. I apologize. It's kind of cold in. Let me close the window. Hold on. There you go. I'm good now. Had to get up. I act like I got up like I don't have no pants on. I do got pants on. Remind me, I got pants on. I just didn't like, getting up and all that. Kind of rude. Thank you. Yesterday we had a great show at Queen's Court. I appreciate you. Oh, shout out to Han. Shout out to the whole Dean family. Shout out to King Will. Shout out to Queen Han. Shout out to Princess Suhan. Shout out to Princess Celine. And also shout out to Prince Jihan. I appreciate you. I love y'all. I go through everything. I ask y'all for all the type of advice in the world, because y'all bring balance to my life, and I appreciate y'all. It's nothing to have somebody in your life that brings balance. So I always ask y'all for, advice to get through the day, get through life, and I appreciate y'all for that. That means I respect y'all. You feel me? I really do. Skis, it's yours. I need the same energy from last night's show too, brother. You're going to get that energy, but y'all need to start dropping them some motherfucking super chats. That's how I get the energy popping. Support me like I support y'all with this energy. You feel me? And it is that type of energy from last night, man. But, a lot of times people, feel a way about when King talk. And I don't be talking reckless. I don't want to disrespect our black women. I don't want to disrespect our Asian women. I don't want to disrespect, Latin women. And that's not a race, though. I don't want to disrespect the Latinas. That's not a race. It's an ethnicity. Hispanics, Latin. I don't want to disrespect them. They're mixed. It's three races. But shout out to my white Nubian queens as well. I love y'all for real. With that being said, turn the likes up, turn the super chats up if y'all want me to get busy and get my little monologues and stuff. But I want to say I appreciate everybody that supports Conversation with King. This is something that we started because we want everybody to have a voice. We don't want to censor anybody, but we want to have this a level of respect when we're dealing with people, and we want to have a level of truth. And we don't want to offend anybody. You could be graceful, you could be truthful, you could be passionate. You don't have to be emotional, And also, we want to make sure that you have that level of respect for those who respect you. Now, if someone doesn't respect you, you have all right to get busy. But if someone respects you, then fall back a little bit. Look around the room. You feel me? Humble yourself. Because we're not where no one's, everybody has room to grow. Everybody relax. Please relax. With that being said, shout out to Sugar Love. I thought that was Sugar Bump. Now it's Sugar Love, okay? I respect that you switch up the name, but don't switch the attitude. I love your attitude. How do I start today? How do I start today? We should be flexing a little bit. Louis Vuitton, you should be flexing a little bit. Hold on. How do I start today? Shout out to Virgil. Shout out to Andre. You know what I'm saying? One of my fashion icons that passed away. I appreciate you. Dante, what's up, baby? What's going on? Please get people in the room before I begin. As a matter of fact, I'm going to give y'all like 2-3 minutes to get people in the room, because it's kind of crazy. Hey, Kim, what's up? What's going on? Get in the room, please. We need y'all to get in the room. Oh, I got a Cash App. Oh, who give me the Cash App? Oh, shout out to Chris, Mr. Chris Stab. What's up, baby? Thank you for that. I could buy a G-Wagon now, but give everybody in the room. I appreciate you. Do too much, Chris. I appreciate what's rocking, baby. Get everybody in the room. When I come back, I'm going to drop some spicy shit, and you might not like it, but it is what it is. Get them in the room. Yo, y'all funny. Yeah, y'all funny. I'm coming back. Hey, Harrison, Family Vlogs. I hope you're feeling better, man. I know you was a little sick under the weather, but feel better, brother. You know we got love for you over here. Feel better. Appreciate you. All right, check this out. Check this out. Yesterday was an amazing show. And there's gonna be damn, how do I say this? How do I say this without saying this? I got detachment issues. I got attachment issues. I got a lot of issues with me personally. So I don't deal with things the way people will want people to deal with things. When something comes my way, I don't deal with it because if I deal with it the way I want to deal with it, it's not going to be right. It's not going to be right. Shout out to Dante. Thank you for that donation. I appreciate you. I will type it right now, but I'm a little bit off the margarita, Don Julio margarita. So bear with me. So you know it's going to be a good show. 1, 2, 3, kid. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. She's an amazing person. I love her. I don't think we ended early. I think people love each other so much they should be away from each other, because if they stay any close to each other, then you know things is to go left. But I got love for Jen. Always will, always have, and I'm there for her whenever she needs me. And she's expanding. She's doing her thing, and we will always go and support Jen. I don't know. We didn't end early. You know what I mean? We always end like that. That's how we end. But I got love for her. With that being said, I want to say one thing. Yesterday, certain things happened, and I think I kept my cool. And people are always welcome to come up. Let me put the invite thing. So whoever wants to speak, you know what I'm saying, they could speak on it. But yesterday, I kept my cool. And I don't want to bring nothing up. You feel me? Because my love for a particular person as a YouTube content creator or the content is big. And, you know, I never talk to the person directly because, you know, me, everything is self-evident for me. And you could never talk down about somebody that you admire and that you respect. Can't talk down, but you could be in shock. Shout out to Red Pill Hustle. Conversation with King will always be conversation with King, as long as I'm here. Oh, thank you, 1, 2, 3, King. Thanks for support. I hope you use my code. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. The boy ZB, what's up? Get everybody in the room so I can let you know what's going on. You know, a lot of times people are afraid to dedicate to one thing. Because when you dedicate to yourself to one thing and that thing leaves you, then you're left with nothing. A lot of times people, when I say people, I'm talking about men and women, it's good to have diversity or options. So you're not stuck or under bondage to one thing, because that one thing leaves you, it leaves you at a disadvantage or powerless. You see, it's really easy for someone to have many things and feel comfortable, because if they lose one, they have another to replace it easily. For example, if you crash one of your cars, it's just one of your cars. Because you have another one, you don't feel the pain as much. But if you have one car and you lose that car, the pain might be a little bit unbearable. Now, I'm not trying to justify, Maya, I'm not trying to justify it, Maya. I'm looking at you, Maya. Get people in the room. I'm not trying to justify, nobody left me, King. Nobody left me, Maya. I'm not trying to justify having multiple people in your life. But I want to say today we're going to come to a revelation. And today I'm going to prove to everybody that monogamy is not natural. I'm not saying that it is wrong or right. I'm saying that it's something that women need to give men some grace for. And also men need to give women some grace for. Thank you, Kim. I appreciate you. Thank you, Kim. Kim, you see what I see. Shout out to my man, Omar Wally. What's good? You got me for the next one. It's going to be a great show today. A lot of secrets we're going to reveal today. But what I want to say is, please, monogamy on a biological sense, from a biological sense, is really, really something that's not natural. The only animals that I believe are monogamous are birds. That's funny. It's funny. We usually call birds like whores and sluts and stuff, but now we could call, now the real birds are people that are monogamous. Y'all the birds. Y'all the birds. Y'all some birds. 90%, like 90% of mammals, literally 90% of mammals are not monogamous. This is a fact. And I know that humans are the higher species, the higher beings, but naturally we are not monogamous beings. The reasons why we practice monogamy is because it has benefits. Social monogamy. That is condition that people have. That's how we condition ourselves to be socially monogamous. That has benefits. But naturally, that's not who we are. Monogamy is a disciplined choice that you make when you want less confusion and more peace in your life. It's a choice that you make. It's not who you are or how you're born. See, we're going to get to that with the woman as well. We're going to get to that. Give me some time. But I'm talking from the men because I'm a man first. Woman, don't get it twisted. Men are not monogamous by nature, biology. We're not. Is that an excuse for him to cheat on you? No. Is that an excuse for him to be a womanizer? No. Let's be serious. When you commit to a woman and you give her your word, you have to be accountable for the words that you speak. If you know you do not have control over your lower vibrations or your normal vibrations of being polygamous, don't commit to a woman. Let her know that you haven't mastered your real self. Because monogamy is not natural. It has never been natural. Biologically, we want to procreate, which as many women as possible. But because we have this thing, some society, this thing that we want to know who our children are from, it's based on legacy, generational wealth, or just keeping track of who we're giving birth to. We become socially monogamous. You know, the funny thing is, monogamy is something people put on us because they have a fear of being left out in the dark. They have a fear of being alone. So society conditioned us to say, okay, if you like this woman, you have to be with that woman for the rest of your life because it's right. It's just religiously and socially right to be with one woman. No, it's not right or wrong, but it is the most peaceful decision. It is a smart decision. But naturally, you as a man can't do that. Naturally, you as a man can't do that. So at the end of the day, I want you to realize that you are not monogamous. And this is the reason why, and I hate to bring this up, I want to prove this right now. Hold on. Let me put this up. Please bear with me. I just got a message from Darrell. Darrell, come on here real quick because I see something's going on. So there are three main explanations for why social monogamy involved in humans, and biologists are still arguing which is the most important. One, it may be because human babies need a lot of looking after, and stable couples can share the parenting burden. The reason why we practice monogamy is for parenting. That's one of the benefits of monogamy, but it's not natural. But it's beneficial. Two, it can be because men want to stay close to prevent their partners from cheating. That is a fact. We practice monogamy as men because we do not want anybody to mess with the woman we mess with because we are attached to them, right? We could go and have sex with everybody else, but if our woman does, we feel a certain way. So in order for us to keep that, we practice monogamy. Do we want to have sex with other women? Yes, but we don't want anybody else having sex with our woman. Three, it could also be a strategy that women involved to discourage men from killing infants that they suspected were not theirs. I don't know about that. I wasn't there during that time, but I do know at the end of the day, there was a time where if you did not belong to a particular man, he would kill you, kill the baby and you, whatever. But we know that we see that with lions as well. Lions, when they have sex with a lioness and they had cubs by other lions, they will kill those lions because they don't want to support, promote, protect, provide for anything that's not theirs. We as men only want to be around what's ours. Hence why it's a little bit difficult for alpha men to accept women with kids from other men Because unless we're going to take over that child's life or that child becomes ours, Lori Harvey, you feel me? I don't know. At the end of the day, so I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Hold on. Del Rel hit me with mad messages. Rel, you got to get on stage and tell me what's going on because I can't. I'm doing my show now. That's more important to me. Let me know what's going on. Allegedly, someone's talking about me. Good luck. That means I'm popular. The next thing we want to talk about is monogamy in humans is beneficial because it increases the chances of raising offsprings, but it's actually very rare in mammals. Less than 10% of mammal species are monogamous, compared with 90% of birds. Even in primates, where it's more common, only about a quarter of species are monogamous. Our early ape ancestors weren't monogamous, and the practice probably didn't take off until Homo erectus emerged around 1.9 million years ago. So monogamy, to be honest with you, is not a natural thing. We already know that. But is it a safe thing? Yes. Is it a thing that we do because at the end of the day, we want to be safe. We want to be sound. We don't want any problems. Yes. One of the things I have to say to you is that when men choose to be monogamous, they choose it not because they want to, it's because they have to in order to keep their family together. Simple. You can't go against nature. For example, men, if we don't have sex, we have wet dreams eventually, right? And that means basically we let off the semen that has built up in our bodies for so long. It's just a natural thing. We can't help it. But we because we are humans, we are held at a higher moral compass. So if we give a woman our word not to sleep with anybody else, then we have to keep it. We have to be a little bit more transparent in regards to what we say to our woman and what we do with our woman. But monogamy is not natural. It has never been natural. Don't conflate monogamy with someone being in love with you and having emotions and they get mad when you cheat. Yes, we're going to get mad when you cheat because we consider you ours. We consider you ours. Shout out to Kim. What's up, Kim? How you doing? We consider you ours. So that's why we get mad. But it has nothing to do how we feel inside. At the end of the day, biologically speaking, we as men, with the amount of semen we produce, and we produce it until the day we die, it proves that we can have more than one partner. Women, they have eggs, a certain amount of eggs, and they can't produce babies at a certain age. I don't care who you are. Also, women can only have babies one at a time. We can get several women pregnant at a time. It's a reason for that. If everybody was to be monogamous in this world, there would be some women who are left out of the picture. At the end of the day, we have to be honest. Men are not monogamous. But here's something you didn't know, and you won't know that I believe in as well. Women aren't monogamous naturally either. I want to play this for you. Wally, what's up, baby?
Because she has a husband and she has a boyfriend.
So polyandry is basically one woman. She's heterosexual usually, but she doesn't have to identify as heterosexual, who wants two men or multiple men outside of two. They don't necessarily have to. I love this. They don't necessarily have to live in the same household, but it's just a woman who wants multiple men. It's polygamy, the opposite side of polygamy, you know? Yeah. And the men, they cater to her. They could be exclusive to her. That's what a lot. Now, we're not exclusively polyandrous. but we are in a polyandrous relationship because we still want to add another woman into the mix. So that's why we don't really claim polyandry. But we met him.
What? You said no, you said another woman.
Do you want the application?
Listen, there's women out here who are promoting polyamory, who practice polyandry, I believe. And these women have the ability to love more than one man. So I don't want men thinking that we're the only people that have, how can I say, we're the only people who have the ability or have the inner urge to be with more than one person. You know, unfortunately, if you think about science, people want to be with the man that gives them the strongest genes. Women have the ability to love more than one person. They have the ability to have sex with more than one person. Do they have the ability to have a baby by more than one person? Absolutely not. That's why I say men are more likely to go towards the polyamorous life, because women naturally don't have the ability to have babies by multiple men more than once. You know, me personally, I don't see me being with a woman that has another man. But then I had to check myself recently because I see a lot of Kimora Lees out there. I see a lot of Erica Badu's out there. A lot of men say, oh, I can only be with one woman and she has to be mine. But if she has a baby father that she's in communication with, you're still sharing that woman. You might not be sharing her sexually, maybe. Maybe. We're going to get spicy right now. You might not be sharing her sexually, maybe, but you are sharing that woman. Because anytime that woman is dealing with that child, she's dealing with that man, especially if that man's in that child's life. You're sharing her. So you're in a non-monogamous relationship, whether you want to believe it or not. It doesn't always have to deal with about sex. This is why it's hard for me to be with a woman with kids, even though all the women I met with kids are compatible with me for some reason. Maybe it's a test from God for me to check my ego, but a lot of women with kids are compatible with me. But for me, for some reason, I don't want to share my woman with any man. And if she has a kid by another man that she has a good relationship with, I'm sharing her. I'm sharing her. That's the bottom line. Whether I might not be sharing her sex or pussy, but I'm definitely sharing her time. I'm definitely sharing her emotions. I'm definitely sharing the bills. I'm definitely sharing her pain. This is how it works. If you're dealing with someone that has a baby with another man and they're in a good relationship, you can't have, she's non-monogamous. She's non-monogamous. Period. There's no way around that. There's no way around that. Shout out to Misha Mack. We love you. What's up? Shout out to you. Shout out to you. So, with that being said, we want to give anybody who wants to come up and talk about monogamy, like 100 Watts, explain to me, brother. Please come up and let me know why you don't feel that's true. I beg of you. Because right now, I want to really end the show because I feel like somebody's talking about me on another show, and I want to go and address that because that's what Daryl said, but I don't know. It might not even be a live show. Tell Daryl to get in here. Let me know if it's a live show because I really want to address that. So we're going to wait for 100 Watts to get in the room. Hold on one second. Hold on. Monogamy is definitely a choice. I appreciate New Pop Let them know it's definitely a choice. It's not something. Shout out to Finesse Visions. Talk to me. Hold on 1 second. Please explain to me how you feel about the subject, 100 watts. First of all, what's up to you, man? Peace, black man. Peace. Can you hear me? Yeah. And let me know, why you don't agree with that particular statement.
The only part, everything that you said so far, I don't disagree with. The only part that I was disagreeing with was you said if a woman has a child with another man and they have a good relationship, that you said she's sharing her emotions with him. Is that what you were saying? Like his emotions and stuff like that she was sharing with him?
Say that again. No, she sharing his emotions with him. We definitely share his emotions with him. Definitely.
The only reason I don't see that to be true is because, like, the mother of my child, like, we have a good relationship, but we don't talk about anything but the kids. Like, what she got going on in her personal life, her and her boyfriend, like all that don't matter to me. It's just a matter of what time you coming to pick up the kids, when are they coming back, what did you get them for Christmas? Like that's really our only conversations. Like everything else, that's extra.
Okay. But when I say sharing emotions, mean that if you were to affect her in a way or make her mad, her baby father, her new boyfriend would hear about it.
Okay. I mean, I can see that.
Right. So that when I said sharing of emotions, meaning that if I were, not per se, but if a new guy was to date your baby mother and she said, damn, I'm just mad because 100 watts came 5 minutes late to pick up our child.
But I mean, she has more interaction with her coworkers than she do me. Like it's very possible he could hear about somebody at work pissing her off before he hear about that from me.
Right, but she will. But that's her new confidant. Would she not share those incidents with him?
Based on the way I can't speak for a lot of people because a lot of people, their relationship with their baby moms or baby dad be a little iffy. But like speaking on our situation, like I don't really think that I would believe her if she told me that she don't even talk to him about me at all. I would believe her if she said that.
Right. Okay.
So you know what? I'll concede my point. In general, based on the numbers, mostly speaking, I'll concede what I said. I agree with you.
Right. All right. So another thing too, do you believe that you are naturally monogamous?
Naturally, no. No. Like I said, I agree with you. It just makes everything easier. It has made everything easy. Only having to deal with one person, the mood swings, the date night, and all of that shit. Just having to deal with one person, maintaining those expectations of one person it just makes everything easier.
Right. Do you think as a community, Black community, we might have to switch up our belief system in regard to relationships?
100%.
Why is that?
Because clearly it hasn't been working to this point. It hasn't been working this far. So if it hasn't been working to this point, then something has to get done to change the shortcomings.
Why isn't it peaceful to be non-monogamous? Why is it not peaceful at all?
The thing is, most people are non-monogamous and they're lying about it. That's why it's peaceful. Because society has created an expectation to where you're supposed to be with one person. So even if it's natural for you to be with more than one person, you feel like you need to lie so you can fit in with whatever society is telling you need to do.
Right. Do you believe at the end of the day that women only claim monogamy because they have fear of competing?
I think it's a combination of competition and being looked at funny.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, who really wants to have to battle with somebody for their time? Like to know that, like if there's a dude that has two women and they know that, all right, on Monday and Tuesday he gonna spend his time with this lady, and on Wednesday and Thursday he gonna spend his time with this one. Like who naturally wants to have to deal with that?
No one.
Nobody at all.
Miss Mary said, in my opinion, it's absolutely right. Being monogamous in a marriage is a choice. And when you're with that right spouse, it's absolutely for the best. That might be hard for some people to hear. I totally believe that. Shout out to Kalu. Kalu, we're gonna let you up. We try not to do the avatar, but I thanks for the donation, so we letting you up. Kalu, talk to us, brother.
Yo. Okay, hear me?
Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you.
Hey man, you're welcome, brother. I was trying to get a jacket and shit, but I'm just listening to the conversation right now. As I wanted to wait till the brother finish his point, but I'm turning YouTube off real quick.
We got you, brother. Take your time.
Cool. So I actually was polygamous and still am polygamous. And I wasn't a 2 year.
Hold on, before you jump into that, you said you was polygamous and you still was there a time at any time were you monogamous?
Yes.
What made you switch?
When I did some research on my history, my ancestry, when I did some blood work and figured out like who I'm mixed with and my blood type and stuff like that, and also my grandfather, he is a Mormon, so he does have 4 different wives in 4 different states. So
okay. Oh, he's a Mormon. You're a Mormon.
No, I'm not, but my biological grandfather is. Yes.
Okay, a Mormon, like a Mormon in Utah or Pennsylvania, like a Mormon, like
yeah,
like you talking about BYU, Brigham Young University type Morgan.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you being a polygamist, outside of the spiritual realm of being a Mormon, religious realm, is it a natural thing for you?
For me, no, not at first, because I was raised in a monogamous household. With my stepdad, with my mom and things like that, and just the environment. We grew up in America to where it's mostly like monogamy. So. Plus all the movies that I watched, all the social media that I've seen, I was adapting myself to a monogamous relationship. But once, I did my research and I actually got into a polygamous relationship, and I started to, watch more videos and do, like more research, it slowly became normal. And once you find the actual right person to do it with, instead of it, like you trying to force it, because a lot of guys be trying to force it. But if you find the right people and it adapts naturally to where all the partners, because we were a throuple, to where we were all in one relationship. You know what I mean? Like we weren't the individual to where as one person was, is to me, and one person was, is to me. We were all shared each other. You feel me?
When you say monogamy, you mean multiple women or men were involved?
Well, women. Women.
Okay.
Yeah. And let me. Here, and I'll go ahead and show you receipts too, because I don't just like cap and stuff like that. But
right, I know you're not capping. I feel your energy. You're not capping at all. But show the receipts for the garden. If you're not familiar, the garden is the rocks and the flowers. That's men, rocks, men, and flowers, women in the chat room. Show them receipts that you were polygamous and active polygamous, please.
Yes. Okay. So I don't know if you can see the screen.
Let me see. Yeah, I see it.
So hold on, let me show it.
Right. Yeah,
let me turn off the light. Yeah, let me turn off the light real quick, and y'all can see it better.
Can everybody see it?
All right, cool. All right. See if y'all can see the screen. Let me see if I can see it. I don't know if I can focus the screen. It said "Grown Man's Dream." Look at me. So here are my 2 goddesses.
Okay, you say God. I have a lot of questions for you, brother.
Okay, so that's one. A receipt.
I got it. Hold on, brother.
Yeah.
I got it. You're a handsome young man. Hold on. Let me see the other receipt. Okay, brother. I gotta talk to you, brother. I gotta have this real talk, man. The man talk with you. You're a handsome young brother.
I appreciate it.
Is it an ego thing that you could bag mad girls and you can have them doing what you want? Is it an ego thing, or is it really about like what's going on, man? Because you bag girls, so you're taking advantage of it. or is it something like what's going? And you got a beautiful chocolate one, and you got a beautiful, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, mix. Yeah,
Yes, Mexican
mix.
one. You know what I'm saying? Like, so what's going on, man? You trying to do another Noah's Ark, or what you trying to do? Two of everything. What's going on, man?
Nah. So basically, like we all know all the statistics on, like monogamous.
Lou, I didn't even know you was coming to this. It's getting spicy. Come on, go ahead, brother. Talk to me.
Is I see the title, and I've been following your content for like a month now, and I've been keeping up, and I just saw it. I was like, you know what, like shit, is I'm polygamous. Is right now with our situation, the main one, Zoe, the chocolate one, she's
hold on. Yo, this is too much for me, man.
Sorry.
You just said main one.
You don't move it fast. You moving fast for King right now. You gotta
sorry about that. But the original one. The original one, I guess.
Okay, so when you say main original one, does the other one feel a certain way? Because like it's crazy because they both attractive, right? Yes. So you would think like the only time somebody would accept it if the other one was more attractive than the other one, but they're equally attractive. So it's like you said the main one.
Yeah, like it's like a seniority thing. So we started out dating first, and she was open to it. She's Ghanaian, by the way. In her culture, like they're already used to like polygamy, the idea of it, things like that. So so she was there for about 2 years before we got into the relationship with girl is, I'm gonna call her Delina, by the way, because that's her name. But right now she's in California with her family, is going through COVID, is going through, some bad times. But my goddess is actually pregnant right now. So we're actually spending her pregnancy is together, so we can bond and, have our family. And then once we have the child, we're going to, is bring the family back together right now. But, but that's what I meant by how, like, I was polygamous. I still am, but right now, we're in a monogamous, I guess, union. But once the baby's born and, she feels comfortable, we're going to bring her back into the relationship and things like that. So.
Okay. So she went away to have the baby, to have your beautiful baby.
Mm-hmm.
And when she comes back, it will be a polygamous relationship, a polyamorous polygamous relationship.
Yes. Well, we still are. Like, we communicate, we still text, a group chats, video calls, all that. It's just right now why, like Zoe's pregnant, is I call her Zoe. We're spending that time together during the 9 months.
Right.
So we're bonding, we're doing everything, reading, writing, just everything that, is to make sure that she has a healthy pregnancy. Then, once the baby's born, things like that happens. And once she feels comfortable enough, we're going to like introduce her back into the family and things like that, I guess.
Okay. So with that being said, brother, I gotta ask you a question, man, because a lot of men live polygamous life, and they live it unknowingly.
Yeah,
you're one of the fearless men that can promote living polygamous life, and which proves that polygamy can be healthy, can be natural, and it is more natural than monogamy.
All right. As I agree, I think it's more natural, just due to like our nature as men. Just in general. So let's be all respectful tonight. Okay, sorry, you made the comments, but it's like at first, once you get into it, you have to break the coding and the matrix and the behaviors of a monogamous environment. A monogamous.
You saying we're conditioned? We're socially monogamous. We are conditioned to be monogamous.
Yes, we are.
So how do you break the coding of women who are monogamous?
So how do I break the coding of women who are monogamous?
Yes.
First, just showing them their history. I've noticed that a lot of, especially like melanated women, like Black women, is when they study history, they only study astrology, and a couple of things, but they don't go too deep into what they were actually practicing culturally in these ancient civilizations, like ancient Zimbabwe, ancient Maya, ancient Kemet, you know what I mean? Ancient Kush, is all these different places to where like polygamy was prevalent. They don't go too deep into the culture, the mathematics, the science behind it. They just go into the names, and the astrology behind it, not so the facts. So that's what I realized, like when it comes to women, is just you have to show them their history. You know what I mean? And you have to do polygamy the right way. That's another thing, is that we don't have true polygamous leaders that can uphold that good black male image. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like too many like polygamous men be like fucking around with baby mamas. They be going live. They have be having all these issues, all these drama behind them, and there isn't really a certain figure that can be the stand-up person to represent polygamous men. So I think that is a big thing, that if more men wanted to be polygamous, they would have to, I guess, do it the right way, if that makes sense.
Okay, yes, and we have to define the right way. But I want to point out Nupac, and I want 100 Watts and Kalu, which is a Nigerian name, by the way, if I'm correct. Would you explain that to me? Polygamy causes an imbalance of available women per men. Rich men will get the majority of the women. This leads to an increase of crime, violence amongst the poor class. Is that true?
I don't think it is, and like we can't take, it's polygamy in a lot of these African, like countries, because they don't have like a lot of American values.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You can't take polygamy and the Middle Eastern, because they don't have a lot of the American values. So if you're trying to pull statistics off of abuse or all these different crimes based off those studies, like it's not going to be accurate because of our like upbringing and like our culture here in America. So it's, for me, you just have to do it the right way. And like what that means is be honest with your girl, right? If you are a polygamous man, if you're like open to wanting to try with it, just let her know that you want to try it. You know what I mean? Or that you want to do it. And if she's okay with it, then y'all find a person together. Give her room to have say into who she wants to pick as a sister or as a partner that she's going to be having within the relationship. You know what I mean? A lot of dudes just be having side chicks and wanting the girl that they be, fall in love with, be like, yo, like just accept my side chick. No.
Right.
You know what I mean? She has to, help you pick the partner. But be honest is the first thing,
All right. So you saying it's not a machismo thing. It's not a misogynistic thing. It's not, yo, you do what I say, woman. No, it's a collaborative. It's a community.
Yes.
And he understands that as a man, you need more than one woman to be happy.
Yes. Well, no, I mean, I wouldn't say to be happy. It's the reason why we're doing it, and it's all about intention. Is I'm trying to have a lot of children, and I'm trying, like what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to raise a DA. I'm trying to raise a lawyer. I'm trying to raise a police chief. I'm trying to, raise these different type of children so that I can put them, like move to a small town, and they slowly rise up in the ranks, and then we can start pushing real black policy, real African policy, real melanated policy in these small, like small cities, and then that can slowly grow into something bigger, But that's what I'm trying to do personally.
Right. So what about them? Are the women allowed to have other men? And if they ever ask you for another man, what do you say in return?
Yes. Okay. So I'm 26. Okay. So we've talked about this and we have videos about it, like on my YouTube and Instagram and stuff like that. But they only want one man. But I've like expressed to them that once we get older and once we have our children, then feel free to have like whoever you want to have as a partner. Like at least give me, a certain amount of children. You know what I mean? Because I'm still young. And to me, if I'm, let's say, is in a like polygamous relationship with Zoe and Delina, and if Zoe brings in another guy, and I've been with her for 3 years.
Right. Zoe is the one that's pregnant with your beautiful
the chocolate. Yes.
Zoe is the pregnant one. The chocolate one. The chocolate goddess is pregnant, and the other one is
Adelina.
Adelina, and she's the Mexican goddess, and
she's mixed. She's biracial.
Oh, she's biracial. She's not pregnant right now.
No.
And she came after Zoe.
Yes.
Okay. So hold on. El Doctor has a something. Hopefully you can answer it. According to research done by psychologists, demographers, sociologists, and anthropologists, easily available, polygamous communities' rate of violence is what? Is it a lot? It's high.
Is they keep bringing up stories and studies of other countries. Like we haven't had real studies to where we have a big demographic of people here in America, underneath American law, underneath American culture, to where it is done the correct way, to where there's a, to where you can do an arranged marriage, to where the choice and say, to where she actually has like the actual power and freedom to do what she wants. And a lot of these polygamous relationships in other countries, as a woman has no rights. As I'm gonna just be real, you know what I mean? So you can't really base that off of that. You know what I mean? You have to, do a new study with new, like details and new like demographic of people, is to be able to have a new thing. I don't think it's been done in the right way. That's like trying to compare, the crime rates of the Chinese monogamous relationships to here in America. It's just two different cultures. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not gonna work.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna start asking spicy questions, so let me know if I'm crossing the boundaries.
Sure.
When you are intimate with your two goddesses, are you intimate with them at the same time? Because the reason I ask that question is because you make it seem like it's a functional reason why you're with them, which is understandable, which is you want to produce as many kids with your DNA as possible. But if you are having sex with them at the same time, it becomes a sexual reasoning behind that. So are you having, you don't have, are you being intimate with, you don't have to tell me because that's your lady. I don't want to disrespect you, please, but I don't want to disrespect you. Are you doing it?
Good. As I'm about it.
Are they participating without you?
Okay, so no, they haven't participated without me as to what I've caught. You know what I mean? To what I've seen, to what they've told me. We have done it, I wouldn't say under 10 times to where it's been together. Okay. But most of the time it's usually when we're separate.
Okay. Is it back to back?
No.
Okay. I just want to, no, I'm asking that question because a lot of with germs. I'm not trying to be funny, but like there's germs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like some
and
people PhD balance don't agree with other people PhD balance and stuff like that.
No, I agree. And also during the times where we're all together, separate condoms. So different.
Oh, separate. You use separate condoms.
Yes. Yeah. So you pull.
Okay. So, but then who is the? So, who is worthy of getting your climax at the end?
Climax. Both. You know what I mean? If it's both of us, if it's individual, then whoever I'm with at the time.
Right, but
it's not
if it's at the same time, then you have to pick one who you end with. So is that an issue?
So let's say if I'm, intimate with one while we're together, and I'm about to, with her, then I'm gonna do it on her. But if I'm with the other one, then I'm gonna do it on her. Like, it just depends on who I'm, mid-stroke with.
Right. Okay. Yeah. How do you handle confrontation with two women in the house?
Okay. A lot of talking, a lot of like conversation.
I can't handle one woman at all. I couldn't even handle Jen yesterday. So let's go.
Man, it's a lot of talking, man. And if you're a person that just wants to come home from work, relax, then I don't recommend it for you. You know what I mean? Because to deal with two different women, especially one being Ghanaian and one being raised in California. They got two different backgrounds, two different, upbringings. It's two different. One likes to paint, one likes to sing, one likes to do this, one likes to do that. They have two different types of love language. So that's the hardest part, is to be able to like connect with both of them like that. But when it comes to like arguments specifically and confrontation, is we're old enough to like be able to talk about like our issues. Like, we're self-aware enough to be like, okay, why do you feel the way you feel, right? And why did that response happen? Oh, because of what you did here. Okay, it's the reason why I did this is because you did this, or because I was thinking this way. You know what I mean? We talk everything out to its original breaking point, if that makes sense, or to its original source.
Okay.
We reverse engineer our conversations, if that makes sense.
Well, a lot of women, want me to answer. I'm getting a lot of texts. People are texting me right now from both phones. Okay. They asking me to ask you, do these women have any self-confidence? That's what the ladies actually. I think they do. I think they do. I think they're beautiful. But they saying that for a woman to accept that, she doesn't really have self-esteem. And this is what they say. Don't get mad at me, please.
No, you're good. I mean, like, do these women look non-confident to you?
No, they look
You know what I
beautiful,
mean?
but confident, but the like self-esteem. They're beautiful.
Yeah. Okay, so self-esteem. Yeah. So it's to me, they think they're one of the most beautiful, like in their own world, they think they're like they're one of the most beautiful women on the planet. They appreciate each other's beauty. I think for them to be able to accept another woman, and this is me, but is we're gonna have, man, we're gonna have another build to where like they come and you can ask them questions and stuff like that too, and another build. But no, I wouldn't say that they have any self-confident issues. Is to me personally, I think it's powerful woman to be able to see another woman and be like, okay, she's this, she's that, man, she's on the same level as me. Let's get money together. Let's build together. If she likes my man, as I know my man is very attractive, he's this type of level of man. I'm not the richest man. I'm not no, 7-figure earner or high 6-figure earner. I do okay. But there's other things that I provide, right, that help, it's a skill. So she appreciates what the other girl sees in me and be like, okay, we can do this together. It's not really, oh, I'm insecure, so let me feel like, I need another girl here to help me. No, it's not like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
We build, instead of like destroy.
Cool. I gotta get spicy. Please don't take offense. This is my job. This is what I have to do. Right. Mm-hmm. Kalu, are you well endowed?
Well endowed, like, explain.
Like your penis size, are you well endowed?
Oh, I mean, I'm above average. I mean,
right.
I'm above average.
Average
I wouldn't say I'm the biggest, or
average is like 7 inches.
Yeah, I'm above average. I'm not the best. I'm not the biggest. Yeah, but it's more of the motion.
I'm trying to get to a leading question here. So, and I'm a heterosexual. So I'm asking you this because I got to get to the question, and I'm uncomfortable too, but I got to get to these questions. So you're well endowed, right? And so do you think, and so do you think that you are able to satisfy these women, right? And they can't find anybody better than you. That's why they with you.
No. It's to them. It's not about sex.
Oh, it's not about sex. Okay, good.
No,
you get my point, right? It's like it's sexual. Like you hitting spots that no man ever hit, and they like, you know what? I don't want to go. I know, at least I know who he's sexing with. He's not going outside of. You don't go outside of those 2 women, right? You don't go outside of those 2 women.
No. No, it's closed.
So you don't.
It's closed.
You don't know 2 women.
Just us 2.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
No, there's no need to. No, there's no need to.
Okay.
No, there's no need to. And to answer your question, I'm not gonna cap. Like, I think I'm really good, but I'm not the best. Like, I'm not. It's these P stars and these guys on OnlyFans. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's the girls that I've picked. Their body counts are less than 4, so they have very little experience when it comes to stuff like that. So to me, I feel like I do pretty good. They're satisfied. Not to go into like too much details, but they climax. So right. But I'm not the best.
Okay.
So
would you mind letting us know where you don't have to tell the exact address, but what city and state are you in?
Well, I'm in Texas.
Okay, Texas.
Yeah.
So it's not a sexual thing.
Like Houston, Dallas area.
Okay, so it's not a sexual thing, right? It is not a money thing because you said you don't make 7 figures or you don't make the high six figures. You probably make low 6 figures or close to 6 figures. So it's not a money thing, right? They're both beautiful women. They could get other rich men, wealthy men. They love your leadership, right? Is it a proximity? Could you do the same thing you're doing in New York, Cali, Bay Area, Minnesota? Could you do the same thing you're doing in a different location? And why do you think that?
Yes, because it's not really location, because it's more like an online community. There's a bunch of women, like Black women especially, who are doing the research, who are waking up to more of an indigenous lifestyle, to more of an African lifestyle, who are like waking up from the African American matrix, and they're seeing the relationships here in America. and the like the whole monogamy and the whole statistics, and they want to try something else. And a lot of women are bi-curious, you know, so they do want to try it. It's just they want to do it with the right man, you know. A lot of these women will be polygamous or will try it if you're the right guy.
Well, what makes the right guy? Because one of the recurring themes that you're saying is being able to really be in tune with your African ancestry and deprogram yourself from the Western civilization or indoctrination, right?
Yes.
So what if they're not? What if they still? What if they're not in tune with their African heritage? What do you do?
Then I low key, you know, if she's not worth the time, then I just find somebody else, you know, that's more open to the mindset, that's more like that's already doing it. You know what I mean? That's already studying it. But if she's somebody that I like, then I'll talk to her. I was like show her teachers like Dr. Ivan Serdema or Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop. You know, these are African scholars who, you know, like wrote the book, you know, the Africans here in Columbus before America. Dr. Gabriel Ebo, like, you know, I put them on game.
You're well read. So
yes.
these women fall in love with your mind.
Yes.
All right, so that's why I'm trying, and I wasn't trying to be funny with you being endowed, but they fall in love with your mind. So I want people to know it's not a physical thing. Yes. A lot of times people think it's a physical thing. And I said you're handsome, so it's like, and you're tall. So how tall are you again?
I'm 6'1".
See, so you're handsome, you're tall. So a lot of women, you know, are attracted to you, and they're willing to share you without knowing about each other. But you're saying you let them know about each other.
Yes.
Right.
Like me and Zoe actually handpicked is Delina. Like we handpicked her. We talked about what we wanted in a woman, you know, a skin tone, like didn't really matter. Like we preferred like a more chocolate, you know, of her build, but more so the personality, more so the mindset, you know what I mean? More so like was she able to know about African history, be, you know, not just know about it, but be able to like have an interest in it, you know what I mean? Because you don't want to just date somebody that's only interested in the stuff because of you. Like you want somebody that's interested in the stuff because actually like a part of their reality, like their life journey, you know. So you know, we handpicked her together.
Right. Kalu, I want to say something, and don't take offense. Okay. And I got two phones, so you know I'm not joking. I got two phones. I'm getting messages left and right. A lot. This is my blood phone. Mm-hmm. Yeah. On a blood phone, they're telling me like, "Yo, you're almost like it's almost like you're cult-like."
How?
Because you mentioned having kids, so you can move into a small town. Every kid is a doctor, banker, chief of police, and it's like starting your own cult. I don't know if it's far-fetched. That's what they say. It's cult-like.
Well, let me explain, because
right, like it's so like when you say when you use the terms deprogramming, when you use the terms to reestablish policies, you mentioned policies. Yes. Going to a small town, building a community from scratch. People associate cult-like behavior, and I'm not saying you're cult-like, because I know what you're doing is called community building. Mm-hmm. I know what that is, right? Yeah. So that's why this is your chance to explain the difference between starting a cult and being a community building. Please, I know because be like crazy, but that was from the blood phone. That wasn't from the regular phone.
Yeah, no, but I got you. Spicy. So people can, you know, like take polygamy and take all these different cult leaders and think that, you know, that was tied for. Yes, these cult leaders did it because they had an affection for control over these women. You know what I mean? As people mention Nature Boy in the comments, you know, I've actually is debated Nature Boy on a lot of his facts and information that he talked about. Mm-hmm. You know, there's other men out there that's doing polygamy, right? Not just cult leaders. Like there's Islamic men, there's Muslim men, there's African men, there's China, there's men all across the planet that are doing this. You know what I mean?
But African American men are doing it, but they doing it from a way of not different titles.
Yes, exactly. So like this idea of cult-ish, I don't understand, because if you look at like Nancy Pelosi, right? She's in her position. Who's her nephew? Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, right? So you see these big politicians, man. You can even go down to like the lower people.
Hold on,
right?
hold on.
Yeah.
Quantum Love says real community building has more than one man. Is that true?
I mean, yes, you can, but it's hard to find men that are doing polygamy the right way and that are actually not about trying to steal your girl or trying to, invite every girl into their union. Like you see a lot of guys when they do polygamy, it's an open door to where they're inviting new girl after new girl. They're always looking for somebody. So a lot of these guys aren't trying to like have a closed off polygamous relationship to where they're really trying to build long term. You know what I mean? So yes, a community needs more than one man, but I believe that you can have a monogamous family, you can have a polygamous family, like it don't matter as long as you believe in the laws, the Constitution, right? And you believe in not like no pedophile shit, and all the other shit. Like I'm good, But yeah, it definitely takes more than one man to build a community. But is earlier you asked me are they allowed to have as men, and I said yes they are, but they have to wait till we have a certain amount of children. And the reason why is because me and Zoe, let's say we've been dating 5 years, and we're in a poly relationship, and she finds a guy that she's interested in. Okay, she gets in a relationship. Let's say, right, our plan, and the whole reason we're doing this open polygamous relationship is to build family. And let's say he ends up getting her pregnant first. But I was with her for the 5 years, right? That's going to instantly cause beef between me and that dude.
That's why they said
right?
that's why they say monogamy prevents that from happening. You know who the baby comes from.
I disagree because one in 25.
Because they're not. You said they are able to be whoever they want to after they give you the children that you desire.
Yes.
Not yes. You said y'all all agree to. Let's get that correct. Kalu is not a dictator. This is something that they all agree to.
Yes. Yes. Once they I personally want to have 9 to let's say 12 children. Like that's what I want to have. Like that's our goal. Right.
And I think that's unselfish as you, because why would you want a woman to go to 9 children? That's going to take too much toll on her body.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's real. That's real.
And she respects my plan. She respects, like what I want to do, like my history, my culture, like where I grew up from.
Right.
So she understands. So she understands that she can't have 9. Even having 6 is a lot, especially on her body.
Yes.
And Zoe, she was raised more with the independent mindset. So she wants to have a career. She wants to be able to do things for herself.
Right.
So if I was to hold her down with 4 children or let's say 5 children, that's going to wipe out a lot of her working years. Right. You know what I mean? So she's allowed me and for us to handpick a woman that we'd be able to, after 4 or 5 years of building the relationship, once Zoe and us, have our kids. And also I don't believe in having children, with both queens pregnant in the same year. One pregnant every 2 years. If you can, like if you got it like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So she is allowed to have, like any guy that she chooses just after we build our family, because I am still young. She's young.
Okay.
I'm trying to build.
Don't get mad at me. You're 26.
Good?
You're 26, right?
Yes.
Would you join in with the other guy?
No.
Okay. Would you live in the same facility as the other guy or residence?
Is this after our family is built? Like me and let's say Zoe?
Either or.
Either or. Yeah, I could.
And I want to say something. I think I know the answer. If you had to choose one, who would you choose?
Man, I'm a bro.
You know I had to ask that question.
Hey, man, if you're watching this,
I know the answer already. I know who it is.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to go with seniority, bro. It's seniority. It's seniority. You feel me? Loyalty and seniority.
Right.
Man, that's all I gotta say.
Who's A? I don't know who A is. You know who A is? A is on here now. Who's A?
Nupac. You're right, Nupac.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was living that van life.
What's a van life? What's that?
So is one of the aspects that they like about me is I'm good with my hands. I build with my hands. So I built us basically a camper home inside of a van, a cargo van and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And we actually traveled and went to different states and like lived the actual van life experience.
Right.
Things like
Hey,
that.
hey, would you mind camming up, or would you go on a private chat? Let us know, because I never saw you before, and I don't want to disrespect you. I want to bring you up. Thank you. Wow. So,
Yeah, we built it together. And let me show y'all.
okay.
The
So,
seats.
so, 100 you have any questions?
So first I wanted to respond to something, and I did have a question. The cult like following,
Fire.
I don't understand where that comes from, because plenty of people in this chat right now come from big families, or your parents come from big families. My mother was one of 6. My grandmother was one of 10. So families come from multiple kids. Like that happens all across this country. So the idea of what he's trying to do being a cult is, like we said, a little far-fetched. Now you were talking about not being pregnant at the same time, one being pregnant every 2 years, and you're talking about having 9 kids. That's a span of 18 years between having kids. Does that, based on the plan that you have, does that logistically sound like a good plan? Like it's going to take you 18 years just to give birth to all of those children.
Well, we plan on having another partner. Is come in whenever the right person shows up, whenever the right person shows up. So we plan on having another person, but that is the goal. You know, one per every 2 years, and the reason why is because it takes almost 2 years for the woman's body to fully heal.
Yes.
The last part, especially the last part of the woman's body, is her abdominal muscles, the cells, and those take almost 2 years to fully heal. And this is another thing too. And in a lot of African culture, like they didn't believe in like having sex while she was pregnant.
No.
You know, or like they thought that was a big indicator of like pedophilia. Like other issues that took place later in life. So that was one reason why they allowed men to have other wives as well. But I believe in that same mindset. It's to help help her heal. And also, if I have 2 pregnant women at the same time, that's going to be hard for me to work all these hours to help pay for all of it. Is to go to 2 different doctor's appointments and work and be able to serve them, massage them. Like that's too much for one man to handle. You know what I mean? So 1 per year. While I'm at work, the other goddess can help. Massage your feet, massage your back, help tend to her. And vice versa. So that's why we do the 1 every 2 years. Or if not 1 every year,
Right. The issue, I don't see anything wrong with what you're doing. I actually applaud you because at least you're honest about it. Do you have the capacity to love more than one woman equally?
Yes. Yes.
Can you tell me how you do that?
Yeah. So the connection that I have with Zoe is a different vibe and connection that I have with Delina, right? The one that me and Delina share, we are more intellectual when it comes to. She's deep into Dr. Lila Africa. She's deep into Dr. Sabi. She's deep into,
You froze, brother.
actual science and research.
Right. Hello. You're freezing.
Connect and vibe on that level as well.
Right.
When it comes to the painting, the cooking, the herbs, if she likes to, as go out and have a little fun sometimes, I like to do that, so we all bond, in our different ways,
Right. Let's go. Why do you call him a con artist? Why is he a con? I don't think he's a con artist. I think he provided receipts. He sees everything here. I don't understand.
I think it's like, and just in reading some of what's shaking right now, like I feel like people are projecting their opinion on him, their opinion of him versus what he's speaking about.
Right.
Because if he was a dude that came up here and he said, I make $1 million a year and I got 3 wives,
right,
then why would anyone be questioning the confidence of these women? I personally think that if there are two women that are willing to come into a situation and understand and acknowledge what it is that's happening and actually be
You sound low. You sound low. 101.
If there are two women that are willing and understanding of the situation that they're walking into,
Right.
and willing to take part in that, that sounds like more confidence than a lack of confidence to me.
Right.
Your ability to be able to say, okay, I understand what my position is here. I understand what my role is. I'm going to take my part in what this role is. That's, to me, sounds like an overall ability of being confident in yourself because you know what you're here for. There are plenty of people that are in relationships and y'all arguing about dumb shit all day.
Right.
In monogamous relationships, y'all lying and complaining about each other in monogamous relationships and have no confidence. But three people that can come together and make something work, that to me sounds like overall confidence. So I'm
well, can I say this real quick, brother? I'd like to build on what you're saying. Most abuse that Black women experience or have experienced happened in monogamous relationships. I just want to say that. You know, like to me, to each his own. You know, is I don't care if you're monogamous or polygamous. You know what I mean? You know, because we can work together. You know, it's all about building family within a Black community, whether that be a monogamous, like double, a nuclear family or a polygamous nuclear family. It's still a family. But most of the abuse that a lot of Black women experience happened in monogamous relationships, not polygamous ones. You know, so I just wanted to build off what, he was saying.
Is Zoe around?
No, she's not around right now.
Okay. I wanted
so
more. Yeah. Is the other one, is she reachable?
Let's see. It's 7.
If you don't have to bring on the phone, I just want them to know, like, this is a real deal
right now.
She's fully
Yeah, I think she's at work.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me call. Let me text Zoe and see when she gonna be home because that's what I'm waiting on right now. So.
Right, because we want both perspectives, right? Because a lot of it's easy for a handsome 6'1" guy that could build fucking houses out of anything to say, hey, I get girls, right? We want the perspective from because you are a provider, you're a builder. Like everybody yesterday, I believe Nikki said 6 figures ain't gonna do nothing when the zombie apocalypse comes. But Kalu is going to do something because Kalu could survive. He could grow farm vegetables. He could build houses. So I see it, but I want to hear the woman's perspective. I want her to say,
okay.
You know what? Everything he's saying is the truth.
All right. As I'm waiting for her to text me, so we'll wait for her to get back. But yeah.
So we have you here. So how do your parents feel about this? How do they
first? So they all know about it. Like everybody in my family know about it. Like we actually went to so my stepdad, he's Hispanic, so we actually went to a quinceañera with all his family there, and that was the funniest thing. But since my biological grandpa, my grandfather on my mother's side is already a Mormon and he's already done it, they're already kind of used to the idea of it. But they asked me questions. They asked her and Zoe specifically, "Are you okay with this?" They sat them down personally and talked to them, like one-on-one to make sure that they weren't being coerced or manipulated. That they were fine with it. That there's no issues. So, but they're all like, they all like enjoyed it. And let me see if I can pull up more receipts of like other family events real quick to show you.
Right.
Yeah, this is on my stepdad's side.
I got a question from the blood phone. They said they love the pictures, but they want to speak to the actual people.
Yeah.
So
whenever she hits me back and she gets here,
you don't have to prove anything to us because I believe you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of questions because you never have a woman come up and say, yes, I'm accepting of this. This is what I do, and I love him. Because to me, what it seems like, the real spiritual connection and twin flame bond is between you and Zoe. But because Zoe knows she can't provide all those children for you, that's when you let someone else in, which is very unselfish of her.
I mean, I'm not gonna agree or disagree with that statement. You know, I like your opinion and your observation. You
Right.
know, but you know, and she would have to answer that. You know what I mean? Because I
I
can't, you know,
think it's
speak for
honest
her
between
personally.
y'all. And y'all,
You know,
you know, as you said,
yeah.
we as though we had to, my main one, my original one, my goddess, we had to pick another goddess, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
so it's basically Zoe is, she is the one that is directed it and improving this.
Yes. 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 She's approving of it, and she's kind of directing it. Yes. Yes.
Okay, and so that's why I say, remember I asked you a question, who would you pick? Because you know she's
Yeah.
your source. She's your she is your ankh in this thing called love and infinity.
I I could agree with you to that. Yes, I could agree with you to that. You know, we did have a bond, like we did meet first. Like we do have a special connection that, you know, me and the other goddess don't have when it comes to just our vibe, you know, but you know, like there's a connection that me and the other goddess have as well that me and Zoe don't have, but it's more of an intellectual, mental type of thing. You know what I mean? It's like when you have a great conversation with the person on like an intellectual knowledge build and 3 hours go by and you be like, shit, like that shit felt like 20 minutes.
Right.
You know, like that's how it be, you know what I mean? But with Zoe, like shit, we be going to the park, walks, you know, hanging out, listening to music, vibing, painting, and Ty be going by flat, you know, fast too. So it's just like two different dimensions that I be operating in, you know. But I mean, I could agree with your assessment. Yeah.
Do you,
I mean, if I yeah, because I would
who's the better dancer?
Zoe, no doubt.
Oh, Zoe's the better dancer.
Yes,
Who's the
yeah, she's way
funniest?
better dancer. Yeah.
Who's the funniest?
Uh, I would have to say Zoe is the funniest one.
Okay, who's the best
Yeah,
cook?
she's more funny.
Who's the best cook?
Best cook, I would have to say Delina because she's an actual chef. Like she's an actual chef.
Okay, who is a better teacher of knowledge to your children? I think I know this one. It's the second one.
Uh, when it comes to like knowledge and like history and information about the world and chemistry and biology, yeah, you know she's really good at that. But when it comes to more social dynamic, more social skills, I
Right.
would say is a little bit more advanced in that skill. You know, like in that so in that sphere, she's more skilled. Yeah.
Right.
So another question that's floating right now:
Mhm.
financially, how does it work? Do y'all have equal responsibilities? Is it primarily your
No.
responsibility? Like how does that
Yes.
get split between y'all?
So it's more like 70, 15, 15, if that's the best way that I can put it. You know, is I pay about 70% of the bills, it's 70% of the food, 70% of gas, everything, the majority, and they pay about 15%. But they're also working, you know, full time as well, and they're stacking their bread. They're investing in their own businesses and the things that they want to do. Is always paying off her school loans and stuff like that. So, uh, you know, it's about 70, 15, 15, if I can give you a number, like perspective.
Okay. Um. Wow.
Do you
Okay.
plan on with and you said that there's a possibility of adding a third later on once you find the right person, you know, if the situation presents itself.
Yeah.
With the amount of children that you have that you plan on having, is there a plan to homeschool, to put them in public school,
Yes.
private school? How does the education, how do you plan on
So
working?
we're planning on homeschooling them at least until middle school age, maybe until freshman year of high school. Is the reason why like also like homeschool is a big deal to me. You know, is making sure that they understand, you know, that that is is taught in the American public school isn't the real truth about what actually happened to our community, to our people worldwide. You know, it's it's a sanitized version, you know, that they want you to believe, you know, and I don't even talk about CTR, you know, and that whole, you know, stuff like that. I'm talking about just, you know, the information about Nat Turner, the information about the Gullah Wars, the information about, the Black Seminoles, the Comanches, Jean-Jacques, you know, just information about, you know,
Right.
stuff like that. That's not taught in school systems. So to make sure that my children have that, is polygamy, I think is a great way because the only person I can trust to raise my children is the like people that, you know, that that I'm like I won't say intimate with, but that I know on that like certain type of level. Like so, like for example, like I'll teach 2 subjects or a subject an hour a day, 2 hours a day. Then Zoe would teach a 2-hour subject, or a class for an hour, then another class for an hour, 2 subjects, and the other goddess would teach 2 subjects. So you still have about a 6-hour day for them in school, but you have 6 subjects. It's depending on what homeschool curriculum that we do with the state or Texas or whatever we decide to do. That's how we're gonna apply it. But that's how we're gonna basically separate homeschooling and stuff like that. We're definitely gonna homeschool.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like your story seems like so on point. I just want to ask the ladies in your life what the like how do they feel about the situation? Moving forward, do you think monogamy outside of your situation in general is monogamy natural?
No, not in this country. No.
Not in this country, but what about this? It's not natural in this country, right?
No.
Is
This first world isn't natural. Like the way that we live in
right.
today's society isn't natural to like how other civilizations lived. Like the ability to be able to get something like that,
Right.
is like not natural to this planet. You know what I mean? So it's
Right.
to operate in this first world and worlds like this.
Wait, hold on.
I would
Hold on. Who's Annalisa? She tried to come up. I don't know Annalisa. Why didn't she come up? That was 8. Annalisa, you're more than welcome to come up. Can you please come up, my love? Please, Flower. We would like to hear your opinions because everybody knows you. I don't really know you, and I would like to introduce myself to you. My name is King, and I'm a good person. I'm not a bad person. I would like to hear your comments, please. Thank you. Okay, sorry.
Okay. It's gonna be here like 15, 20 minutes. So
yeah, I want to hear Anna because they talking about her and they talking about tread lightly. Shout out to Chris, my brother. I just want to know who she is. I don't know her, and I know they love her. So please cam up because last time someone didn't cam up and they show naked pictures and shit get shut down. We trying to prevent that from happening. This is just a fact. So it's nothing against you, Anna. Thank you, Flower, for hopefully you understand me. And if you are an attractive woman, you definitely listen to me. At least most attractive women listen to me. I don't know if they don't listen to me, that's on them. Thank you.
okay, but I'm sorry. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
King. So like, because I believe that it's natural for us to be polygamous, not in the first world. So if you were living, like how our ancestors were, like you were on a brand new planet, and let's say it was you, a couple men, but let's say majority women, right? And you were the hunter, you were the, like the person that got the biggest, cow, man, you made all the bows, like you were that, bro, like you were the chief, you know what I mean?
Right.
Are you telling me you wouldn't want to create more of you to be able to help your tribe?
I mean, I'm very selective who I give my legacy to.
Yes.
You're able to find 2 women that you wanted to give your legacy to. I haven't found one.
Yes.
I thought I did, but I haven't found one. I give my heart to any woman. You feel me?
Yeah.
But my legacy, I can't do it because this is a decision for me.
I feel you.
My legacy is forever, right? Jay-Z, give my heart to a woman, not for nothing, ever macking, that whole song, right?
Yeah.
Forever macking, whatever. Me is more so give my legacy to a woman, not for nothing, because I don't want to give my legacy to anybody. You feel me?
I agree. I definitely agree with that.
But you found 2 people, and that's what, 100 watts.
So real quick, this is a great conversation. King, I fuck with you a long way. I always appreciate you when you let me come up here. I gotta tend to my kid real quick. I'm going to continue listening because I want to learn. I'm here to learn.
Right.
And your perspective, Kalu, your perspective is something I have no experience in, so I want to be able to learn some more. Because I'm not one of the type of people that like to judge people and the shit that they do. I want to understand. I have no experience in it, so I can't tell you.
What comment? Oh, I can't hear you. Can't hear you, 100 watts. You sound low.
Okay, so I don't have the experience in what it is that you're doing, so I want to learn. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna continue listening. I'm gonna take care of this kid. But King, keep doing what you're doing, my brother. And I will check y'all soon.
All right, thank you. What comment did Annalisa make about that was distasteful? Because I didn't see the comment. What did she say that was distasteful? Shout out to Tristan. What's good? What comment did she make? Because I'm confused. Where is she at? Because I want to know. Because we want to address this issue. He's a guest in the garden, and he deserves respect. A lot of people come and say, it's not people that come up here. They're not brave enough to come up here. So we got to give them respect. Oh, she said the BMs are sad. Well, Anna, no disrespect. Your avatar, you look attractive in your avatar, but we don't know how you look in real life, right? And his baby mothers to me are attractive, and they're pretty for him. They're gorgeous for him. So we don't really want to talk about people with baby mothers like that because that's kind of personal. And they're not sad. That's a choice they made. Maybe it might not align with your personal thoughts, but maybe you should come up here and tell people why it doesn't align with your personal thoughts, and then have a intellectual debate, because I hear so many good things about you in regard to debates. But we don't want to talk down on people. That's not something I really do unless they attack me first. And like I said, I would love for you to come up here. At any time you want to. I appreciate you. I didn't know who you was, and I didn't want any issues. So please come up here if you do want to come, if you feel comfortable, and I promise you will be treated with respect. I promise you that. With that being said, Black BM is short for Black Men King. Oh, BM is short for Black men. Black men are sad. I'm sorry. Yeah. Black men are sad. Sorry for that. Why are Black men sad? Why are Black men sad, and Alicia?
I'm assuming because maybe the polygamy thing. Right. But it's to speak on that real quick. It's to me, I feel like if a lot of women were already raised with what, our ancestors, we're already practicing or familiar with it.
Right.
Then think about it. If you're a second baby mama, right, and you understand polygamy, you know what I mean? It's like so many issues could have been avoided when it comes to the Black family, Black men not, having to pay child support, Black men having the police called on them. If the idea of polygamy was just prevalent within our community, you know what I mean? Because if you would think about it, if I'm because I only have, my queen's pregnant right now, so I only have, one baby mama, but there's some dudes who have 2 or 3. That's a polygamous relationship. You know what I mean? It's just, if you have a Western lens on it, it looks like, oh, he just has 1 baby or 3 baby mamas. But if you add a traditional or, a non, Western lens, he has 3 wives and a family.
This is what I'm trying to say. Kalu, you say this, how you think you're not in a polygamous relationship when your girlfriend has a baby father that treats her well? You're in a polygamous relationship.
Yes.
You're not, and so they get mad when you want a polygamous relationship, but they can have their baby fathers because they're not having sex with their baby father. They think it's not polygamous. It's still intimate.
Yes.
It's still intimate. So I don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
Anna, I hope I didn't scare you off. Anna, please come up. I don't want to ask again. I don't like begging a woman. You are worth it though, but please come up and let's have this debate. And since they vouching for you, don't have to put your camera up. You don't have to cam up. You could just come up. Let me know what's going on. Somebody put the thank you, Loverboy Lens.
Any type of conversation.
Okay, thank you. It's BM, not it's Black men, not baby mama. I'm sorry. I'm straight from Brooklyn. I went to Ivy League, everything. I'm not computer savvy. I just found out what 304 meant 2 weeks ago. I didn't know any of that stuff. So bear with me. I'm cultured, but I'm not technologically savvy. You feel what I'm saying? So can who's come? Is she coming up or not? Because I'm not gonna. I keep on asking this amazing flower to come up. This is ridiculous. It could have been a fake person. I don't know. Well, it's life.
And
with that being said, no, he said Tiffany Downs is all about the kids. Tiffany Downs, you're right. It's all about the kids, but here's the problem, Tiffany. That's the whole point. Not every polygamous relationship is based on sex. It's based on functionality. If more than one adult is taking care of a child and working together for the benefit of one child, that is a polygamous relationship. It's a relationship. It has nothing to do with sex. Even if it's a polyamorous relationship, deals with love, loving more than one person.
Listen, facts.
Right? So let's say maybe it's not polygamous, but it's polyamorous. You love more than one person because it benefits your child. So you are in a polyamorous relationship. It's a poly relationship. It's a community raising that child. Your thing froze, Kalu. So I don't want to. People always say, "Oh,
so
well, we're not."
Is a caterpillar not a butterfly? Just
Word.
what I mean?
You froze. You froze. Your picture is froze, Kalu.
Oh, can you hear me?
Right. Aisha said you can love your family and friends.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yo, hold up. Anna, who's Anna? Y'all say she be on Lapeef's show getting busy? Is she a regular over there? Because I'm trying to figure this out. And don't get twisted. One of the people, if the baby mama said, I want the baby father to sex me, he's going to sex her. Trust me. Trust me. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Don't. Please. I want to see she cooked them, but she won't. Why she ain't coming here to cook him or cook me? I'm trying to figure this out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, cool. And so I want to say this too. Like when it comes to like polygamous relationships, you got to understand it's not for everybody. And I tell people this all the time. Like, if you're a guy that's not willing to put in the work, if you're a guy that's not willing to look at himself and what he can do to improve himself, then it's not for you. Right. You know what I mean? If you're a dude that's not going to do it the right way or take it serious and try to really build a family, because to me, if you're not trying to build a family or really trying to build wealth using polygamy, then don't use it all in this first world. You know what I mean? So I'm not an advocate to where every black man needs to do it, because not every black man needs to do it. You know, but for the ones that want to practice it, for the ones that feel it within them to do it, just make sure that you're doing it the right way. And that's just for the betterment of, you know, like people who want to do it, you know, because when I became polygamous, everybody compared me to these cult leaders, to Nature Boy, to all these dudes the wrong way. And it's just like, I'm nothing like them. I'm my own individual. And it's like, you know, if you are polygamous, you do like a polygamous man, you have to be responsible with how you carry yourself and your relationship online, because if you're doing it the wrong way, I'm telling you, the light will come and man, like you will be exposed, you know? So, man, you just have to make sure like you're doing it the right way.
Right. Okay. It's crazy to me because, like I said, we have men that have multiple women. And women might not live with those women. Women might not sleep with the men at the same time, but they are aware that their man has another woman, but they deny they're not in polygamous. You feel me? Like it's just weird to me, right? We need to be a little bit more honest and transparent about what's going on. I know women who only deal with one man sexually, but do you deal with one man emotionally and financially? That's monogamous. That's what monogamous is. It hits every realm. I deal with one man for one thing. No, I deal with one man for everything. What y'all ladies do is compartmentalize. Y'all deal with one man for this and one man for that. Kind of like what Kalu says. One is good at this, one is good at that, but all together we're good at everything. And I respect that. Be real. Let's not fight it. So for moving forward, I'm not saying I'm polygamous or polyamorous, but I'm definitely going to say at the end of the day, like, for you to request monogamy for me, are you good at everything I need you to be good in? Are you really good at everything I need you to be good in? Because if I'm not good at everything you need me to be good in, then go and find someone else. I say cheating is when you go outside your relationship and bring nothing back. If you go outside your relationship and bring something back, then you are in a you're in a relationship that have multiple people, because they all benefit from working together. You're just conditioned, you're just indoctrinated into thinking that monogamy, and y'all not even good enough for yourselves, let alone one person. How many women here can actually say they can handle everything a man needs? And how many men can say they can actually handle what a woman needs? You have few men like Kalu who can do that. So he shouldn't be judged. He shouldn't be judged. Please, let's not judge people because you can't do what they do. Is polygamy workable in the real modern day world? I don't know,
Yes.
CC. I don't know, because I associate marriage with money, but he associates marriage with values, principles, and traditional African ways. So it's a different conversation. It's a different conversation. I'm not knocking him though, because that's how they really lived. That's how they really lived. It's funny how they don't think that he can handle more than one woman when your pastors be having all y'all women in the church. Let's talk about it. Let's fucking talk about it. Let's talk about how the pastor having 800, 200, 500 people under his twain. And out of 500, 200 people, 10 of them are sleeping with him, and 5 of them are doing other things unimaginable. And they know he has a wife. So let's not play these games like we don't know what goes on in our community. Huh?
Bro, that's straight facts, bro. And even like is the comment earlier that brought about children. Let's talk about the family perspective, because is to me, yes, it looks nice. I mean, it looks cool. Everywhere I go, bro, people turn their heads. Dudes are giving me thumbs up. Literally, like everywhere I go. That looks cool. Being and enjoying the presence and the love language and what they have to offer me and what I have to offer them. Yeah, that's good as well. But the family is more important. Like, think about what my son is gonna see growing up when he sees me tending to 2 women from 2 different backgrounds, being able to express myself not only in one love language but also in another love language, being able to tend and treat my goddesses with respect and show them that I'm the man that they have picked and still want. He's gonna take all those values and those those characteristics, and if he wants to practice like polygamy, then I'm gonna let him. But if he wants to practice monogamy, then he has the tools necessary, because he's seen me do it with 2 different women, to be able to treat that one woman with everything that he has. You know what I mean? Now imagine if I had a daughter instead of my son. She's watching one man being able to tend to 2 different women, is take care of them, satisfy them in everything that they need to be happy, and being able to provide. She's going to know what type of characteristics that she needs in a man, because she watched her dad take care of 2 women. So if you can't even take care of half a woman, then you ain't shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like, we're not even looking about it like how it could be beneficial to the children in the relationship. You know what I mean? In the family unit, on that perspective. Are these chicks younger? So I'm 26. Zoe's 25, about to be 26. And Delina, she's 23. So we're like all kind of around the same age, I guess.
Okay. 25, 26, same age. Do you think you could do that with older women? Could you you don't care because you want children, so you wouldn't date older women anyway.
Well, yeah, I want children, but if I think I personally could, because I offer things that, yes, I offer a decent amount of money. It's not the greatest, but I offer things outside of money, being able to build my hands, being able to take care of the yard, being able to mow the yard, being able to paint, being able to create, being able to make music. There's a bunch of stuff that I do artistically and creatively, even via social media and things like that. Like, I just do a lot. Plus, I'm heavily in research when it comes to a lot of the things that I talk about and study. So I offer a lot just outside of the necessary provider, financial role that I feel like a lot of older women will like and enjoy. But, me personally, I'm trying to do it with the family. So I wouldn't waste my time, trying to have that relationship with the older woman. I will let her deal with the guy that, and find a guy that, is right for her, if that makes sense. Like I'm not selfish, bro. I don't want to take and want Harlems of women, like women everywhere. I take what I, what I can get, and then I let the rest for everybody else, if that makes sense.
Okay. I don't think that's the real Annalisa. I don't think. Is this the same Annalisa with 53,000 subscribers? I don't think that's the real Annalisa. So let's not give her props until she shows her face. But if that is the real Annalisa, I think you're a cutie. But knock it off. If you come on this stage, have respect. You are a cutie, though. You are a flower, but don't do that. Come and speak your mind, my love. Thank you. What else is going on? I think that you expressed everything that we needed to hear. I also think that at the end of the day, we actually dispelled the myth that polygamy doesn't work, but it has to be honest. We know that monogamy is not natural on a biological sense, maybe on a in regards to ego and emotions, maybe, but on biological it's not. Because like I said, women and men have the same urges. It's just that what are you disciplined to? Are you disciplined enough to refuse your urges in order for the greater good of your family and your community? I dropped the link like 1,000,000 times. Like, I'm confused. Like, how many times y'all treating her like what's going on? I don't know who she is, man. I just looked at her thing just now to find out that, but I don't know. I told her I want to be her friend. I don't know who she is. I dropped the link. What else you want me to do? Look, that's the link. What she want me to do? Get on. Hey, because they love you. I don't know what it is. They love you. What's it? Dispel StreamYard? That's the link. That's the link, boo-boo. Thank you. I hope this is you. Let me see. If it's not her voice, let me know so I could drop her. Good evening, Anna. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening, Anna. How are you?
Peace and love.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Is that her voice? Hold on, Anna. I'm sorry. God, is that her voice? I want to make sure because we've been getting a lot of people that's not really official, Anna, so I apologize. Please don't take offense. Is that her voice? Can you say hello, Anna, again, please? Hello?
Pardon me?
Would you mind saying hello again? Because I want to make sure that, oh, it's her. They say it's you. Because a lot of times we be getting people that do the fake pictures and stuff like that. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think first of all, for you to have said you dispelled any notion with respect to polygamy, that's kind of a joke. And for Kulu, or however you pronounce that name, for you to be up here on this, so I have a question for you specifically.
Yes.
Well, for me?
First of all, you guys understand that monogamy is a system. You guys, I'm not really sure if you understand. It's a system. These are systems. We're not talking about promiscuity, which is really what Black men are interested in. We're talking about a system. Marriage is monogamy. It is a system. Polygamy is a system. We're not talking about sexual behavior, social behavior. We're talking about political and legal systems.
Right.
Does everybody understand that?
Yeah, we understand it, but I want to say one thing. When did you jump into the conversation? Because a lot of times people jump into the conversation without full context. Because in the beginning, I gave definitions of monogamy.
Right, I jumped in when I started hearing this guy talking.
Okay, so that's why. So you don't have full context. So let me give you a little background myself. I am a graduate of Columbia University and Boston College. So before I do anything, even though I tend to go on the ignorant level at times, before I do anything, I give out definitions of what I'm talking about. And we did talk about monogamy being an institution, and we did talk about its benefits to society. So,
no, that's fine.
Okay,
but I want to talk to
you a little bit, and I understand where you're coming from, but I just want to clear up that we did give definitions of it.
No, that's fine. I want to. Well, you may be giving the definitions, but your application is incorrect. Because if you're giving those definitions, you couldn't possibly have the position that you have. Does
Well,
anybody
this is
know
what
where
I have.
monogamy
I didn't say
came
my
from?
position,
Hold on, I want to talk to Kulu.
Okay.
Kulu, do you know where the system of monogamy came from? Do you know who pushed monogamy?
No, explain it to me, please.
No, it was men. It was men. Men wanted.
Was it black men? Was it black men?
That system. Hold on.
Was it black men who pushed it?
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Men pushed monogamy. They
Yes.
wanted monogamy.
Yes.
Because in a world where not the average man doesn't have access to the most beautiful, the most fertile women,
Yes.
well, what happens to them, right?
Yes.
So monogamy benefits men. This
Yes.
is why the system has been implemented. You understand that?
No.
Now, I want to know how you could think polygamy as a system is beneficial to a group of men who are the least educated,
Yes.
who have the least amount of provisions,
Yes.
who have globally the least amount of protection for themselves and their offspring. How could polygamy possibly work? Do you have how much money do you have? How much money do you really
Wait,
need?
no, hold on. Hey. Wait till she finishes and you can rebuttal because we want to be respectful. Are you done? Hey, I don't want to disrespect you.
No, I'm trying to understand the social economics of it, because unless you're really making bread.
Right.
And when I say bread, I'm talking 7 figures.
Yes.
6 figures, depending on where you live, is peanuts. It really depends on where you live.
Absolutely.
So don't talk, I'm a 6-figure man, I'm 6 feet tall. Yeah, none of that matters.
Right.
How much money do you have to support more than one woman, more than one child? First of all, how does polygamy benefit a group of men who are at the bottom socioeconomically, academically, morally? How?
Right. So I want to say one thing. Once again, in the beginning, I did say if we were to practice polygamy, most men will be left out. This is what I'm saying. You jumped in after I said the key points that you're actually saying right now. Right? This is what I'm saying. You came out of context a little bit because I did say that. If we were to practice polygamy, I'll probably be getting most of the girls because I did graduate Ivy League. I do make that money. And I live in New York City and I do live very well. But he has a great point because he's basing polygamy on African values. So y'all can have your conversation. I just want to let you know, I did bring that point up. So I found a little bit
right, but he just said that I heard him say verbatim that if only the in the Black community or the African American community, if only they understood how beneficial polygamy was. And he said something to the effect of they're calling police on the fathers and child support. What does any of that have to do with anything? And I'm specifically talking to Kulu.
Okay,
I'm talking to Kulu.
Can I answer your question? So if those women were already formal to the idea or informed about the idea of polygamy, and that's something that we practice within our culture, then the police wouldn't have got called because those women would be in a polygamous relationship. You know what I mean? Those men would still be able to see their children, right? There would be no child support.
No, sorry. Explain it again. I'm so sorry. Explain it again. Start again. Okay. I've never do you know what you're saying?
Yes, and
right. So
black
you're saying
men didn't vote.
Polygamy.
Black men didn't want monogamy. Black men didn't vote.
Something's wrong with you.
Black men didn't vote for monogamy. Are you hear me? Like you say, men.
I need you to start over.
When did black men push?
She said start over, Kalu.
Yes. Okay. So
go ahead, Kalu. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So what I said about if our Black community was already informed and already practicing a polygamous culture, okay, this idea of the baby mama finding out that her baby daddy cheated on him and her calling the police and child support, the breakups wouldn't have happened. There'd be so many black men
saying that
would not be locked up right now if polygamy was prevalent within the Black community.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. So you're saying that monogamy. So one man, one woman in the home raising the child in a North American society and construct. You're saying that is less beneficial than a polygamous system? Is that and you're basing that based off of social dynamics, baby mamas, and how do you create a baby mama? You don't marry the woman. So why don't you just marry her so that you don't create baby mothers and there's no issues in the first place? Why don't you, if you're going to procreate with her, you should marry her, right? She's good enough to procreate with, but not good enough to marry. Make it make sense. That you're not qualifying what you're saying. That polygamy isn't any more beneficial than monogamy. You're talking about people making decisions that are poor. Men not marrying the women that they're procreating with. This is what you're saying. You're saying, well, you know, the baby mamas wouldn't complain. Basically, essentially, if they knew that they were sharing their baby fathers.
Okay.
Right, but that's not the problem in the Black community. The problem is the men are not raising their children and they're not marrying their women. That's the issue that's pervasive in the Black community. You know that, right?
Yeah, and Lisa, so I agree with you. As a 41-year-old man, I've never been married. I don't have kids, and I don't want to have kids outside of marriage. So I agree with you. But someone on the chat, if you look, they're saying that you're a single mom, so you're being a hypocrite. I didn't say it. They said it. Is that true?
I'm not. First of all, I'm not entertaining a faceless, nameless degenerate in the chat. I'm going to have the conversation with him. Okay. He can have the conversation with me, or I'll have the dialogue with you, and you can have the dialogue with me. I'm not going to relegate this to my personal life. It's none of your business. Right. But to be quite frank, attack my talking points. Focus on what I'm saying. Don't worry about my personal business. What business is it of yours? None. It's none of your business. Okay, but let's focus on the subject at hand. Okay, we're talking about polygamy versus monogamy, are we not?
And the reason I asked you that question because we tend to incorporate the questions from the chat room, the garden. But if you don't feel comfortable with that, cool. So let's focus on the subject at hand, right?
Right. That's what adults normally do. Children relegate to personal attacks. Adults have the conversation, right? We stick to the script.
Yeah, we're gonna get to a solution-based conversation. I appreciate you for being up.
No, this is not. I don't subscribe to solutions-based. It's disingenuous. It's intellectually dishonest. Let's just have a discord and see where it brings us. Let's not be so focused on solutions because there isn't a solution necessarily. So let's not be disingenuous.
Okay, no, I'm not being disingenuous. Not every solution is for everybody, but someone can gather through our conversation answers for their particular life. That's all.
That's fine. But I'm specifically talking to Kulu because it's utter myopia for you to be saying the issues in the Black community, right, that pervade the Black community are relegated to basically men pumping and dumping, right, creating baby mothers everywhere they go. Indiscriminately, mind you, and you're saying, well, if it was polygamous, problem solved. You can't even qualify that. Like you couldn't even make it make sense.
Well, women are choosing the guys who they're allowing to pump and dump. Right. So guys are forcefully
and the men are choosing the women. The men are choosing the women. But if you leave your bodily fluids in your own body and you don't inject them in hers, there's no baby. You understand how conception works, right? Keep your bodily fluids where they belong, or wear a condom.
But where does the first domino fall?
Women are not in control of your sexual reproductive organs.
Anna, I'm sorry.
Women are not in control. Women should not have to police men's reproductive organs. This argument's ridiculous. This is biology, people.
Anna, just for out of respect and Kalu, we want to hear both points because you have great points. So we don't want to talk. We don't want anybody talking over anybody, right?
Okay, well, but you know what I'm realizing though. Right. I'm realizing that he might not be my intellectual equal, so I might not even be able to have this conversation with him. That's the reality. Right. I might have to have this conversation with you, and it's not because you're a graduate from an Ivy League college. Right. You're a little bit older. Maybe you have a little bit more experience. Yes. You don't have the bandwidth to have this conversation, and I understand you feel like you're in a position and a position of authority to have the conversation, but you're not there yet. I can tell you're not there yet. So I'm going to spare you and I'll have the conversation with somebody else.
That's very disrespectful, first of all.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm sorry you feel that way.
No, that's not how I feel. That's a fact. I mean, to say that you think that you're more intellectually... You don't have the bandwidth to have this conversation with me. That's the fact. Man, can you stop from cutting me off? Can you stop from cutting me off? Because see, what you're doing is called an ad hominem attack. You can't argue my facts. So you're attacking my intellect, my character.
I already argued your fact, and I realize you're not.
No, you didn't argue your fact.
You're not worth having discord with, sir. I'm coming to the realization. So I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm realizing that I can't have this conversation with you. I thought that I could, and
interrupting me after every sentence that I say.
and trying to hyper focus on what I said without allowing me to finish my point.
Right. Well, now I'm
Minister,
switching
a
gears,
simple
and I want to have a
debating tactic that
conversation
you're
with a
trying to
man.
do.
So I'm just
Well,
gonna.
we're talking about polygamy, and you asked me a question. I
But you
haven't
don't truly
finished
understand
answering my
polygamy.
question.
Why am I
Yes,
gonna
I
have a
do.
conversation with someone who thinks
I'm in a
polygamy
polygamous
is about
relationship for
baby
almost 3
mamas
years
and
now.
and
3 years
arguing
now,
about
man.
baby fathers? I'm not having a
Ma'am,
conversation with somebody
ma'am,
who relegates
ma'am,
polygamy to those
ma'am.
social
I'm
interactions.
currently
It's
in a polygamous
ridiculous.
relationship, ma'am.
Ridiculous.
I've been in a relationship for almost 3 years now.
Sir,
So what are you
you don't
talking
have
about?
them. Listen, I'm not having this conversation with you. If you want me to continue having this conversation with you, you're not going to like it. So either you're going to respect what I'm saying when I say I'm going to keep it moving and have the conversation with men, or you're not.
Is he Tristan? Is that Tristan?
Like, this is ridiculous.
So she want to talk about facts and biology. Let's talk about biology, right? The male hypothalamus is 2.5 times bigger than the female's hypothalamus, ma'am. Do you know what that is connected to?
So
Yes or
we're
no?
talking about conception.
Yes or no?
Sir.
Biology. The
If you don't want
hypothalamus.
to
Do you know what
impregnate a
that's
woman,
connected to?
put a condom on.
Do you know what that's connected to?
Put a condom on.
The hypothalamus
Put your
is
DNA
connected
in your
to sexual
hand.
behavior
Throw
and
it in the
sexual
garbage where it
dynamics.
really and truly
Ma'am,
belongs.
ma'am. The
You don't
male
want a baby.
hypothalamus
The onus is
is 2
entirely on
points. So
you.
you want to
Hey, my
talk
legs are
about being
open right now. Guess
intellectual,
what? I'm not
but
getting
you can't
pregnant.
even debate
Hey, my legs
biology.
are
You
wide
can't even
open right
debate
now. Guess
biology.
what? I'm not getting pregnant.
Ma'am.
Like,
Yelling
sort
and
yourself. I'm done. I'm not
and
having a
over talking is
conversation.
not
So we're gonna keep it moving. Yeah, I'm done.
Hold on, please, because I want to say one thing. Khalud, thank you for being up here and being fearless and telling us your truth. And Anna, thank you for coming up, because before you came up, I will have to say everybody was vouching for you and they love you and they said you are a fierce debater. But I would love to hear both individual points, because they say you're a fierce debater. That's what they've been saying the whole time, right? Before you even came up here. And I would love to hear both points, and then you destroy him and your viewpoints, because you overpower him vocally, sonically. I would love to hear your viewpoints, because I do respect your opinion. There's nothing more attractive to me than an intelligent woman. So would you mind just letting him speak, and then you can go and destroy his points, because you know you can. If you can't, it's okay. I understand, but I will appreciate that.
That's fine. I would appreciate if I could have this conversation and it be intellectually honest.
Yeah.
And I can't have that conversation with him. I have made my. I listen. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this.
Yeah.
I know who I'm dealing with at all times. I'm online at all times. I overstand. I'm not gonna have this conversation with him. He's not there. He thinks he's there. He's not. That's the reality.
Hey, Anna. I want to say, like, after you and Kalu is done, me and you should have a dialogue. As you know, I've been trying to have a dialogue with you for a while now, and I like your viewpoints. But yeah, let's continue the conversation.
Thank you. Anything, Tristan, you have to say before the conversation goes? And what I would like for Kalu to do, because he is a guest, and I respect him like I respect everybody. Kalu, after Tristan is done, can you say your viewpoints? Give us 2 viewpoints why polygamy is substantial to our community, and then Anna, you have the floor. So Tristan, you have anything to say?
I'm just observant at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So Kalu, 2 quick points. Undisturbed. Let's make it like 30 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, yes. So for my first point, men, we're biologically designed. Our hypothalamus, the way our internal organs are designed, even in our brain, it wired differently via our genetic, our sex organ. And this is Stanford medicine. Y'all go pull this up on Stanford website. They talk about our sex organ is controlling the way that we think. Men and women process language differently. Our brains work differently, right? Our biology is completely different. So polygamy is going to be different when it comes to man's perspective versus a woman's perspective. Okay. So I just want to start off with that point, right? So
yes,
my first point is that if polygamy was prevalent and we were practicing within our culture already, a lot of these issues with side chicks, having another baby mama, having multiple children out of wedlock, all this stuff wouldn't exist. There would be black men that wouldn't be in prison today if polygamy was something that our culture already practiced. How many black men got the police called on them and were, supposed to pay child support and couldn't afford it because of the job, right? How many black men, right, have got into situations to where, the police got called on them and they got arrested for bullshit or got shot or killed because they were dealing with issues with the side chick. This stuff would be avoided if polygamy was already prevalent within our community, but it's not. That's the only point that I was making on that.
Okay.
Right, and exactly.
Your turn, Anna,
Exactly.
Anna's your turn. Thank you so much.
No. I'm not doing this. Did you hear how myopic those talking points are for me to attack? For me, I'm belittling myself to entertain it, to take it on. You understand what the issues truly are in the black community?
Yes.
You're basically, what you're trying to do is you're trying to shirk the accountability and responsibility of men who are pumping and dumping, not taking care of their children, who have the lowest marriage rate and the highest divorce rate. Make that make sense. Listen, men are not victims. Black men are not victims. Black women are being killed every 4 to 5 hours.
Wow.
And this is my purview. I say this over and over. I know the research. I've done the research. I know the data. Black women underreport. So all these black men that are in jail because of black women, it should be more. It should be substantially more. Black women we're conditioned and we're socialized to underreport crime and violence against ourselves. What do you mean? That's not the problem.
So, since you know statistics,
need to be accountable. What do you like?
Hold on.
I'm done. I'm done with him. I'm done with him.
No, who's down there? Who came up? Because I missed you. I'm sorry. Who was down there?
I didn't see anybody come up.
Okay, I told somebody come up. If that person, I apologize, I didn't see you. Please come up again. Thank you. Okay, so clearly there's a disagreement between two people on the stage. No,
but clearly, King. Wait, hold on. Who subscribes to what this guy's saying? Who really and truly believes that polygamy is going to assuage or alleviate absenteeism in the black family, low marriage rates? Who really and truly believes that? I need a show of hands. So, and for real.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you.
Sheree said that was her.
Who? Sheree, come back up, please. I didn't see you. What I was going to say is, I'm a big component with my personal life. I don't think that monogamy is natural, but I know for me and my generational wealth and legacy, I have to practice monogamy.
Okay, monogamy. First of all,
no. I said I have to practice monogamy for what I want to do with generational wealth.
It's more beneficial for you too. Yeah, don't leave that part out.
No, Anna, I didn't.
It's more beneficial for you too. It's more advantageous. Be honest.
Anna, I said that in the beginning. I definitely said that in the beginning.
Okay, but King, can I say something to you? Because this is the sort of the line of delineation that I'm struggling with, right?
Okay.
You're using the word monogamy, and you should be using the word promiscuity. Okay, because monogamy is a system where a man and a woman or two partners, people, they're married. It's a system.
Yes.
You're describing promiscuity. You're saying men are not naturally built to pair. You're ultimately saying that black men are not naturally, and I'm not even going to hold you. I don't even care about that. I really don't care about that. But if we're talking about what is most beneficial to the black community, it is not going to be polygamy. If let's look at it socioeconomically speaking.
Right.
Black men have the least amount of protection and provisions. If you want to carry on in an advantageous, successful polygamous relationship and family dynamic system unit, you need to have bread. You need to be in the 1%. Do you understand that if you're taking this lifestyle on, you're responsible for how 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lives.
Anna, I would like to ask you a question. Bear with me one minute. So Anna, you are 100% right. Socioeconomically, we have to practice monogamy in our community. But here's the issue, and please help me with this. There are not enough qualified men for qualified women in our community. So what's the answer now?
Why don't black men become more educated? Why don't black men meet black women where they are and then try to surpass them?
Who's raising those?
No. When I say I agree with you, Anna, but the numbers are still not even.
No. And I'll bring it. You said solutions based, and here's a solution: black men do better. How about that?
Well,
black men, and it's so simple. It's so simple, really and truly. Black men if you don't like the position that you're in, if you don't have access to the women that you want, I don't know, maybe do better. I don't know, maybe acquire some education.
Right.
I don't
He's
know,
right.
maybe get a better job. I don't know, maybe go to therapy.
No,
Like,
right.
what do you
Anna,
mean?
you're not hearing what I'm saying though. Anna, if every black man did what you just said, there's still not enough of us to go around.
There will still be 3 million more black women than black men.
Right. You get what I'm saying, Anna? If we did everything you said, we became more educated, we became more nurturing, we became more rich, we married every woman that we dealt with. One woman, there would be some woman left out.
Will never be married.
So what do you suggest?
In that circumstance, well, first of all, that's across all racial lines,
Yes,
all
you're
cultures,
right.
all communities. There's
You're
always
right.
more women than men, and there should be. But in that instance, what you're seeing right now, specifically with Black women, you're seeing an influx of interracial dating among Black women. And it's growing very slowly, but very steadily. And it's very successful. As a
You
matter
don't
of
think
fact,
that's
Black women
propaganda?
interracially dating have the highest success rates as it stands now.
Okay.
So that's what Black women need to do.
Okay. Well,
For me, because I've studied a lot of Anna's talking points, and the reason why I agree, the reason why I wanted to have a conversation with her, because the one thing I feel like we both agree on, if we don't agree on anything else, is a lot of the issues that happen in our communities fall at the feet of men. They just fall right at the feet of men. So the first time I really did a reaction on her, it was her saying the same exact things, and people in the chat didn't like her tone, et cetera, et cetera. But the truth is, she was saying a lot of different truths, and that is true. I mean, for the last we did about 4 or 5 shows in the last week or so, maybe 2 weeks, about men not being able to afford women, not being able to keep women because of money, et cetera. Basically, money correlating with submissiveness. So like, we know that she's right. At the end of the day, a lot of the issues that happen with Black men, if this was any other conversation, Anna wasn't here and it was all just men, we were saying, man, how do you get more beautiful, more attractive, badder bees, or whatever you want to call it? All of us men would say, get more money, put yourself in a different class, boss up, basically. That's basically what what she's saying. Even the conversation that I've heard her have about Pookie and Ray Rays, and how men get online and talk about Pookie and Ray Ray, but they're not policing them. They're not making laws. They're not making any policies. They're not creating any solutions. Right. But to stick on topic, I do agree with her ultimately that men having multiple women, marrying multiple women, is not the solution. That wasn't the solution that, like, in Black Wall Street, at the most prosperous time for Black people, that wasn't what was happening. Black men were marrying Black women and having Black families. We call that now a nuclear family. Shout out to Sheree. Sheree, she did a show about that, about bringing nuclear families back. So I think that's more of the main solution that I would bring up. And ultimately, I think that's what Anna was saying.
What I want to say to this, and before Sheree goes and takes over the panel, because we want her to, what happens is I love Kalu, but I kind of lean towards Anna. But I want to say, Anna, everything you're saying is to me, it resonates. Not everything, majority of it resonates. But I wish you could just be with your tone. I wish you could just talk to Kalu a little bit nice. Like, come on.
No, you don't have to, brother.
Like,
I shouldn't have to.
Anna, you can't. I feel you can do whatever you want because you're your own person. But when you have so many great points, I wish you didn't come at him so harsh and constant, and he was still respectful to you, like a man.
But you know why? Because in this YouTube cesspool,
right.
the number of Black men that I deal with, and the intellectual dishonesty,
yes.
the lies, the narratives, it's enough to really make you want to just run into traffic. That's like it's a problem in the Black YouTube space. It's a problem. So you know what ends up happening? What ends up happening is, I don't have the patience. I don't have the bandwidth. I have to be honest with you guys. I don't have the patience. If I feel that you and I are intellectual equals and we can have this conversation, I can tone it down. I can be respectful. I have autonomy. I have agency. I know how to regulate my emotions and my tone. I don't need anybody to police that. But it's a conscious choice that I make. With individuals, I know that can't have the conversation, so I don't really care how I approach you or how I deal with you. And with individuals that I know I can have the conversation with, like, I've been here and I've done that. It's a problem. I'm not going to coddle or baby or police my tone or be submissive.
Right.
Is this
No, I don't
better?
want
Do
to
you
be
like this?
submissive.
Do you like
Anna,
my tone?
Anna,
No,
Anna,
slap yourself. I don't
Anna,
care
Anna,
what tone you
Anna,
like. It's
Anna,
served to you cold. If you don't like it, I don't know what to
I
tell
know,
you.
Anna, I don't want you to be submissive. I just want you as an intellectual to exercise grace. That's all. That's all. But so let's, Sheree, would you mind going, please? Thank you.
Hello, panel. How are you guys doing?
Hey, what's
Good.
up?
Hey, I see Mr. O dropped in. How you doing, Mr. O? Good? All right. You muted. This
How you
sounded good.
doing,
I saw you
Sheree? It's
said
good to see you again.
good. I, I was listening to I'm doing great. How are you doing, Darrell? Am I a little bit am I
Delayed?
choppy because I'm borderline?
Yeah,
Yeah, because I could tell I'm borderline struggle streaming.
yeah.
Okay. I heard a lot of what was going on, and I understand. I actually understand both points. Her point is, how can we bring in a whole nother form of mentality that would not fix an issue that we've been having for years? Made a lot of sense. Though I still understand Kulu's point of view as well. Though I think bringing in issues of baby fathers and those kind of things, bring those in, and I think that's probably what triggered Anna, because bringing those in kind of negates that, as if it's not a responsibility on men to do what they still need to do. Though I understand him saying that it does exist in a culture where we were snatched from. If you go to Africa, a lot of cultures do practice polygamy. It is not a foreign thing. However, to bring it to America wouldn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense because we were not raised that way. So for him to find people who live and practice that makes sense for him. I know people who practice that because they were able to find people who agree with them. It's not a foreign thing. I think sometimes when people push their ideology because they know it works for them onto others is when the clash happens. Though I think we just need to understand that I have a cousin who has him in his home right now, and that's how he lives. And it's normal for them. I know other people who have the same thing. I myself, I understand that it's not for me. I was not raised that way. Nobody taught me to be that way. So I'm not, just like a lot of American women here, period. So for us, if we start to just understand that some people live a different way, it's cool. I just understand also where Anna came from with the heat because of what Cool did. At another standpoint, I agree with her arguments. Her energy just brought forth a lot of hostility in the comment section because calling our Black men sad doesn't fit well with us. And then trying to argue their standpoints without allowing them to at least complete their statements. If we're going to have a conversation, we have to at least be able to listen first and then speak. So I think that we should just understand that everybody just comes from a different place, and let's just talk about it, because his point isn't necessarily wrong. He just was wrong in an area that that she had information to tell him about. You get what I'm saying? Which is fair. That's fair. So yeah, I just wish let's just, that's over there. That's over there. Let's just talk about it.
Mr. O?
Wait, can I respond to her very quickly?
Oh, yeah, yes, you can, Anna. Sorry.
So I think my position in all of this is I'm looking at the macro, and I feel like Kulu is focusing on the micro, which most Black men do. And this is why, and this will always be my position.
What?
And nobody's going to change my mind. Black men are sad. Their mentality is sad. It's a disgrace, quite frankly. And it's because they focus on the self. They focus on myopia. They focus on the micro versus the macro. So if we're going to say, hey, polygamy works for him as an individual, well, I'm looking at the macro and I want to discuss what works for the Black community as a whole so that we can change the socioeconomic trajectory, right? Because our trajectory, economically speaking, is underclass status permanently. That's good. And it's going to be purgatory, really and truly. So that's my position. My position is I'm looking at the macro, I'm looking at the esoteric, I'm looking at the overall picture, and polygamy in the Black community in this society, whether you want to believe that we were dragged here, we weren't sold by our own people, whatever your belief system is fine. But my position is looking overall at the picture, it is not going to solve the problem in the Black community. I'm thinking of the Black community. I'm thinking of it in 50 years from now. And I can guarantee you, it's not going to work. It's going to be a drop in the ocean, if that. Black men are extremely,
I agree with her.
They're motivated by they think of themselves, and that's why the Black community is in the state that it's in.
Okay,
I would like to respond.
Hold on, one at a time. Kalu, and then Mr. O, please.
I'm being misrepresented. I didn't say that polygamy is the answer to save the Black community. Okay, I didn't say that that was the issues. Obviously, we know what happened when the factory jobs left Chicago, left New York, left all the other places to go overseas. What that left Black men in a state of. Like, I know all that shit. So that's not what I'm saying. Is polygamy is the issue. I was arguing how there could be a bunch of Black men who wouldn't be in jail or suffering.
Yeah, you're wrong. No, I'm not gonna let you do that. You're wrong. You are wrong. Can I finish my point?
You are wrong. I can overtalk you, but then that would make me seem emotional, right? But I'm not gonna let you run with this. Can I speak, man? You said Black. You're wrong. No, because you said that there should be more Black men locked up.
Leave it alone.
No. Ma'am, can I finish my point? Ma'am, can I finish my point?
Cut it out. You're being dishonest.
This is what happens when you lose an argument. This is what happens when people lose an argument. They try to overtalk.
Let's try to go.
It's not even going to help baby mamas and baby fathers get along better.
Listen.
Let's try to go one at a time.
Hold on.
Can I finish my point?
Hold on. I want y'all to go back and forth, right? But make Mr. O go first before y'all go back and forth. Mr. O, say what you have to say, please. Thank you.
I'm not familiar with Anna or Kalu, but I think that you need to be mindful that you're not just talking to Kalu, and Kalu, you're not just talking to Anna, but we're having these conversations so that people that are listening can learn. And nobody's gonna learn anything but take anything away from this but the argument. He presented himself well by saying he could make the argument and then made his statement. He's not saying that it's law. He's just saying he can support his stance on it, and then you can give yours. And I think if you do it like that, then we can get somewhere with this conversation, because I know King trying to drive his car.
But that's the thing, though. He thinks that she's more intellectually better than me, so she's not gonna, be open to letting me speak.
I am.
Like,
and I am because you look at your belief system, sir. Look at your belief system. You're telling me that Black men being in jail, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It has nothing to do with polygamy and monogamy. Nothing. And you have nothing, no statistical evidence to substantiate or bolster your point.
I was just about to say that.
Leave it alone.
Kalu, Anna, just if I may moderate, just Annalicia. That's fine. Annalicia. Listen, I'm not Kalu. None of that stuff bothers me. I'm here to have a genuine conversation with you. You know that because I sought you out for weeks now. But Kalu, I would say this: if you want to have a conversation with Annalicia, then you need to bring complete facts, because as I studied this woman for months now, ever since, you have to present an argument based with nothing but facts. It can't be emotion. It can't be what
facts did I leave out, brother? Because
no, I'm not saying you didn't, brother.
50% of marriages in this country are divorced. 80% of those come from women. 90% of those are college educated women. Why? No. Let's talk numbers.
Cause of divorce?
No, let's talk numbers. Let's talk about numbers. Money.
What is the number one cause of divorce? Money. And what do Black men have the least of out of all groups of men? It's money, sir.
What do you mean?
If you compare
us to the Mexican, man in Mexico, we make way more money than the
Black men.
No, listen,
the least
the Black men.
Money, sir.
Ma'am, that's when your facts are wrong. Your facts are wrong,
sir.
Compare us to other countries.
Somebody tell me.
No. See, she wants to compare us to other ethnicities within this country. Compare us to other countries. Compare us to the North Korean man. It's compare us to the Chinese man. Compare us to the Mexican man in Mexico.
They have more money than you.
So you're saying
they have more infrastructure
no,
than you.
They don't.
Have more power than you. Do you understand?
The Mexican man in Mexico does not have more financial power than the black man here in America. No, they don't.
That's what I'm saying. He's
Man,
not honest.
you don't have the
He's
facts,
not
man. You
honest.
don't
He's
have the
not
facts.
smart. No, I'm done.
You don't have
I'm
the
done. I don't
facts.
care if I'm rude.
You
I
don't
don't
have the
care if I'm out
facts.
of line.
Go
Yeah,
look
I'm
up how
done.
much the middle
I'm
class
done.
man makes in Mexico versus
You
how
want
much
to
the middle
compare
class
black
black
men to
man
other
makes in
groups of men?
America.
You're not in a
No,
position, sir.
no, because you're
You're not
comparing
in a
us to
position,
other
sir.
groups of man.
Black
Your
men
statistics are
socioeconomically
false.
are at the bottom. You can't talk to right now. Asian men are colonizing Africa as we speak. Colonizing Africa.
I said
The way that
Mexico,
the
brother.
French have been
I
colonizing
said Mexico.
Africa for millennia.
I said
You are
Mexico.
in no position to
I
talk
said
because
Mexico.
polygamy
I
is
said
the
Mexico.
answer. There's
Also
no correlation
India.
between polygamy and jail. I want you to draw the correlation right now for me between polygamy and black men going to jail.
Stop pushing the goalposts.
Mind you, majority of black men are in jail for weed. By the way, do you know that? You've done that
We're
research
talking
too?
economics, ma'am. You said that
this
black
guy?
men
No,
are
I'm done.
economically below.
He's not
Compare us to compare us to other men in other countries. We're not at the bottom. That's false.
Oh.
See, that's false.
Yeah, but Annalicia is talking about blacks in America, though. Like we can't talk about any other country right now.
No, yes, we can
I'm
because
talking about blacks in North America. In the Western world,
African American black men
you're at the
make
bottom,
more
and
money.
I can assure you
Yes,
that polygamy is not going to keep you out of jail. Like, yo, stop it.
Listen,
stop
man.
What's
Let
wrong
me
with this
finish.
kid? Yo, stop.
African American men make more money.
Can I ask you a question, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Anna, please. I know you don't want to expert. What city and state are you from?
For me?
No, Anna. Because you said already. You said you were from Texas. You live in Texas right now. Anna, would you mind what city and state are you from? Hello?
The amount of death threats that I get on a daily basis.
Oh, no.
No.
I'm saying just the state. You could just give me a state.
No, I cannot. You know what I can give you?
Yeah.
I can give you facts, and that's about it. Anything relegated to my personal life, please forget about it. Forget about it. Move on.
Listen, and Anna, you know, there's no beef between me and you. I'm
right, but you need to tell Kulu to stop. He's making you guys look bad. Do you understand?
How am I making black men look bad?
You don't. I told you, draw the correlation. Help me. Walk me through it. Draw the correlation between polygamy and black men going to jail.
That's not what we're debating, man. That's not what we're debating. You're changing the argument.
No. That's
you said black men are economically at the bottom.
You said in the black community, black men are going to jail over baby mamas and baby dramas and child support and
is that not true?
Draw the correlation. Is that not true? Between monogamy versus
yes or no?
and black men in jail. Draw the correlation. That was your argument.
That wasn't my argument. That wasn't my argument, man. That wasn't my argument.
That was your argument.
That was not my argument.
That is verbatim what you said.
That was not my argument, man. That wasn't my argument.
This guy's not smart. You make you guys look stupid.
No, you make yourself look stupid, and I can prove it.
You're not my equal.
Mr. O, hold on, Mr. O.
She's misandrous, brother. She's misandrous. She hates men.
Mr. O, let me ask you a question.
No, you know what I am? I don't like people who are not smart.
Mr. O, let me ask you a question, Mr. O, please. The question to you: do you think monogamy is the silver bullet for the issues we have in our community?
No, I don't think that's what we can put a starting point on it, but I don't think that's where it should be.
Why?
I don't think you have anything.
Why don't you think monogamy is something that is imperative for our community to have?
It's not imperative. Okay.
How we want to live our lives sexually? Are we talking about how we want to structure our lives?
Right, exactly. So black men are focused on promiscuity. Other groups of men are focused. Do you see the problem?
Okay, Mr. O, would you finish for your statement, please?
Yeah, so I'm saying, are we arguing the point of how we want to live our lives sexually, or how we want to structure our lives to build something or create something as a race?
The latter.
Right, of course. Why are you focused on your sexual access, or why wouldn't you be focused on building upward mobility, generational wealth, a legacy, all of those things that you can do and only do truly through monogamy? Why? Like, why would you have a conversation about the former?
I came
why would
in
you
and
even
they
focus
talking
about
about
promiscuity?
guys sowing their seeds, and this is where y'all were arguing at the point when I came into it, when I started watching. Y'all were talking about sex and like guys having babies everywhere, and it's irresponsible and all that. But So that's why I was asking, like, where was the basis of this conversation coming from?
Okay, so
Because
for me, obviously for everybody, it's going to be different. For me, I'm looking at the macro. I'm looking at the overall picture and the esoteric, right? The more nuanced. I'm not worried about how many women men can have sex with. That's what you guys worry about, and that's why you're at the bottom, right? That's what Black men worry about, and that's why the Black community is where it is, right? So
we're talking about
let's call it what it is.
Americans,
That's
right?
the reality. You're
Black
worried about
Americans.
promiscuity versus monogamy, which is a system in which two people are married within, and they build generational wealth within that system. They build upward mobility within that system. So you know what? You worry about what you're going to worry about, and that's why I'm saying I can't have the conversation with people. It's like it's really like
wait, hold on, Anna. You said something very important here, so I'm going to ask you a trick question. You said monogamy is a system of two people getting together to build something of substance or more, right? Does that even mean our brothers and sisters in the rainbow community? Do you count them?
What's the rain? What's that?
No,
Are you talking about the LGBTQ?
we can't say we said we can't. They say I can't use certain terms on it. That's why they.
Are you talking about the LGBTQ community?
Yes.
And the question that you're asking me is, should they be able to get married?
No, I didn't ask that question. I said, is the rule that you have for Black men and women apply to them as well?
Monogamy?
Yes.
I don't care about the.
You can't do that.
No. Let her speak.
Who are you to tell me what I can and cannot do? You stop yourself. Enough with you already.
Man, monogamy has a definition. It's about sex. Why is it?
Monogamy is a system. It's marriage. Monogamy is a system. It is literally a system.
Monogamy, though.
It's a system, sir. Just like racism is a system. It's the same concept.
Man, this is turning.
And I don't know anything about the LGBTQ. I'm not going to pretend like I'm well versed in all of that. I don't really care, to be honest with you.
But you're talking about the system, though.
I'm talking about the Black community.
Are they not part of it? No.
Wait, hold on. What happened between Il Doctor and Loverboy Lensky? They like my two boys. What happened?
Nah, they
What's going on? What's going on in the garden? It's getting crazy. Anna, you got it lit today. The garden never fights. What happened?
Listen, I'm not trying to fight with anybody. I'm not trying to. Honestly, I'm trying to focus on a more substantial conversation, and I really want to have the conversation. But the thing is, I'm going to get worked up if people like me try to address me. Just leave me alone.
And it's not your fault, but you know, first chef and king breakup. Now every day I wake up, somebody got a problem with Mo.
Yo.
Then Jen and King breakup, and every day I wake up, somebody got a problem with Mo.
Wait, you lying? What?
I have a question to her. Oh, my bad, Kulu. I just want to pose a quick question to Annalisa. Can you come listen? I would like to hear the solutions that you believe that Black men should have for the Black community. You know what I'm saying? However you want to say it is whatever, but that's all I really want to like. That's what we here for. The solutions.
So you want solutions?
Yes, please.
So the first thing I'm going to say to you, and I don't want you to take this disrespectfully, although if you do, it is what it is. But when men specifically, so here's what I'll say, and this is the point of reference that I'll usually use. When other groups of men went around colonizing the world, and I studied history, so I know I have like a little bit of insight, a little bit of knowledge. When other groups of men went around, colonized the world, and they invaded, they raped, they pillaged, what they weren't doing was looking to their female counterpart for suggestions and tips on, hey honey, how should we wipe the indigenous people out? Should we use smallpox? Should we use aggressive assimilation? What do you think? I think that when men are having conversations and like solutions-based conversation, and remember, I came in, I'm like, I'm not giving solutions because honestly, like, I feel like men should be having conversations with other men to figure out what the solutions are. But I know what the problems are in the Black community. I also feel like based on what other groups of men are doing within the Western world, what's been working for millennia, I think there's a blueprint that you could very easily follow and be successful in. Like, it's not that hard. Black men want to be victims. They want to cry and act like it's so hard.
Me and Jen didn't break up, by the way. We didn't break up. I'm just joking. Go ahead.
But it's not that hard. So that's
I agree
the
with
first
you.
thing that I'll say to you. I feel like Black men should be policing other Black men. They should be protecting Black women and children, protecting their communities. I think that interracial dating is a problem, more and most prevalent among Black men. They date out at the highest clip of all groups of men, and so that's a problem in and of itself. Some of the solutions, it's your mentality. Black men have the worst mentality of any man that I have ever had the displeasure of encountering.
Anna, what's going on? What's going on? What happened? People say it's not just ill doctrine. Somebody, role play said the moderators are acting out of control. What happened? I love my moderator. What's going on?
I have no idea. But when it comes to the Black community, I think that Black men, they need to be accountable, right? Heavy is the head that wears the heavy is the head that wears the crown, right? We all know what that means. Accountability and leadership are inextricably linked. You cannot separate accountability and leadership, accountability and power. You can't. You just can't. So I think that the first thing that Black men need to do, which they have not done, they will not do, is take accountability for the state of the Black community, for the state of the Black man, for the state of the Black family, for the state. Like, just be accountable. Just start there, and then look at yourself. A lot of Black men are very individually focused. They're extremely individual minded. They're not community minded. They're not that's why Black men, they all want to come up here and say, hey, I'm different, I'm educated, I'm a good Black man.
She gave
but
a false
they don't
statement.
want to police the Pookie and Ray Rays.
She said Black men.
Hold
on. Let's let her finish.
And Lisa, hold on. She said you made a false statement. What false statement did she make, Lou?
Because she said Black men statistically are the most likely to marry outside the race, when actually it's Asian Americans are, and then followed by Latinos. And we're actually used to be the least likely.
See,
right here.
You're looking at athletes and entertainers, and you think that's speaking
first of all, you don't know how to interpret data. That's not
most
data.
Black people
That's
are
not
race
data.
loyal.
I want to see some graphs. I want to see some bars. That's not real data. And as a portion of the population, they date out at the highest clip. Do you know what that means?
You're just looking at athletes and entertainers when you say that.
This is a P research document.
Speak for
But do you know what it means to be a portion of the population? Do you know what that means?
So
apples and apples. Do you know what
portion
that
of
means?
our population that date out.
But
do you know what that means?
It's a small portion of our population that date out. That's accurate.
28% of Asian Americans marry outside of their own race. When 28.6% Latinos and 70% African Americans, and 9%.
How many more of them are there than Black men?
You could just go to blackdemographics.com and get those statistics.
How many more of them are there versus Black men?
How many more of who? Asians, Latinos, Asian men?
No, Asian. Look at Asian men. Look at Asian men.
Let me pull it up for you real quick.
Now you're gonna let her beat you with the laws of averages? Oh,
she said.
I don't know, because I'm gonna prove a point here. I'm gonna let her think that she's making a point, and I'm gonna show her right here.
I'm just listening to her, and I'm like, she's making points, but it's like she's just saying laws of averages, though.
No, but if you're gonna qualify something, it has to be apples to apples. It has to be the same numbers.
But you can't.
We have
more Asians. Their percentage is gonna be higher. That's what I'm saying. A portion of the population. That's what I'm saying. You guys don't really understand data. I had to take data and statistics. I get it. It's not an easy course.
Time out.
You think you're a mathematician. Like
time out. As somebody who's actually a data engineer that works.
And what does the engineer have to do with statistics?
No. You just said I can't read data. Did you not say that?
Right. And I'm telling you that doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about.
Stop strong arming me. Relax.
I don't have to strong arm you. You're a little dog. Like you're not that smart. Keep reading, but you're not that smart.
First of all,
she's insecure right now.
You gotta relax. And second of all,
no, listen, put some bass in your voice. I can't even hear you. I'm done with you.
She being insecure, bro.
Whoa.
Next
That,
up.
so those are some of the things that, and that's what I'm saying. You see, you
Now,
see this
stop,
side. You see
stop,
what I'm saying?
stop,
I'm
stop,
talking
stop.
about accountability.
No,
and
no,
he's coming
no,
here talking about,
no,
oh, but
no,
black men
no,
are not dating out as
no.
much. Oh, but black men.
I just
Listen
told you,
to
man.
them.
hold
It's
on.
a
Hold
She stated a
on.
problem.
false
Let's
statement.
just have a
Hold on.
conversation. Get back to the data, guys. Let's go ahead and do that.
She stated a false statement,
First of all,
and
she
that's all I
Oh,
spoke
no,
about.
no.
sense.
We're not gonna police her statement. Let's just bring our facts to the tables. Let's just do that.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, go ahead, Tristan.
All right.
Thank
So
you.
no, I'm just gonna pull up everything else. So what are we talking about? We talking about North America or American black men? Anna, I'm letting
North
you set the
America.
table. North America. Okay.
Yo, is the beef in the garden done now? Because I don't want Ill and Loverboy Lensky to be beefing. What happened? Why are they beefing for? I didn't even see anything.
Yeah, I didn't see nothing either.
No, Tristan, continue with your data, please.
Daryl, it sounds like you have some data. It sounds like you want to try to shoulder check me. Why don't you say it? You sound ready.
No, Anna, no, that's not the case. I wasn't here to shoulder check you.
No, but I know that you don't believe that. I know you also don't believe that black men date out at the highest clip as a portion of the. I know you don't believe that. Do you believe
Will
that?
make you. To be honest, I never really thought about that because I think that that's something that's not really that's not consequential to like black men ruling, as we talked about earlier.
You don't think interracial dating has a detrimental effect on the black community? Okay, then if that is your position, sir, that's a problem. And this is what I'm saying. Like, everybody comes up here like they're so conscious, and they're worried about the black community. Interracial
But
dating,
I never
and you
said
know what?
that.
You
There
don't
was
care
a
about
study
the
about
black
interracial
community.
dating.
Hold on. I can address Anna myself.
Hold on. Because there was a study about interracial dating. Hold on.
Okay.
It's the Pew Research.
I mean, if you want to debate me on interracial data, and I just say that, but I never came up here to turn on my mic to talk to you about fucking interracial dating. What I came up here to talk about is what men should be doing as far as policies. These things actually matter, in my opinion. But I was listening.
Black men should be marrying black women. That's the answer. That is a viable solution.
Anna,
Hold on.
We marry black women.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure black men.
Hold on, you guys. Does anybody know what majority of black men in North America don't even get married? They don't even get married.
Would you marry me?
Stop copying a plea and talking about, oh, black men. You get married at the lowest.
Would you marry
get divorced at the highest and married at the lowest? Like, stop.
Anna, would you marry me?
Oh my God! Like, you guys, it's ridiculous, man. Black men are marriage-minded.
Anna, hold on. Before anybody else address Anna, I want to continue to address Anna. If you're gonna present stats with me, the same thing I did to Kulu, please pull them up. You can't just say shit.
I'm on my phone. I can't pull anything up. I'm on my phone. I can't. If you want to have a conversation with me, as soon as I come out of my screen, I'm off the StreamYards. I'm on my phone.
That's her whole platform. She doesn't like black men, and you guys are just.
No, I don't like you. Go run into traffic and slap yourself. Run into traffic, sir. Run into traffic, sir.
Y'all had a whole discussion with Kulu that was great the whole night. He was giving his perspective. Whether you disagree with it or not, it was a great discussion. He was respectful.
I don't care about what you have to say.
I understand. Yeah, exactly. Y'all go check out. Can I just say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go check out her channel. She literally has episodes where it's 8 hours long of her joking on black men and saying that the darker they are, the dumber they are. So all this stuff. Hold on.
You said that?
You want me to make me a mind? I'll post the video right now, bro.
You know what's crazy?
You can tell based off her.
Hold on. Is that how she looked on in real life?
Yeah, she looks like that in real life. Yeah.
I ain't gonna front though. She was kind of feeling me though. Let's talk about that a little bit.
I feel you. Okay, but King, let's talk about that before we go any further. I got I told you. I got you a little bit, man. Like King, I got you, King. I got you.
Yeah, let me tell you how me break it down. 1, 2, 3, kid. Listen. I think she was killing me a little bit because she really didn't try to talk against me and like that. That's why I asked her, can she marry me and stuff like that? You know what I'm saying? But see, what happens is she just wants to be loved, man. We just want to love her, man.
All right, let me ask you. I know a little bit about her. I know a little bit about her.
Oh, word. Tell us about her.
Would you want a girl with a borderline personality disorder? This is coming from her mouth. I'll wait.
Okay, so from right here.
Exactly. I got it. Look, I understand having women up here, and that's beautiful. What you had yesterday was beautiful. I know you.
Wait. Well, hold on. First of all, Mo said that Ill Doctrine was talking crazy, and then that's why Loverboy and he blocked Rose Play.
She said drop
I
the
want to say
link
something,
to
please. Loverboy been with us since the beginning. Please show him respect. I appreciate Ill Doctrine every time he do a super chat for us, and we will love you for you to come on because you came in through Sherelle. You are Sherelle's best friend. I don't know why y'all beefing, but I definitely know that Loverboy Lenski is a good dude. You know, so I don't know what's going on. Hopefully I can straighten it out because I like everybody in here. It's just crazy that we had to come to this.
She said drop the link.
If he's protecting a flower,
Yo,
like,
King,
if he
put me on the
like Mo, then I'm not gonna go against him like that. But please, let's be respectful. Thank you. She's coming back, fellas. She's coming back now. So I think she's coming back, and hopefully she gets to answer my question because I would like to take her on a date. She's in Canada. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'd like to know how many years were you in medical school for you to give me that clinical diagnosis, sir? Guillermo?
You said it on a video.
I have never in my life told anybody, because it's not true, that I've been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Are you a nut? Guillermo?
You want somebody to pull it up?
Guillermo, are you a nut? You're a nut.
You want somebody to pull it up?
You can't come up here indiscriminately giving people a clinical diagnosis. You don't know me. You're a nut. And the fact that nobody policed you and nobody checked you, you're a nut.
I literally just said
you're a nut. You have a problem.
Okay.
You have a problem. I'm a social worker. I would know if I had borderline personality disorder.
You just said, are you a doctor? You can diagnose yourself now? What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, you're right. A perfect stranger can diagnose me better than I can diagnose myself. You're right. You're right.
Look at your behavior, man.
He knows my medical and mental health. He knows all my history. You're right.
You said it yourself, man.
A perfect stranger knows my history better than I know my own mental health. Yeah, you're right.
You said it.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
No, does she know Drake? She's from
Canada. So I have to be a doctor to know. Listen, yo, sir, run into traffic and just stop
so you're self-diagnosing yourself when you just told somebody, "Are you a doctor?" You're not a doctor.
This is why I can't have conversations with black men. They're not smart.
You're not smart either, man. You said you want to talk about the macro and then let's get nuanced. So you're talking about the macro.
Can I ask you a question?
She's hilarious.
Who do you think commits more crimes in America?
Yo, hold on. Let me ask her a question. And Annalisa, you just made me laugh with that one. But I want to ask you a serious question. Annalisa, they made a comment that you said in your show: the darker you are, the dumber you are as a black man. Is that true? That's what 1, 2, 3 kids said. You said.
Sorry.
1, 2, 3 kids.
They were she had a show where they were joking about. Somebody else joked on that, and they were.
No, but did she say it?
No, someone else said that on her show.
Oh, I thought you said she said, so she didn't say it. Okay. It's cool.
Listen, I don't care about what. So now we're analyzing my channel. Like,
no, I didn't.
What are we?
We analyzing
you. ADHD. It's all over the place. Like, focus.
Can I ask you?
You've been doing the most ADHD stuff all night. What are you talking about?
No, I've been qualifying everything I'm saying. Like, what are you talking about?
Man, ask you a question.
What you're talking about?
For baseline.
You don't know anything about polygamy. You're not smart.
Who do you think commits more crime in America? Black men or white men?
See, this is what it turns into. You see what it turns into?
No.
Black men come up here. They think
this is a baseline.
This is why I can't have conversations with black men. It can only be so productive because you guys get in your feelings. You guys get emotional. All the estrogen pumps out. Like, it's a problem. You cannot have a conversation.
Hold on, gentlemen. With all due respect, hold on, gentlemen. With all due respect, that's not true. You and I was having a cordial conversation, and then you kind of like just bombarded me into like the interracial conversation, into like almost like a fight. So that's not really true, Annalisa. That's not true at all.
It's first of all, it's Annalisa. And Daryl, second of all, I'm trying to tell you that interracial dating is absolutely detrimental to the Black community. It absolutely.
Then you can teach me that without us fighting, though, right?
Pardon?
You can teach me that without us fighting, correct?
Right? No, I'm not. But am I fighting you? Do you feel you feel attacked? You feel threatened?
It's a question. If you can, yes or no. I don't feel threatened, but
okay,
if
then we're
we
fine.
can,
If you don't feel threatened, then we can have the conversation.
Then let's do it. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine.
Right, go ahead.
Interracial dating unilaterally is detrimental to the Black community, and I'm surprised that this is new information for you, because if we're going to think about how money is transferred, how wealth is transferred, how is it transferred? From whom to whom?
Generational wealth.
From who? Who transfers generational wealth on?
Fathers,
right? That's right.
Correct.
So in an interracial relationship, who does a Black man transfer his wealth to? And where does that wealth eventually where does that wealth end up? Does it end up in the Black community if it's a white woman, or does it end up in the white community?
If he has a Black wife and Black children, and I get your point.
Right.
It's like
okay,
with Virgo
but if
Abloh.
it's a white woman, where does it end up?
In the white community.
Okay.
Correct.
So the last thing that the Black community needs is less wealth. That is the last thing that the Black community needs. They need as much generational wealth, communal wealth, as they can get their hands on. And interracial dating absolutely stops that. It impedes the community's ability to move upward, to build.
So, Annalisa, can we start
passing
on our wealth, please? Will you marry me?
Okay, I'm not going to do that. I don't like to be patronized. I'm already up here being disrespected. I'm trying to.
I'm dead serious.
He's shooting your shot.
I'm not shooting my shot. I'm telling her this is what we need to do. We want more marriage. I'm single. I'm intelligent. I'm wealthy. Would you marry me?
I'm actually still technically married. I can't marry anybody.
Okay, then we talk about it.
Oh my God.
Hold on. We have hold on. We having a serious conversation right now. So when that's over with, then we could talk about that, because I would like to pass my generational wealth to you and our children. That's all. So let me know. Thank you. You have to carry on.
Okay, let's get back to the conversation at hand.
Thank
you guys wanted to talk about solutions. I just gave you guys a lot of viable solutions, a lot of tangible solutions. All of them have been known to work. All of them have been proven to work for millennia in all cultures, among all societies, and all class systems, and all races. The issue that we're dealing with in the Black community is the mentality of it's Black men's mentality. They are individually focused. They're hypersexual. It's a problem. They lack accountability. They shirk a responsibility. They shirk accountability. They first of all, they're not marriage minded. They're not community minded. These are the issues that pervade the Black community. They always have. And Daryl, you said to me that you wanted to read what did you want to read with me on a live?
You discussed that you wanted to read the Moynihan report with Jonathan.
Right. You said you want to read the Moynihan report, right?
Yes. If you want to read that one,
because the Moynihan report seems to be the dust buckets Bible. It seems to be the degenerates Bible.
I agree with you. With you.
And this is why I'm saying they're not smart, because they don't understand that the Moynihan report is an indictment of Black men's mentality, their antisocial behavior, and their degeneracy. It is an indictment. But they don't realize that. Because they don't really, I don't know, the reading level, I don't know where it's at right now. I don't know. I don't know the rates of high school graduates. I don't know where it's at right now. It's not great. But they don't even understand how to interpret. They don't even understand how to interpret a paragraph in the Moynihan report, let alone the summation of it. So if you would like to read that report with me, we can do that. We can absolutely do that, because it is an indictment.
I accept.
Okay, done. Whenever you're
before
free,
anybody
let
else
me know,
address,
and
Anna,
we'll coordinate and we'll make it happen. But my question
I will
is,
contact you, of course.
Damn.
Who thinks that polygamy is other than Hulu? Who thinks that polygamy is beneficial to the Black community?
I do not think that it's beneficial. I think that marriage is like traditional marriage is more beneficial. That's me, but that's where.
So the nuclear family, right?
There's not just one
Yes.
nuclear family though. There's multiple nuclear families.
Right, Hulu. We know your position already, Hulu. I said
It's not
other
about
than
that.
Hulu.
It's Kalu. It's Kalu.
believes that
But none of these
the
men have
black community,
actually
the black
been
community
in a
would benefit
polygamous
from polygamy
relationship.
as a
Wait,
system.
just ask it this. What's the data for polygamous relationships, how they are built in the US? Let's not talk about single
There is
baby
no data.
daddies and mamas. Let's talk about polygamous data on
Polygamy
polygamy.
is not even
There
legal
is no
Because
data.
nationwide. There's no
because
data.
the reason why
There's
polygamy
no data.
was done in yesteryear was to build up I'll say semi-nations, that build up big families that could support each other, right? You have kids who would go out, who would farm, who do different things and bring it back to the family, right? But where is the data on that? You can go to Utah, you can go to places that actually have it and break down the data versus talking about single black men that does not fit what Kulu was talking about. Has nothing to do
Here's
with
the problem with Guillermo. Here's the problem with
literally,
that.
Kulu
Here's
said
the problem with that.
Kulu said that he
No,
takes.
Here
Kulu
is the
tonight has
problem.
said.
You know why you
Kulu
can't do
tonight
that?
has said that he takes care
You
of
know
both.
why you can't do that?
Both his
Because it's
ladies.
not legal nationwide. It's first of all, it's not legal nationwide. The sample size is abysmal.
So you can't. Then why
The
are you
sample
trying
size
to
is
say how
abysmal.
that?
So
how
why you
it's
can't bring up
degenerate
any
for the black
data?
community? So then you can't use the argument that it's bad for the black community if you don't have the sample size to compare stats.
Exactly.
First of all, somebody on the panel already said that the black community is already operating under a polygamous system,
That's not a
i.e. more than one. No. Hold on.
It's a matrifocal system, man.
Let me finish.
It's a matrifocal system.
Let me finish.
It's a matrifocal system, man.
Polygamy insinuates family. We're not talking about people sleeping around and having babies willy-nilly. Kulu is in a family structure with two of his women and a child coming into place.
How does polygamy benefit
please
the
correct me
black
if I'm wrong.
community,
Kulu,
Guillermo?
correct me if I'm wrong. But didn't you say that the one who was pregnant, you said the African, I forgot, the Afro queen, whatever, she's with one part of your family or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So that's a family structure, right? That is a community, correct?
Right.
That is, you are not.
I said that it was beneficial for him as an individual. Guillermo, how is it beneficial for the black community?
You're not leaving her to the system, right?
Guillermo, how is it beneficial to the black community?
Order on this panel.
I can show you.
What Kulu was talking about is something different for what she's talking about.
Yes, I can. I can answer
to her
it.
channel. She likes to do this all the time. Please.
Nah, I've done my research on her, brother.
Hold on. Let's not focus on her character. Let's just focus on
No.
conversations and points.
Darrell, you have to, because you know why, Darrell? You my dude, son. But if it was Anton, bro, you would kill him for the same things. If he said the same things she has said, you would kill him. So let's keep the same
it's still a
I don't
woman.
care what any of you guys think
I can tell you right now.
Nobody cares.
Polygamy
How is
benefits black
polygamy
women.
beneficial to the black community in 2022?
I can explain to you right now. I can explain to you right now.
Polygamy is beneficial
I can explain,
to the
ma'am.
black
Can I explain it to
community
you right now?
I've not called him
2022.
B. I have not
Can I explain it to
You're
you
talking
right now?
about agriculture. We do not
Ma'am.
exist in an agricultural society
She
anymore.
said
brother,
We
hold
have
on. Let me
evolved. We have moved away
let
from
me
that
cook it real quick,
system.
bro.
How is it
No, hold
beneficial
on.
today?
Just let me say this. Okay, hold on, Anna. Just let me say this. When me and her had our discourse, whether I thought she was a racist, no matter what I thought about her, we was able to have a civil discourse. That's like the West. If Anton came on here right fucking now, and we've done it before, no matter what the fuck I think about him, we would have a civil discourse. We definitely wouldn't be yelling back and forth at each other. That was the only point I really wanted to make before y'all went off. I was gonna say, let's prove to her that black men can have that civil discourse, so she won't be able to say, this is what black men act like.
Right, Daryl. I can have a conversation with you, Daryl. I can have a conversation with King, and that's it. So that's what I'm saying to you, King. I'm gonna make my exit because I don't want to be screaming. I don't like this. I don't like this.
Girls, dude.
I don't like this. I'm trying to have a conversation. So unless I'm having a one-on-one conversation with Daryl or King, because no one has the capacity to have the conversation, I don't want to have the conversation.
You can't talk about polygamy with men who've never practiced polygamy before, ma'am. That's like trying to talk about mechanics with a non-mechanic. Like you have to have this conversation with actually men who practiced polygamy before and have done it successfully.
No,
you just can't have it.
I did it, but not in the same. I did it. You include polygamy.
I'm not saying you, bro.
Do they have to live in the same house?
And that's why we have Mr. O here too.
Because Mr. O practices polygamy.
I was gonna say I'm in a polygamous relationship right now.
No one has answered my question. I have a question, and it's for either King
can I
and
answer
it's
it?
for Daryl.
Can Mr. O answer it, please?
Yeah, sure. So O, King, or Daryl. My question to you is now.
I
Today.
nominate Mr. O, please, and then
Now
you
that we
direct
have
the
moved,
question just to Mr. O.
first
Thank
of all,
you.
it's not this. We're not an agricultural. We're not an agricultural. We don't exist in that system anymore. Farmers are not. We're not. It's not the 1920s. So you're talking about having kids to farm. We're moving away from that. We're not farming. Everything
I
is done
literally
on
said that
the
why they
largest
did it
scale.
back then. I
Everything
didn't
is
say
mass
they do
production.
it for farming now.
First of all, second of all, in
You're not even arguing the
2022,
points, man.
I need to know how polygamy is beneficial
I can show you
in
how.
the Western world, and under this system, the North American construct, under these systems that we are forced to operate within. I would like to know how it is beneficial. Polygamy in 2022, not 2020. I'm sorry, not 1920, 1930, 1940. No, we're living in the present, and I would like to know how in the Black community.
Answer. You said the question already.
No, Mr. O, can Mr. O answer?
So
yeah,
right,
sorry.
there's two things happening, like what she's saying and then what people are hearing. And like I think as it stands today, has polygamy been successful and been a benefit to our community? I don't think that those two align with the success of our community at all. The other perspective that we're missing, that we're not, I don't know if I talked about it or not, but like the title is Monogamy a Choice. And out of monogamy and polygamy, we're really just talking about our choice to be married to either one or the other. I think monogamy is just allowed together because most people have a circumstance when they would cheat or step outside of their partnership or relationship. So by definition, monogamy is not even this real thing. It's just something that we fantasize about. But nobody really is monogamous, which is why billions of people on this earth were populated by a select few men who have had Rolling Stone lives. Like, so that's just where we are today. Now we can always talk about fault, but what she's asking right now is for us to be accountable and acknowledge that there's a responsibility that still exists regardless of fault as to why we are behind as a race in the Western world. But what right now, what we need to do to push forward and actually make a dent in trying to catch up. And we just really have been like a selfish race of people to even have this conversation. So just be mindful that we're talking so that everybody can learn something, because they're here because they already acknowledge that there's a problem. And respectfully, you're welcome here, man.
That's what I'm talking about, Mr. O.
My guy.
That's what I'm talking about. How you feel about that, Annalisa, my love?
I take umbrage with nothing that he said. Honestly, my position is my position. We're not going to have a meeting of the minds, and I'm okay with that because we have different worldviews. That's fine. My only interest is where the trajectory of the Black community and Black women. Those to me are the biggest concerns, because those are the ones that are most susceptible and most vulnerable.
And I respect
because then you think about the Black community, it's comprised of women and children, right?
Yeah,
and if you think about the trajectory of the community, we're talking about socioeconomics, we're talking about morality, we're talking about socialization. It's a lot of different things.
Right.
So I don't have any issues with what he said. I don't want to play semantics with the monogamy versus polygamy.
Right.
I'm saying in this system today, in 2022, monogamy, and the thing is, monogamy has always been beneficial. This is why men pushed to implement that as a system. They said, no, you have to marry me. You have to marry me. I need access. I want a family. I want my legacy. I want to spread my genes. We need monogamy. We need one and one. Right? It was most beneficial for men. So this, and today, look where it's gotten other groups of men. Look where monogamy, I would say in a lot of instances, unilaterally, this is how you build generational wealth. If you look at academic attainment, if you look at children who come from a two-parent household, a nuclear household, where the two parents are married, because there are different dynamics. If you look at the children and their academic outcomes, they are substantially better. Their outcomes are better.
So
the generational wealth they're able to pass on is substantially higher. So these are systems that have the capacity to work if you're able to capitalize on them and utilize them. And that's my position. My position is that Black men need to marry Black women.
But like in theory, what she's saying, the theory about what you're saying makes a lot of sense. But what's synonymous with people who are in these poly relationships is they're intentional and they're very much more structured and they have more positive outcomes because it's a more honest relationship and it's based on something outside of an emotion. Emotion set to the side intentionally so that the business of the relationship is, and each person is implemented by a need to answer something for what they're trying to build. These are more structured people by just nature. So in
Mr. O,
theory, what you're saying is it makes sense, but by just nature of how we carry ourselves in today's world, like you say, 2022, most monogamous people are liars.
no, but hold on, Mr. O. So here's the problem that I have with what you're saying, and I understand you believe it. That's fine. You just said the business, right? You sort of drew the correlation between business and
Marriage
polygamy
being an
and
institution, right?
efficiency. What do businesses need? They need capital. They need money. So if we're going to talk about polygamy, we also have to talk about economics. We have to talk about money.
Yes.
And where do Black men fall on that spectrum? Where do they fall? How much money are they making? How many people are they truly able to support? And let's bear in mind, most Black people are living in inner cities. They're more expensive. Obviously, inflation. You have to take all of these things into account. If we're talking about polygamy, we're also talking about money, because like you said, it's business. There are business elements to every relationship, and money comes to the forefront of every business relationship. The second thing that I want to say to you is, once again, you're talking about the nature of things versus the theory of things. I'm not talking about things in theory. I'm talking about things in practice. I'm talking about things that have been applied to real people's lives, to communities, to societies, to historically speaking, and it has been beneficial. It has been beneficial. And the fruits of their labor, you can see that. You can see that. You can see who's getting educated. You can see who makes the most money. You can see who's community minded. You can see who gives back the most, who pumps the most money into the community.
Wait. Hold on. There's a big issue going on. Annalise, you would say everything on point, but we only have 86 likes. What the fuck is going on?
Wow.
What the fuck is going on? Because this is called virtual currency. Listen, don't be confused. Yes, I have a Rollie. Yes, I have a Cartier bracelet. I live in an expensive duplex in New York City. Yes, I travel the world. Yes, I just came from dinner by myself at a very beautiful restaurant. But I need virtual currency from people that's watching. Can we please get this to 100, please? Because Annalise is not going to marry me if I'm not making 7 million. I'm only making 200, and I'm not including my family's wealth. So work with me, please. Let's get to the currency up so I get this YouTube money so I can add it to my passive income, please. Because I can't live off my father's properties all my life. I can't. Please, let's work on this. And Lisa, give me 1 minute. I got to get them right so they can put the likes up. I apologize for interrupting you. All right. And thank you. I see you are getting your point across. I wish you wouldn't call my brother Kalu Halu, please.
Listen, I can have the discord. I can have the dialogue. It doesn't have to be rah. I can get my point across. It really depends on who I'm speaking with and the level of respect that I have for them. Honestly and truly, I don't have an issue with I don't have an issue with you. I don't have an issue with Daryl yet, but I like it's fine. It's honestly fine.
Yo, she's funny, man. You gotta love her, man. Listen, I ain't gonna front. Anna, can I ask 2 questions? Please don't take offense to this as we get the likes up, because I don't want them getting any of your valuable Jews until we get the likes up.
Okay, but is Mr. O he's gonna respond after?
Yeah,
right?
he's definitely gonna respond because I see I have a good exchange going on here.
Okay, thank you.
And he's a career military man, has his own business and everything. So please understand it. I see the connection there. But hold on, 2 questions as we wait for the likes to get to 100. Are we at 100 yet? Because I really want to hear this exchange. 2 questions. Anna, please don't take offense. What is your zodiac sign?
I'm a Taurus.
Okay. And the second thing, how tall are you?
Sorry?
How tall are you?
I'm 5'9". I'm tall.
Oh my fucking God. Come on, man. I need a tall son. Yo, let's get this shit popping, y'all. I'm getting a tall son. Anna looks good. She's argumentative. She's a little bit crazy, but she's smart and she's tall. Shout out to Anna. Are we at 100 likes yet? 94? Let's get 6 more likes.
Yeah,
Anna,
94,
you are so fly.
95.
And Canadian girls are some of the prettiest girls in the world, especially Toronto. You're not from Toronto, so I don't care. But Canadian girls are super fly. Thank you very much. By the way, do you know Drake?
Aubrey, not Drake.
Okay, so
I knew Aubrey.
Yeah, let me say why. Because in New York, right, I'm gonna give you a little thing. Because I'm 41, I'm about to be 42 March. In New York, if Fabulous, Mano, who else, and Drake didn't like try to talk to you, not pretty. By the way of it, he tried to talk to you. That solidifies you are pretty. I appreciate you for that. Oh yeah, my bad. I forgot one part. It's Fabulous, Mano, Drake, and King didn't talk to you. You're not pretty. So I'm giving you that stamp right now. You are officially pretty. All four of us try to talk to you. I'm convinced.
But do you think that do you think I'm smart? I don't care about
No. First of all, let me tell you something. I get pretty girls all the time. I don't care about that. I think you're fearless. That's what attracts me to you. You're fearless. Let's not forget about that, right? You are smart, but I don't know you too well. We're gonna figure that out. We have the whole year to figure this out. Valentine's is coming up.
Okay, then no. This is not a dating show. No.
No. It's not a date. No. It's not a dating show. But it's not a dating.
Let's go. We got it coming next week. Let's go.
It's not a dating show, but it's my channel, and everybody knows I'm trying to get married this year. If you don't want to marry me, it's cool. Let's say it.
Anna, sign them divorce papers and get with King. What are you waiting on?
Yeah, like come on, because you know what, Anna, we can have beautiful YouTube content creators running around this world.
Look, we see you smiling through
but
that.
Anna, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm short
smiling hard as hell right now.
I'm short compared to you. I'm 6'1", and you 5'9". So when you wear the heels, maybe you might not like that. I'm 6'1". You know, I'm 235 pounds. You know, muscles.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but anyway, Anna, don't ever take me seriously. I'm just joking. I'm so glad. I'm just so glad to make you calm down and be happy. This is a good channel, and we want to thank you for even coming, because from what I'm hearing, that you actually do have a great channel, even though it's not conducive to the promotion of Black men, but it's your truth, and I respect it. But I also want to let you know, if anytime you happen to land in New York, please contact me so I can make sure that you're protected and okay. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, Mr. O, let's go.
Mr. O, Mr. O, just because I know you're not going to remember the summation of my position. What I'm trying to say to you is, it's not that it works in theory, it's that it works in practice and application, and you could see the positive outcomes of the theory. You can see it. Right? You can see who's doing what in the world, right? Like you can see who's moving and shaking. You can see who's going where, right? Like whose trajectory is what. So it's not about theory. I don't want to try that. That kind of negates the reality of the situation. It's practice and it's application.
So like by definition of monogamy, most men that we're talking about who practice monogamy aren't really monogamous. Most men who have wealth, who have the means to take care of an outside kid, they do. Like a lot of people have had a lot kids all over the world, especially all over the community, especially if they were doing well for themselves. I think a lot of powerful men in this country, in this world, have always had like multiple wombs that they've had kids with. So although they may live like this monogamous lifestyle, I don't think that they really are, because like you used to find out about your siblings at funerals. But which is why I say like poly people are more structured and more keen to build something that will grow based on just their nature of how they structure.
No, so again, respectfully, we're having that. Those are two different arguments, right? I'm saying monogamy, and the context with which I'm using it is marriage. You're talking about promiscuity, right? When someone steps out of marriage, infidelity, promiscuity, those are separate from monogamy.
They're not monogamous if they do that.
No. Monogamy is a system of marriage. Monogamy it's a system. It's just two people. If someone steps out, that's promiscuity, right? That's infidelity. Oh, so it's two different arguments.
That's not the definition of monogamy, though. Monogamy, a practice or state of being married to one person at a time.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
The practice of a state of having sexual relationships with only one partner.
Right.
if
And
you
when
if
someone steps out of that, we're talking that you're talking about promiscuity. You're talking about infidelity. I'm just talking about marriage. I'm talking about one-on-one marriage.
Monogamous people wouldn't
You're
step
talking
out.
about behavior. You're talking about the behavior. I'm talking about the institution of monogamy and marriage.
What I
You're talking
mean,
about the behavior, so it's two different arguments.
but that's not the definition of monogamy. I guess that's what we're placing on it. We're putting too much weight on the term monogamy. That don't have anything to do with it, man. Like if you're having your way, if you got money, you're gonna sleep. You're gonna have multiple women that you're gonna have access to, and a lot of these men who have the means, this is how the world has billions of people. Because most men, like, if I take my group of friends and I bring them around, out of 5 or 6, maybe one of my homeboys will have like 11, 12 kids, right? 13. I got 2, and the rest I have none. But it's a select group of people who are having their way that are populating this planet. That's just what exists. And that's what it always exists. Every great man throughout history has always had multiple women and had babies with them. This is how the world is all over. Even in other countries, it's like this more prevalently than it is here. But on average, in this country, most people, it's probably safer for them to structure themselves under this monogamous umbrella
It's
because it
smarter.
gives them some type of structure, and it's maybe I guess it's all dialed in. They have it painted for you. Like, if you're monogamous, structure your life like this and you'll have success. Maybe that's safer. I always tell people when I start off talking about poly, don't do it. I'm not trying to glamorize it. It's not for everybody. Most men cannot manage even the mind of one woman, let alone many, and know what they need to actually grow something. So I don't think that it's popular for us to say that that's for everybody. And but for most people, average people, I guess it's safe to fall up under this monogamous umbrella.
No. Hold on. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's safe. I'm saying it's more pragmatic. It's more
practice.
advantageous. It's it's beneficial. That is what works in this system. If you're saying, oh, but we're naturally polygamous, you then go to Africa. Go to Africa, practice polygamy. Maybe even though they're still mostly colonized under by the Western world, mind you, and China,
Yeah.
you could see if it'll work out for you. But I'm saying here in North America, it is not advantageous to practice polygamy. It's just not. It's not. And especially for the group of men who are socioeconomically not doing well.
Well, like, as a people, we got a lot to overcome, man. Like, there's a lot that's been done, and if we want to date it back to something, we can go back to just not being men around to teach these things like in other cultures. This is one of the only cultures. I had an African man. This is perfect. I was at the jewelry store the other day, and this kid was lost, and he came up to me and said, "This is the only country where, like, because women don't really," he say, women don't really care about the kids that much like they fathers do, but in this country they take them away from them. Whereas, like, in all these other countries, the dads are heroes, and it's always projected that way. You have in this country where little boys would, like, I die for my mom, but say fuck that nigga to their dad. If I see him, I'll beat him up. And that is like the ideology of this Western world of how they see men, black men in our country. So we're gonna paint it on something like we got to put the black man back in the homes to even teach these things, because in all these other cultures they're teaching them how to be men, to even preside over households and families. And that's something that I know for myself I never saw growing up. So whether it be monogamous or not, man, a guy who got a child in 2 different homes, as long as he's there and present and acting in both of their lives, that's gonna put us ahead more than like choosing a sexual relationship or
Actually,
anything like that.
what's going to put black children ahead is fathers, obviously, because the implications of marriage, it's also a moral choice, right? As much as it's a business arrangement, absolutely, but there's morality involved in it, ethics, values. If you're getting married, you're also saying to your children, this is a valuable institution, right? So marriage is valuable for children as well. And in the black community specifically, where marriage rates are among the lowest, this needs to be remedied. You like, and that's what I'm saying. When we have these, obviously nobody could tell anybody how to live. But if you think that polygamy is the answer, and mind you, polygamy is not something that's going to catch on, because you know why? In a patriarchy, it's not beneficial for men. It's not going to catch on. It's not going to be something that's legal in every state, because this is a patriarchy. Men make the rules so that they can benefit and win, and they don't benefit and win from patriarchy because the average man gets left behind. That's the reality. So when we're talking about marriage and these in the Black community, that is going to be the most advantageous. A Black man marrying a Black woman and their children seeing, oh, this is valuable. You can look at the outcomes of children from married parents. The outcome is better. The outcome is better than even parents who are not married but still cohabitating together. The outcome is better. It's the best outcome. And in any community, you want your children to have the best outcomes. You want to set them up for success, for generational wealth, for upward mobility, for academic attainment. You want them to do well. And I'm telling you that in this system, under these constructs, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. If you want to be polygamous and you feel like other cultures practice it, tribalism or whatever, go to Africa.
The only reason why polygamy isn't practiced in the U.S. is because a lot of the states in the U.S. practice English common law. And
it's not beneficial for men.
Okay, let me finish.
I'm not talking to you.
I'm not talking to you either. You could just stop. I'm telling this all. So the reason why it was based off of
you really came up here like a coward with a different name and a different avatar. You're a coward.
I can show myself because of English law.
You're a coward.
So when you talk about polygamy, you also have to take into effect that governments don't like people having their own sovereignty for the most part. They want to have a piece of control.
Governments want what's going to benefit them the most. Monogamy is going to benefit them the most.
When you have big self-sufficient families,
monogamy benefits the system more than polygamy. Stop.
Right?
Stop.
Even when you talk about, well, let me use that example. So that's the reason why. So when she says that, why they don't run it,
that's not the only reason why. That's not the only reason why.
Explain why they don't have it. But when you talk about
it's not beneficial for men, I just told you.
When you talk about the potential, she's talking for men. She's not a man. But she should talk about the potential benefits
of it. I'm talking for men because men created monogamy.
In theory, right?
Men literally created and implemented and legalized monogamy.
If you had a family of a man and say one or two or three wives, right? And
say
Guillermo, men created monogamy, Guillermo.
And one wife was actually going, you actually have more
and implemented monogamy. That's why I'm speaking on behalf of men.
Group of people. So we talk about the possible benefits of it. I would like to hear from Mr. Marcus, I think he sells a polygamist, or Kulu, to talk about if you have one wife who's taking care of the family at home, and you yourself are working. So you had other wives who are working and bringing home money to basically a commune, not even a family anymore. Just say at the very best, a commune of people. And you have kids going to school. You have the kids just say, "Look, you're gonna go to school. You're gonna go out and be do trades. You do this, blah blah, and let's build up That's how we build a family." Now
right. And as soon as you file your taxes and they find out that you're living in a commune or you have a harem, you're gonna be taxed.
From the polygamist to talk about how that might go in theory
for fraudulence.
Because we're talking about all this law and stuff, and it's not really pointing anything. Let's talk to the actual polygamists who practices. So I'd like to hear from Mr. Marcus.
First of all, no, hold on. Wait a minute.
So Marcus,
you're saying I'm not telling the whole truth. Neither are you. Who implemented and created? It was men.
The porn star?
Yeah, Mr. Marcus, you go ahead before she comes back in, bro.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say that there was a few things she was saying that was correct. There's a few things she was saying she was incorrect. So for the monogamous structure, when it comes monetarily from patriarchy, the system, marital, because I had experience in California law when I've interned, especially in family court, criminal court.
Hey, Marcus, I'm sorry, brother. I apologize. I'm sorry. I was on the phone. I was handling some business, right? But I don't understand what happened to my baby. She left. She left.
Yeah, I think it's 1, 2, 3.
Phone right now.
Phone died. Okay. I'm sorry. Let's get back to business. Thank you.
Right. So the main thing is I am in a polygamous relationship. I don't practice it as much as I do, but every now and then I dabble in it. But it was a open communicative thing with my woman, who I do plan to marry. Just I'm not going to marry her in America. I'm going to marry her in Mexico. But yeah, when it comes to what she was saying, what she is right, I'll address what she was right on. Is yes, the reason why they push on monogamy and marriage is that they know statistically it won't work out in today, especially if you're a black man, or if you're a Mexican man within your own race, and even white people as well. So they'll divorce, and now it's increasing. It's increased to 55%. So now 55% of marriages fail, and monetarily it comes out of the man's pocket in divorce court. They get destroyed in court, and visitation rights. Daryl is a beacon of hope for men because he has, all respect to Daryl, he has custody of his child. It does not work for most men. It does not work for most men. So salute to Daryl and respect to Daryl for that. But when it comes to overall men, yes, they do get destroyed. It is something that the patriarchy did monetize. They did monetize on that. However, where she's incorrect is how conducive and actually how respectful it can actually energize and help the nuclear family if you were to be monogamous. If you were to be monogamous, you can help out within your own community as well as multiple communities, especially if you have multiple kids. However, you as a man are going to be able to afford said women in a polygamous relationship. If you were to have multiple wives, that's on you. Now, if you were to have one wife with multiple women, it is not, how was the word? It is not negatively and looked at if it's openly already verbalized. So if you already agreed on it, if you're monogamous from up front, then there's no cheating. There's no, what's the slander term for if it's not monogamous, you're what? If behind a person's back, you're somebody help me out here on the panel. The word is you're walking out on your woman. You're basically cheating on your girl. So that would be the opposite of monogamous because you're not being honest with them.
Being an infidel, basically.
Hold on, hold on, Marcus.
Right, exactly. Thank you.
Marcus.
Hello.
Marcus.
Hello?
Okay, so you said that you were talking about the outcomes of divorce, right? And you were saying that it's at 55% or something to that.
Where this man been at?
Right, it's closer to 55% now, right? Because I was agreeing with you with some of your points that you were saying, and this is all due respect. It's just no disrespect to you. We're having a civil conversation.
I'm just there's something that I disagree with, so I'm gonna.
That's fine. That's fine. You disagree. That's me.
So you said that divorces are initiated by women. I don't know what men
it's
always say that.
About 75 to 80%. That's coming from the census and the bureau. These are all analytics data. Like you can disagree. It's fine. I'm perfectly fine.
Disputing. I know women. Majority of the time, I know that they initiate a divorce.
They initiate it. Right.
Hold on. I'm not arguing that point. I don't disagree with you. We can talk about why, because everybody. Oh, but what? Yeah, but why matters too. So, but what I wanted to say about divorces and the outcomes of divorces is that studies have shown that, and when Daryl and I talk, when we connect on the back end, I'll send him everything, and he can talk to you guys about it if you feel so inclined. But right after a divorce, studies have shown that immediately after a divorce, financially, women do better. But long term, and overall, men do better after a divorce. Men do better after a divorce. That's a fact. So immediately after a divorce, yeah, women may be in a better position than men, but because of a man's ability to work more hours, because men make more money on the dollar, they do better long term.
Is that including alimony, like wealth? Is that because of alimony, child support, visitation rights, like everything that's induced to the man's health?
I'm saying that long term because child support, there's a cap on all of those things. You don't pay alimony for the rest of your life.
Right.
There's a cutoff, right? There's a cutoff for child support. There's a cutoff for alimony. So what I'm saying to you is studies have shown that immediately following a divorce, women tend to do a little bit better, but overall and long term, financially, men do better. That's my.
I would respectfully only disagree because I haven't seen the statistics on that. But if you're willing to show me those,
I'll send him the studies and he can send it to you. I've seen the studies. I've seen the research. It's a fact. Men do better long term.
Okay.
Women do better immediately after the divorce. And if you really think about it, because women, majority of the time, they're getting custody. And it's not because they're women. It's because women are predominantly the caretakers. They're the ones picking up, dropping off. They're the ones who create the schedule. They know the ins and outs of the children, right? So whatever the best interest of the child.
And Lisa, hold on 1 second.
Whatever.
And Lisa, hold on 1 second. I want to read Heron's DeMarco's quote on the bottom. Let me know if you agree. It says, in the end, Anna's point is micro versus macro. On a micro level, polygamy can be beneficial to individuals, a niche. On a macro level, it's a practical MOA for the progression of the Black community. Is that correct?
Tell him I love him. If it's a man or woman.
Wait, hold on. Annalise, you love who?
Yeah, that
You love
is
me, man.
Okay, well, hold on. Annalise, you love who?
She loved me.
That I'm saying Heron is that bullseye. Bingo.
Thank you. All right.
Hey,
Beautiful.
I just
Beautifully
came up here to say
articulated.
what's up to y'all real quick, and then I'm gonna dip off. What's going on, DL? How you doing,
Going
brother?
on, family? All right.
Yeah. I'm making. Just had to put some ducks in a row. You know how that is, getting things ready for the year, having the kids on schedule and everything. So just had to make a couple moves and stuff. You know, when that is, everything got to get locked down, and basically go to the bat cave and get things together. So
No doubt.
what's up, Mr. O? How you feeling, brother?
What's going on? How you doing, True?
I do like Red Pill Hustle's comment though. I think Alicia, I think that Red Pill comment is for you.
Yeah. And of course, Brownsville, what's going on? You on that phone too much, bro? Look at me. All right. Y'all be easy. I just want to come on here and say what's up, y'all. All right, y'all can continue our conversation.
What's up, True?
All right, Truth.
Can I ask a question to Anastasia or Annalicia? My bad. I apologize. Which group of men specifically implemented monogamy?
You cannot ask me a question. What's next?
All right, everybody to the panel. Which group of men specifically implemented monogamy in this country?
The beta males.
Because to me, white men were the men who implemented that, not black men.
If you have a problem with the system that white men put you in, you should have fought them about it. You didn't fight them, so that we are where we are.
My ancestors did.
No, you actually did not.
Yes, ma'am.
Did not.
Ma'am, go look up the Gullah Wars. Let's go look up Nat Turner.
You actually did not. As a matter of fact, the reason you got here is because you were sold by your own people.
I'm indigenous, actually, ma'am. My ancestors were
Indians, bro. You guys,
ma'am, that's not true. There's millions of African American folks that were indigenous here. Like we weren't all brought here.
Oh my God! Now I'm done.
That's a fact.
Like this kid again.
That's a fact.
Nonsense already.
That's a fact.
Like,
you can look at it.
Many already. No, you're
Dr.
not.
Ivan Van Sertima.
You are of African.
Dr. Ivan Van Sertima.
I didn't even finish my point with Alicia. Alicia, I didn't finish my point with you though. On the first subject, you're talking about divorce and stuff. I know. I said Annalicia. I said Annalicia. For the divorce court. He said a divorce court. But you got to understand as well, though, monetarily, divorce courts, they look at the father, they look at the man because the man is a breadwinner. So the person that wins the most money, that's why they're going to choose him and pick him to pay for the spouse support, alimony, welfare, child support, etc. You name it. That's why they're going to choose him, as opposed to the woman who maybe will not bring any profit. If they do, they bring a certain minute number. They don't bring. They usually choose the majority number breadwinner. They choose the majority breadwinner.
Marcus, do you know why? So let me explain something to you, because I'm literally in the thick of it now. I have a very firm grasp of divorce and alimony and all of that. Do you understand the point of alimony and child support? So the way that a marriage and a divorce works is, especially when there are children involved, you want to sustain and maintain the quality of life that the child had when the parents were together. Right? The overall goal, the goal is not for the man to walk away with his pockets fat or with his pockets intact, or for him to be happy and satisfied. The goal is for the child to have the best possible outcome, to maintain and be able to sustain the best and highest quality of life, closest to, most parallel to what they had when their parents were married under one roof. That is the point. Do you understand that?
So why doesn't he go with the father? Then the father is paying for everything and has the roof, the medical, the food, the substance.
Hold on. You just your own admission is that men are the breadwinners. Men have the capacity to work. If they want, they can work as much as they want, and on the dollar they make more money, right? So if men have been traditionally, they're the breadwinners. Where would they have time? Where they would not have time to also to make bread and also sustain that child's quality of life, pick up, drop off, programming, tutoring, like there's a lot of things that go into parenthood. There's a lot of things that go into the emotional, mental, psychological, physical well-being of a child, and unfortunately you can't do both. This is why the judge is most likely going to grant custody, not maybe full physical custody, but joint visitation rights to the father as well, depending on, they have to make sure that both parents are fit. But whichever parent was taking on the physical, emotional, psychological responsibilities of the child in and outside of the home, that's where the kids are going to live. I can assure you, the divorce courts are not set up to benefit women. They're not. And in fact, laws have since changed. And
so then why is it sexist against men?
If men wanted to get full custody of their children, they can fight for that as well. They can fight for that as well.
You said that in court.
They have to prove that it is in the child's best interest. That's all they have. That's what they have to do. That's it. What is in the best interest of the child?
But you're admitting that it is sexist against men?
Hold on, Marcus. I don't like the idea that men cry about alimony and men cry about child support when all of those things are going into that child's quality of life.
So the man has to slave away, kill himself, basically.
To have that mentality is a problem. Do you want
it's
your child
not about,
to have a leg up?
Well, I think it would be more healthy. You do know that single father statistically households breed better people for society, right? As opposed to single mother households who create more degenerates of society. You're talking about rapists, gang members, Satanists, etc. Right. Defilers from society. Statistically, 90% of mass shooters came from single. No. This is my turn. Now that you get to hold on. Now you get to hold on. 90% of mass shooters, right? They all came from single mother households. About 95% of them, they all came from single mother households with mental issues, no father, no role model like that, no man in their life. That's single mother. Yeah, but guess what? Those women tore away. Those women tore away. The women that usually divorce. Women divorce. Women choose to destroy the nuclear family. Women choose to destroy it. Women choose to destroy the man. Women choose to destroy. They choose to destroy the family household.
Marcus,
I'm just saying. I'm listening. I'm listening, sweetheart.
Do you know what the number one cause of juvenile delinquency is? Do you know the number one cause of juvenile delinquency and degeneracy? Do you know what it is? Absenteeism. You understand that all of everything that you're talking about is data that has been tracked. It's trackable data. And I'm telling you, let me finish. I'm telling you, as a social worker, I can tell you what the catalysts are. I can tell you unilaterally what the problem is. And I am telling you that absenteeism is responsible for children who engage in criminality, juvenile delinquency, children who have low self-esteem, who battle with depression, poverty. All of these things, the root of it is absenteeism. It is a man not being a man. You understand? It's like
there are women that rip apart their men.
Let me finish. Professionals are not saying, oh, you know what? The women who are staying and doing the best that they can, let's indict them. They know that in a patriarchy, women are at the mercy of men. Women are the most vulnerable, and children and women are the most vulnerable.
Women live the most robust life here.
Let me finish. The
black community is not make a patriarchy, though.
Let me finish.
Women benefit in the patriarchy.
Let me finish. Professionals know, psychologists, sociologists, scientists, they understand that women are at the mercy of men. And when men abandon their children, their household, and their women, they are putting their children in the most compromising and vulnerable, destitute situation and position that they could be in. It is not single mothers who stay. It is absentee fathers who are cultivating and creating the household.
Oh my gosh.
Hey guys on the panel, do y'all know what a matrifocal family is? Hey Marcus, do you know what the matrifocal family is? Like you know what that is? MO?
Yes.
Right. A matrifocal family is when the man's role is not really the most dominant role in the family unit, right? If not non-existent. That's what the Black community is operating off. That's an aspect of matriarchy. So in the Black community, there's no patriarchy. It's been a matriarchy the last 60, 70 years.
Oh my
Okay?
God. Do you know what cause and effect means? You think that Black women sat around and just said, we don't want men? Or do you think it's more likely that men weren't there, so they had to become matriarchs?
Why weren't men there, though?
Because they did not want to be there. And this is why we're going to read the
That's
Moynihan report.
false.
We
In the 60s, we were there.
We will read the
we were there.
Moynihan
In the
report.
70s, we were
We
there.
will read the Moynihan report. It's all
Man,
there. It's
not
all
about the
there.
Moynihan report.
Black men have been antisocial.
Let me give you some actual facts, okay?
Absent. I'm
In the
sorry.
60s, the 50s, they began moving manufacturing companies overseas for foreign policy. This happened in the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s.
Daryl, whenever you're ready to...
Let's talk about facts. No. Let's talk about facts.
We can do that. But I
man,
can
we're not
assure
talking about a
you,
white
you're
person
wrong.
report. Like,
You're wrong.
we're talking about actually like what happened, man. I'm
Matriarchy
not
came as a
look it
result
up.
of absenteeism. It is cause
I'm
and
talking
effect.
about
If a man
matrifocal
is
family
not
unit, man.
there,
Matrifocal.
because men
Look
are
up
not
what
there.
matrifocal look up, man.
Because men are not there.
Man. Listen, right? So when they started taking all of the manufacturing, all the steel mills, all of the woods, like the sawdust mills, all those out of Chicago, New York, LA. When those politicians, man, listen.
Maybe Black men should build their own resources.
No, listen.
Build
Black
your
men do
own
not have no.
resources,
Listen,
Black men.
see, she wants to
Stop
blame
relying
black
on
men
white
for
men to
everything.
provide
Black
you
men
jobs and
commit the most
businesses and
crimes when that's
resources
not
and
the truth.
provisions.
Ma'am,
Why don't we do that?
you just hate black men. Let's just admit that.
That's why
you
black
heard what
men
she
can't.
said? You just heard
Black
what
men
she
haven't
said.
and they can't. So
Let her
just-
talk. She's gonna bury her. She'll bury herself in the racist.
Exactly.
Just let her
And
bury
she don't want me to
herself.
get to the facts. That has nothing to do with black men. Happens to do with the manufacturing jobs,
Right, and this is
leaving
where
the black
the
community.
conversation.
No, and
this
then
is where the conversation
the government
to me
giving
becomes
program.
null and void.
Ma'am, can we talk
Because
about
this
facts,
is where we
please?
shirk accountability.
Ma'am.
It has nothing to do with the men. It's not about the men. So you know what? This conversation was productive to a point until you started
Ma'am,
like.
there were
Yeah, I'm
programs
done.
offered to white men
So,
when they
King,
lost
thank
their
you for
jobs to
having me
move
up.
to cities
Thank
where
you for
factories
having
were put
the
up.
dialogue with me.
This is, ma'am, this is
I'm gonna
all
go. This
on
you're not
white
smart.
people, man.
You're not, and that's
Ma'am,
why you're choosing
ma'am,
polygamy.
ma'am.
You're not smart.
No,
You're not smart
I'm
either.
not
Let her
smart, but you
talk.
don't know about
Yeah.
Dr. Ivan Sertima. I'm not smart, but you don't know about Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop. I'm not smart, but you don't know about Dr. Gabriel Ebo, one of the smartest men on the planet. But I'm not smart.
Dogs, y'all gotta stop arguing with the crazy ones, man. I know they're
No, bro,
attractive.
she's misandrous, bro, and she hates black men, and you can tell. And I want to ask her,
But you got me. She is fine though. You can't lie about
It
it.
don't matter.
bro,
There's a reason
It
why.
doesn't matter
Bro,
about beauty, man.
That's how they get us, bro. Bro, that's how they get us, bro. Like, she might be fine, but that mindset, that attitude, like, that destroys the black, bro, like the black family, bro.
Listen,
like,
she
she just
yell at me all
some of y'all
day
in this-
about me being stupid. Okay,
Some of
listen.
y'all in this manosphere thing, man. I wonder if y'all get chicks. Y'all just be saying just
Straight
because
simp.
she's hot, then y'all got to pander to her. Nah, she's been disrespectful the whole night. She didn't come with any facts.
I was just about to make a
Facts,
point.
bro.
I was just about to make
She's
a
not
point.
saying, yo, if you
What
go
are
to
you
her
gonna say,
channel,
Marcus?
No, I'm saying
hold on. I was just about to ask her if well, the patriarchy just gave you affirmative action years ago. So is that oppressive towards women?
But the black community is not living in a patriarchy, though.
No,
like,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I could just talk about welfare and talk about how women started making different choices as to who they were sleeping with. Look, the rape rate back in those days wasn't 100%. Women had a choice back then too, and they weren't choosing good men. They'll tell you that themselves. There are documentaries showing women literally. I can point out documentaries right now. I'll give you the YouTube freaking link of women saying, "Oh, I'm good now because the government got me." So I'm not saying all women, but there are a lot of women who are sleeping around with ain't-ish dudes and having.
Hold on.
I gave you the link.
We know Christian Cashmere.
You son.
We know Christian Cashmere.
She said you was taking so long, but I got her number for you though.
She's coming back up. There's somebody sent the link.
You know Christian Cashmere. Y'all know him. I see him on the chat. You know what I'm saying? But I want to make sure. I always see him in the garden.
I have no idea what that is.
No, Christian Cashmere. I see him all the time.
Cashmere. I thought you said
Cashmere. He's up here. Y'all let him up. Y'all feel comfortable?
Sure. Yeah. Camera up though? I've never seen him.
Hi.
That's the thing, like, she believed that we came on boats. like she believes that every African American here in this country came off a boat. That's not true. Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, an African American scholar from Rutgers, wrote a book called The African Presence in America Before Columbus. This was 20 years ago, and argued it in front of Congress, trying to get that put into the curriculum. What is she talking about? She's operating from the white matrix mindset. Black men ain't this, black men ain't that. Look at what we've done over the last 60 years. Is when it comes to our numbers dropping from being arrested, our numbers increasing from making money. Like our wealth has increased over the last 60 years because we've been on our shit.
What are we, 56% middle class, something like that? 50,
exactly.
Something like that. But
and 61% of us don't have babies.
I've seen friends of mine have conversations with her, and literally, and I've had conversations with her too, offline. We're talking. I'm just like, but black men are making. She had the misconception that there are more black men in prison than there are in college higher education, which is not true. She just talks fast. Every place she goes, she gets destroyed. So it's like, it's not me trying to disrespect no woman. Let me say something, man. Y'all gotta.
Does she believe in the? She probably believes in the wage gap myth.
If the woman comes on these panels, bro, is not if they come into an area of debate and discourse and they bring disrespect and someone checks it on that, you can't use the veil of, oh, I'm a woman, you can't talk to like that. No, you came into a place disrespecting people, calling people stupid, when the whole night your boy Kulu was extremely mild-mannered, very respectful, was just trying to prove his point, whether you disagree with it or not. But this is her shtick. Go to her channel. The video I was talking about, where she allowed somebody to say the lie they are, the stupid they are, whatever. She took that video down because it was getting destroyed. You know what I mean? So that's her tip. She does not like black men because she's hurt, because she's a single mom. I'm not itching on single moms, but she is that. She's going through pain. And for the borderline or whatever personality disorder, she has a video of her talking about it. I'm not making this up.
I was just about to say, who hurt you? That's what I was going to say. Who hurt you?
Let me give Jen her. Let me give Jen her
diagnosis thing.
Jen said, "No, it's not about diagnosis." She said it, bro. I'm not making this up.
I'm just saying, like sitting up here saying, like she's hurt.
Nah, because you know why? She sat up here and said Hulu was an idiot and this person idiot. But I didn't say nothing.
Excuse
me, bro.
I know, but because she does something, that don't mean that we gotta reciprocate that.
Look,
yo, y'all pandering, son. Y'all pandering because women can come on the panel and disrespect black men all they want. If a black man says, yo, that's not cool, or they retort, it's, yo, y'all gotta come on, man.
All I'm saying is you gotta be able to see how she could talk to me. You gotta be able to present something in a way she could receive it. And it's just she didn't want to talk to y'all, so she would insult y'all because she didn't want to talk to y'all the way that y'all are presenting your argument.
But Mo, that's a tactic.
I was talking. She was interrupting, Mr. I was talking. She was interrupting.
That's a tactic women use to divide us.
Can I say something real quick? Mr. O? I talked to her more than you. I talked to her offline. So you don't know how to talk. I know how to talk to her. I have more of a rapport with her. I cut her off because she's messed up in the head. And I gonna go into text message and that stuff. Let's stop with that. We gotta talk to him.
We have to think about it militantly, guys. Like, let's think about it from a militant standpoint. Right, that's a tactic she used, right? And she comes on a panel full of men that are agreeing, talking, having a conversation.
You're right now, and we're like,
and then disrespects half the panel, and then respects the other panel. That's a tactic used to cause men to beef with each other, right?
Like
so women can't take that.
And she's not here.
The thing is, the problem is, man. The problem is, man. Look, you guys don't understand. Yeah, look, we are all men here, right? You can't let a woman bring you guys out of character, man. Come on, we're all men. We're better than this.
And whatever she did here will speak for itself if that's what it did. We don't have to sit here and talk about her and she's not on the platform in a disrespectful way.
We have to be more mature, you know. And for a matter of actually, I do actually agree with most of what she's saying.
I was actually having a practical conversation. It's just that she kept cutting people off. I never went out of my way to speak out of her character. I never defiled her. I never did nothing, no slander. She just can't handle an argument, especially when it comes to logic, facts, statistics, data, analytics, etc. And then she kept losing the argument, but she was still backpedaling. She was double dipping. She was, doing all this stuff, and she was losing. But she can't handle the facts, the analytics, all that stuff. All that's proven.
I think
there's a difference.
The problem is it's our need to be right.
Exactly.
You know,
Which is why she has her ego, her arrogance. That's why I called
yo,
the statement she made earlier about men that cry about being victims, but they are the ones that being victims. They're being abused, taken advantage of, whether it's divorce courts, prison sentences, murder rates, suicide, self-deletion, etc. You know, all these things that happen. All these things
look,
that happen.
can I be honest with you guys? All those are weak men, man.
Who?
They're weak men. Men who
No,
complain.
no. That
It's
is an
just
arrogant, ignorant statement coming from you now.
we have to accept it. Accept it. A man who deletes a man who kills himself is a weak man. Just stop it. Okay, stop with this BS.
I wouldn't go that
All
far,
right.
but it's very dangerous for you to say that. It's very
I don't
dangerous for
care.
you to go.
I don't care. If I
No,
look,
that's a very ignorant and arrogant statement.
You guys don't have no principle. That's the problem. You have no self belief. You're not willing to
I
die
wouldn't be
for
saying
something.
those things, especially if I work in those fields. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. Cashmere, you sound like a fool.
Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter to me.
You sound like an ignorant, arrogant fool.
Whoa. Stop. Let's stop right there. Stop right there. Mr. Christopher. Mr.
Yeah,
Christopher.
okay. Yes.
I resent that remark, man. I resent that remark.
That's fine.
I resent that remark you just made out of your mouth. I resent that remark that just came out of your mouth. You should take it back.
I'm not taking it back.
You should take that back.
I'm not taking it back because you guys cry too damn much.
You should take that back.
You guys cry too much. You're a grown man. Stop crying.
Yo, who's talking over me?
You're embarrassing yourself.
Yo, Christopher, relax.
Yes, sir.
Relax,
Yes,
brother.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Somebody just say, so if you kill yourself, you're weak?
Yes, I said it.
You should take that back.
I'm not taking it back. I stand on what I say.
Why does there's nothing to take back, Dante? We don't accept that. We don't.
Yeah,
accept
that don't. Yeah.
We don't accept that. We don't accept that.
I help counsel
I don't
brothers.
say nothing about that. I just want to make sure, Dante. That's why I said you don't have to argue and scream because I respect you. When someone says, "Yo, if you take yourself, you weak." Listen, keep that to yourselves, man. Suicide is a serious thing. Mental health awareness is serious. I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't touch little girls. I don't touch little boys. I don't play with men, and I don't talk about suicide. I don't abuse women. I don't rape women. There's certain things that we just don't cross that line. We just don't cross that line.
What did he do? What did he say?
He said they weak. I don't care. I don't want to hear that.
I didn't hear what he said. I missed that part.
In the chat, if you cast any listen, he's allowed in the chat in the garden. He could talk, but he's a timeout on the panel. I'm not trying to do whatever, but listen. And the only way you can come back, send me $500 super chat, and I could forgive you. Other than that, leave. Don't come back. I let you slide for a little bread. I let you slide. If you send me 200 right now, you come back. But other than that, stay right there, homie. I don't do that. Thank you. Sorry.
Right, and I heard that, and it kind of triggered me a bit, and I'm down. But I want to say this: I'd rather hear your story than your eulogy. For some men, specifically that's what we're talking about here. It's more they find a lot more courage in that than just living. And we got to start brothering each other, fathering each other, cousining each other, right? And we got to start looking at each other as men like that. Now that I said that, it is my opinion, after listening to the latest conversation, I'm going to say that it was more of an argument than a discussion, because of course a discussion is to seek out what is right, when an argument is to seek out who is right.
Yeah.
And it is my opinion as well that a lot of the arguments that the young lady, I don't know her name, from what I was hearing, I don't know the young lady. I had never spoke to her extensively. It was rather disingenuous because it is to say, if I'm hearing it correctly, that a lot of the systems that were put in place through our history was strictly from the prowess of masculinity or being a man. No trial and error. No, this is right. This is not right. Just strictly the benefit of men. That is totally incorrect. That would, in a sense, bring no validity or a sense of pseudoism to many of the great cultures and systems throughout the world, especially cultures and systems that from people that look like me. starting with the Kemetic culture or Sumerian cultures, where women, the duality with men and women, that's pretty much where it started. And when it come down to marriage, that is old as civilization in itself. Go back to ancient Sumeria, right? So, I mean, and this whole thing is, this is more beneficial to men and that's not more. I mean, that's a disingenuous argument, because that would suggest there's no trial and error. There's no, in layman's term, troubleshooting from a societal standpoint on what is best. What is best? Since we talk about men provide order and structure. There's nothing wrong with order and structure. And oftentimes what happens is we make excuses, right? When we hear advice or the truth that we find hard to apply. And I said it, and especially from a biblical standpoint, we don't want kings. Most especially women, in my opinion, they want saviors. And generally speaking, we don't want kings, because kings give order. You won't do this. This is works best. But we live in a society where people just pretty much do what they want to do, and then want to, in a sense, make excuses on why they can't do what they should. And that's, in my opinion, that's the difference.
I agree with that. And it's one of the solutions that I think that we need within the Black community is to increase our population. I think that is a big deal, especially within a majority, white nation. That's a big deal, because the more that we increase our population, the more state representatives we get, on a political level, which can long term, swing us, like when it comes to laws that we want to pass, like within our community and things like that. So to me, how can we start to increase from the 43 million, because it's slowly declining, to 100 million, 150 million, because that's when we're really going to have some political power to really move shit around in this country. You know what I mean? Yes, I agree. Nuclear families are important, but we have to open that spectrum of what a nuclear family is, because nuclear isn't just a monogamous family. It can be a homosexual monogamous family. It can be a homosexual is polygamous family. You know what I mean? Or a straight, like polygamous family, or a polyandry family. Just the family in general is what we need to focus on and bring our population up. And I think that that's the most important part. Like, I don't think that polygamy is going to help every Black man. You know what I mean? I don't think that's the case.
Sorry to cut you off, but the only thing that I believe that the problem is that it's monetized to separate the family. That's the issue. Yeah, that's the only issue. I think that's where people find the outlet, where it's monetized to separate and destroy the family, and women choose to do it 80% of the time, when 50% of the divorces. So that's the issue.
Cool. Can I ask a question to you? Do you have a? Oh, my bad, Henry. Go ahead. My bad, bro.
No. I was go ahead. I talk. Go ahead.
I was gonna just ask. Cool. Like, do you have a setup so where like your family?
Hold on. I don't say hold on too many times. Shout out to Allie. She came up.
So
yeah. All right. Let's show her respect, because she's the lady on the panel. Let's give her the respect. She holds her own. She doesn't need any of us to do any preferential treatment. She is fierce. She's gonna do her thing. So respect her, please. Show respect, and let's have this conversation. And that's what it's all about. And I appreciate you, Allie, for coming on. And hopefully we have more shows with Allie. We appreciate every woman that comes on.
Oh, yeah.
Even my friend, my new friend Anna Alicia. Hopefully she comes on soon, but hopefully her and Kaluga get on better terms. They probably started off wrong, get on better terms. But let's get back to the discussion. And I appreciate you. Listen, I'm not on the phone kicking it with a girl. I'm on the phone talking about business, because YouTube doesn't pay me enough. Y'all not giving me enough super chats, so I gotta earn my money this way. Thank you.
I feel you. What were you saying, Marcus or Dante?
No, Marcus was talking. Go ahead, bro.
No, I'm good, man. You guys go. I'll let you guys go, because I forgot my train of thought.
Cool. Even you, Marcus, because y'all both in polygamous relationships. Do y'all have it where like y'all women understand like the community you guys are trying to build? Like one of them is gonna work, one of them is gonna stay home and take care of the family, and there's like that system is in place.
Yes, as of
absolutely.
Yes, as of right now, Yes, I pay majority of the bills, but they grew up independent. Like they grew up going to college. They have their degrees, so I can't take that away from them. I can't make them, just be housewives and things like that. So they work. They bring in, their income. Like we make like together as a unit. I make close, like close low six figures. But like together, we're in at least 150, like 175K altogether. And to me, that's generational wealth. Like it's to me that right there is produce more economic freedom that I can build businesses, help the community with, than just having a monogamous relationship. And he said Clue's not getting married. I'm actually getting married April 16th. So actually in like 2 months, 3 months, I'm actually getting married. So to me is when we're talking about wealth building, like I don't understand like what these people are talking about, because even if I was to, let's say, be monogamous with a white woman, right? That baby's still gonna be black. That baby's still gonna have the one drop rule. So if that baby then dates and marries a melanated man, how is that? How am I like destroying the black community? Like how is the wealth leaving the black community if my daughter decides to go out and marry a melanated man, if she's mixed and biracial? You know what I mean? So I don't understand this, that idea of how marrying or having children with a white woman or a white man, right, automatically like disqualifies you as a person to help your own community if you're black, but that's all I gotta say.
I just see it as, and I would love the real femme sapien to go after, because I don't want to take up too much. I just feel like when you look in history, right, like everywhere you look, the reason why most nations are in monogamous relationships because colonialism, right, the whole like Judeo-Christian mindset, right? But if you go back, and what the point I was trying to make when I said the whole thing with farming was building up wealth. Now, someone said, "Oh, that's not a generational wealth," but you have to take into account, an actual family structure, a father passing down his wisdom, getting his sons and his daughters in the proper professions to build up the family, versus them being alone and not having that direction of guidance. I mean, Kulu could say he has 6 children. He directs 2 to be carpenters. He directs 1 to be a lawyer. He directs another one to be a doctor, right? And if there are a bunch of Kulu families, right, now you have a society. This is how Jewish people build up. Not to say they're polygamous, right? But you talk about having directions for each kid, right? You go into their neighborhoods. Come to Brooklyn, Williamsburg, Brooklyn, and those people work the system. They own a whole bunch of freaking brownstones, homes, all that stuff, and they're all together in the family. And they have lawmakers who protect them. They have schools. They have bus. They have infrastructure within Brooklyn, where you see a whole bunch of hipsters having fun, doing drugs, partying, everything. So you come to Williamsburg, Brooklyn, you see a whole bunch of Hasidic Jews, and they have their whole community to them. So when people say it's not generational wealth, it's not necessarily about, oh, I have money, I have this. I grew up in Wilton. No, sorry, I went to school in Wilton, Connecticut. There are a bunch of kids who I grew up with who parents were doctors, judges, whatever, and they're drug addicts, heroin addicts, popping Oxycontin, all that stuff, right? Because they didn't have guidance. They didn't have family. Every single day that both their parents are out the home despite the money. So people have to think about a proper family structure. As long as that's strong and you direct people to hey, you're gonna run this bodega. You're gonna run this whatever shop, this soul food, chicken shop, whatever. We're gonna run this on the same block, and we're gonna flip that money so we give loans to people that look like, now you're building a community. And I think that a lot of lawmakers don't want that. You challenge the status quo, you're a lot more powerful. They like people being separated versus having built up families, basically little semi-nations, sovereignties, to say, we're gonna vote against this, we're against this. We're gonna put our people in power. So that's what I was trying to get to, man. I'm not saying I necessarily would do it, but I understand where Kulu and Marcus are coming from.
I think one of the things that I'm sorry did I cut anybody off?
No, I was just about to say my way of doing polygamy obviously is similar to what Kulu is doing. But my girl, she obviously went to school. The other woman that I have, they're not mainly like my wives, but they're more like the side chick or the girlfriend. Now my main one, she's most likely the woman I probably will marry, but I'm just not gonna marry her in America. I'll marry her in Mexico. That's my plan. My plan is to marry her in Mexico over there. But I do usually date Latinas and Black women, and every now and then the occasional white girl. She has high credit score and good money, but I usually, I usually date within Latina and Black women. But the other women that I have are also Black women, and they may not have college education, but they have some of their own business, but they don't really focus on that main thing. They're usually more of the traditional role, usually very respectful, feminine, and fit, and also do like the things like the households, run the household. If they want to, like, let's say they want to do the things that women are good at, they're running a party or an event, etc. I let her take control of those type of things. She does those. That's what she's superior at. So I let her do that kind of stuff. But usually the man things I do is build things at home, repair, be the handyman at home. If she needs help, taking care of something, I'll do the, lift everything, lift the heavy stuff, and also provide. I usually pay the majority of the bills. So that's my role. And we respect each other, and it's copacetic. It's simply copacetic, and it's peaceful. That's what matters.
I think a lot of times what happens is, in my opinion, fellas, is that we get away, or having this conversation. You bring up the Hasidic Jews of Brooklyn. One of the things that sticks out to me is a certain level of uniformity, and uniformity implies purpose. But one of the things to implement uniformity is a certain level of sacrifice, a high level of sacrifice, which means it's not all about me. The issue with whether it be polygamy, monogamous, not monogamous, as long as that level of thinking or ideology or action doesn't supersede or is more profound than the purpose of the group, most times it's not even really discussed. Does it happen? Of course it does. Of course it does. Pros, cons, ills, attributes, of course it does, right? As long as not superseding the purpose of the group. And again, uniformity implies purpose. But we have to get to the point to saying, you know what, it's not about me. It's not about me, But we live, and I'm going to say it, I'm going to say the G word. The first time I heard it was, and I know this it's like saying Satan. The man's name is like saying Satan. The first time I heard the word gynocracy was on Kevin Samuels. Had to look it up. So if you ever heard happy wife, happy life, that's a gynocracy. That's a gynocracy. And I've
It
been
should
to
be
a lot
happy
of Black
double as a
Lives.
couple. That's what it should be.
Right.
Happy double, it's a couple.
And why would a woman want a man to be in a relationship with her where he knows that his way of thinking, his perspective is not respected, right? And what I was going to say, I've talked to educated PhDs and grassroots people alike, whether it be about BLM, social ills of the Black community, or my immediate community where I live. And oftentimes, and I heard this in that one young lady's voice, this is just what I heard, or at least what it sounded like to me, is that the man's perspective was either subservient or wasn't relevant at all. That's scary, whether she knows it or not. That's scary. That's very, very scary, right? To not be inclusive, to understand that, to say that there's an issue that's on the table and it's so profound that you actually hear me saying it and won't even at least consider it. You have to at least consider what the person is saying. Your brother is saying that something is happening here and it goes ignored. So I think that's my 2 cents on that.
Hey, does the goddess have anything to say?
Am I the goddess? Is that who you gave the
Yeah,
title
sorry.
to?
I call all women. Yeah, like that's just
Oh,
what
I'm
my title.
Okay,
Instead of B words, goddesses,
I was gonna say, who's the goddess here?
whatever floats your boat, man. I get it. Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. No, I have a lot of opinions. I get frustrated because I'm too light-skinned to speak on certain issues, even though I grew up in the same neighborhood.
Close the camera on her. Close the camera on her.
Well, no, I grew up like in the ghetto, right? But like I got an education, so I don't really talk the same. My parents were telling me that I sounded white and all this, that, and the third. But man, like hindsight is 2020. Once you get out of the hood and you look back and you reflect, you're like, why aren't you guys doing the obvious? Why aren't you buying neighborhood blocks? Like people want to complain about gentrification, but Black people got the power. They got money. There are well-to-do Black people that could buy entire blocks, redevelop the entire block, and redistribute the entire neighborhood, but it's not happening. But it's the same problem in the Latino community.
Hey, Ali, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, go ahead.
I just want to interject. It's not happening at the capacity that we wanted to, but it's happening for me, my example, my family. we do our nonprofit, we own buildings in the community, and we use the rental income to give scholarships to kids. So it's like sustainable income, community income, like a sovereign fund. So we do that for the community. You can look it up. It's Nehemiah Economic Development, and I named it after my father. We donate $50,000 every year to the kids with the rental income. So we do it. But Ellie is right. We're not doing enough. She's right.
That's what I'm saying. Invade. Y'all got lawyers, doctors, surgeons, like what have you. Invade.
Tyler Perry. Yeah.
You know, money talks, BS walks. But it's the same thing in the Latino community. That's why I get a little frustrated when I can't really get in on certain like Black conversations just because of my skin tone, because I grew up without a father and I grew up like surviving a lot of things that it's not really algorithm friendly, but I know that myself and other Black and brown women have endured the same things. And so like when I see minority women struggling with men, I'm like, it's not really that much of a puzzle. I can kind of see the trauma that our mothers left behind for us to pick up on our own without any education. Right. So I mean, that's my take on this intergenerational wealth. Like we can do it. We can definitely do it. But what is stopping us? Is it unification, trust, communication? I don't know.
I think is what's your name so I can call you by your actual name that you want to be called by? So I don't disrespect you.
You can call me Allie.
Allie, okay. I agree with you completely. I don't know why in our community, if we're more light skinned or our pigment in our skin isn't a certain color, then we have no say or have no inclusion into the issues in our community when we grown up in it and experienced it. So I've experienced the same thing as you. You know what I mean? So whatever you got to say is important to the conversation and is helping us move this conversation forward. So I just want to let you know that. You know what I mean?
I was just gonna say I'm the token Mexican boy here, and we're still trying to find more Latino figures because a lot of people don't know, but in 1987, in the Forbes magazine, there's only one Mexican billionaire. Now, by the time the administration ended in '94 for that presidency, there's about 25 Latinos that were in Forbes list. So they're out there. It's just a minimal number. So I'm still trying to look for those kind of guys. I know there's like George Lopez and guys like that, like these figures that still try to give generational wealth to the Latino communities. Oscar de la Hoya, they do these kind of things where it can spread out, whether it's real estate, whether it's in sports, just overall, etc. So it's all a lot of education is power. Education is key, and I think that's what's holding us back. A lot of these new ways of making money, some that were old. Stocks and bonds, the trade market, things of value, those can keep you in the relative wealth, property. Just because it's not like a done-made house doesn't mean you can still buy property and still make a good amount of money. You just have to build because men are builders. It's just you have to apply yourself to that skill set.
I think one thing though, and by the way, when everybody talks about being called certain this and that, right? I'm Nigerian American, right? I grew up from being called African booty scratch, and I smell like spices to when people hear me, they're like, "Oh, you're not Black enough."
Too. I was called African booty scratcher too.
African booty, but see,
as you get older, it's the craziest thing. Hold on. Don't say no. The craziest thing, as you get older, when you say African booty scratcher, people still laugh to this day. They can't stop.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's funny, but at the end of the day, when you're younger, it's like, damn. But now, everybody listens to Afro beats.
Exactly, King. I was just about to say that. Now people be like, when they hear me, they think I'm white, and they're like, "Oh, you don't know you're Black." This, and I'm like, wait, what? I went from not being too Black to now. But I think the thing with Black people, we think about when people say we should emulate other cultures. I agree, right? But how do you take a bunch of disparate groups of people who just look the same and create that new culture? There's no like, when you think about it, right? Chinese people who came over, way back in the day, we talk about them leaving after, Mao Zedong, destroying culture and something, they want to escape from there. That's one thing. You talk about India, you talk about the Italians, Germans, whatever. They're coming from war-torn countries, right? And they had an identity, right? In their country, they may have been seen as the poor or the working class, the plebs, the proletariats, whatever. They come up to America as that. They carve themselves out as a group, and they build over here. Jewish people came over here, built gangs, controlled the alcohol. Well, Irish did, but let me not say they did. But you know what I mean? How do we because right now we say Black, right? That means nothing, right?
I agree.
King is from Ghana. My parents are from Nigeria, right? Somebody could be from Haiti. Another dude could be from Jamaica, whatever. how do we how can we build that culture? Not where we have to praise the same God or do the same chants or dances, whatever. How do we build that so we could be like the Arabs? Because we don't have the same foundation in terms of starting the same place they do. But we want to build with
Well,
each other, right?
it's my opinion that you know, if you read like Dr. Joyce or Joy DeGruy, I think her name is
Joy
Oh
DeGruy,
yeah,
DEG, right?
Dr. Joe
She
DeGuerre, yeah.
talks about that, and just you know, and thought that you know, black people or Africans in America, American Africans, whatever you want to call us today, whatever day of the week it is, our existence is rather unique, you know, and that we oftentimes display what many think is culture, but actually is trauma. It's trauma acted out. But many people think it's culture. And she talks about that in her book, Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, right? So
Yes.
that's that. But my wife, for example, is, and I've been married for like 12 years, be 13 years this year. She's Nigerian and Scottish. And she did something when we first got married that I thought was rather weird, but later to me it was pretty remarkable. When she moved to Maryland, this is where I live, she immediately set up a community with Nigerians, a mixed community, people with the same interests, political, educational, social, and I mean, just not just any old body, but really resourceful people, doctors, educators, people in the Board of Education. And the way she, in a sense, drew them in and how they kind of stick together, that was pretty remarkable for me. And I actually thought it was pretty, I became paranoid because I'm like, what's going on? And what are they doing? And, you know, and I said that to say that a lot of black people, especially black men, we walk around like a pocket knife with our own paranoia. Because I tried that and it didn't go over well. You know, when I say, you know what, I'm in communications, you know how to cut hair, you're an electrician, let's build a network. They looked at me like I was like I had like a horn growing out of the side of my head. Right? It was like, you know, what are you on? What's going on? What's your angle? I'm like, dude, I don't have no angle. You know, I was trying to mimic again when my wife saw my wife doing. You know, later I'm like, wow, that's pretty remarkable. You know, this person's a doctor, this one's a pharmacist. She's able to get real time information, empirical data, referencing any issue she's dealing with, and she's done great things. You know, for my kids, my son. You know, some of the challenges that he faced, and not just my child, but she's been a great advocate for other kids in the area where I live. So it's that network that really made a difference. And again, you know, I think going back to what I said before, we gotta get away from this whole, you know, what can I get out of it? And think about the group and let that be the mission of, you know, the group. Let that be the main focus. So, you know, again, that's my 2 cents.
See, when you said that, right, the thing that's missing, right? So, for instance, I got right next where I live, right in Brooklyn Heights, I got a whole block, or part of a block is actually long as hell, of several Arab like people. They have the mosque, they got the place where it said like a bunch of like peanuts and random like crazy like oils and stuff. But they have a religion that ties them. You know what I'm saying? Jewish people, even if they don't believe it, like even if they're not observant, you have Hasid, you got the observant, and you know it varies, right? But they still have an indoctrination. I won't say indoctrination, but they have a religion. I'll say religion, right? They subscribe to, right? Not saying we're not gonna have the same religion. We're not. How do you build with like-minded people? Because you know what you just said. You talk about community. There are people who are like-minded, just like you, who are doing in certain places, who are feeling the same way. Like, yo, yeah, I would let's build a block. I got the barbershop. You got the bodega. You got whatever whatever it may be. I mean, how do we? Someone said we don't need religion. Real Sapien said we need a religion. Oh crap! Oh, I'll shut up.
We are in dire need of religion. If we could just reinstill that in Western society, we'd be a lot better off. But then if we reinstilled it in Western communities, because I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest. When I look at minorities who struggle, and I will exclude Asians, I get that there's a minority, the model minority stereotype, but I see a lot of infiltration of white feminism into the minority community. But also, I see infiltration of communism into the minority community. Who will be on the chopping block when communism rings? Brown people. So we cannot submit to these large structures. We gotta think for ourselves, but keep God first. That's what I got.
Can I just say something? Can I just say one thing? I'll shut up real quick. My favorite comedian, he's my philosopher. Rest in peace, Patrice O'Neill. He's a guy. I don't care. I've been listening to Patrice O'Neill. Vincent, y'all can't touch me. No Patrice O'Neill. That's my guy. He said it best because I got to talk to Real Sapien, man. She's on my same level. She's giving me hope right now.
Because it's a scam. It's a scam. They're singing us these nice songs.
But he said the excuse my language. He said the crack is in the hills. Excuse my language. That's what he said. That they got it right in terms
demonetized.
Fight it. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean it.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Demonetized. I'm not saying you follow them, but they say the people that you deem as like the racist white dudes in the hill. Not to say that you're gonna be buddy with them, but you talk about your rights and building family and having all the rights or your laws and stuff intact and making sure that's protected. They got it right. But they make it seem like those are like, don't follow them. They are the villains. So when she mentioned communism, she mentioned, look, I used to live right next to the Barclays. When it happened this past summer, that the whole, Black Lives Matter people marching, I remember going to community board meetings right on the police precinct at Dean Street. That's not my precinct.
That's crazy. I was on a community board 16 in Brownsville.
Yeah, that's not my. Oh, do you know? My cousin used to work for Jesse Hamilton.
Oh, so you know what's crazy? I just saw him at the Barclays game on Thursday when they faced OKC Thunder. Jesse Hamilton was a senator. He was also a judge. See, have me think I'm all hood and shit. I'm a Kappa and I'm blood, but I'm
King.
I'm blood. But, this guy,
he really banged with the governor, son.
But the thing that happened, right, was that I went to the same community board meeting I went to, right? They were complaining. Of course, King would know about this. Woodlawn. The black
Woodlawn down, son. That was my favorite.
Let me tell you this, bro, King. When I went to that one community board meeting, Real Sapien, when I tell you, when you talked about the white feminism, if you go to that area in Brooklyn, right? No, not you. No, not you. But because you said it, you would see all those people during the BLM. All that thing that happened was in 2019. 2019. They were all out there. Oh, black people, this blah blah blah. My
I was gonna say they're still out there.
My cousin got secession rights taken away because they want to move a bunch of black people. 161 South Elliott, 170 South Portland. I lived in both those buildings. They're trying to get every black person out of there. That same Woodlawn bar that I was just telling you about, literally a whole bunch of the white people that lived there, a whole bunch of the white liberals, whatever, that lived there, were trying to get it closed down off of BS complaints. You want to hear some of the complaints? We can hear the music when the door opens. If you go around that area, there are a whole bunch of bars. Now you got Sugar Cane out there and that stuff now, but they were a whole bunch of white bars. I've been around that. I lived there all my life. So when y'all talking about, I don't want to say the enemy, whatever, but when y'all talk about, when she said white liberals coming in, yeah, they'll go in and march or whatever, but I've never heard a white liberal. I lived in Wilton, Connecticut, a whole bunch of kids who are filthy rich. They've never told me about estate plan. They never told me about building wealth. They live off trust funds. I see them in Brooklyn now. They're hipsters. They act like they're poor. They're not. They live in $4,000, $5,000 homes. They never talk to black people how to build wealth. I don't care about you caring about races, whatever. I eat that for breakfast, bro. I get called an N-word. Okay, I'm still making money. I don't care. I'm going to bring back to my people. How do you build wealth? If they're not teaching you how to build wealth, they ain't with you. So when Real Sapien said that, all these people, they try to bring all this stuff, go ask them, okay, how much money you got in the bank? Because you told me about all this racism stuff. How much money you got in the bank? That's it. That's what I
got $1.
Man, I don't care about that racism. I don't care about comedy. I don't care about feminism. I don't care about any of these isms. Teach me how to build wealth, man. That's it. Oh, if you want to be on my side, teach me. If you're not, I'm gonna learn on my own. That's it. My bad. Talking too much.
No, you we gotta
go. I mean, listen. I want to end it at 12 because I want to get some sleep. Tomorrow's a very important day for me. Tomorrow, I wake up and I'm grateful to be alive. And I want to say I apologize to everybody for that last comment about if you're weak, if you take your own life. That wasn't a comment that's tolerated on this channel. Please, we take mental health seriously. That's a serious issue. Please, if anybody around you that needs help or feels down, don't call me because I got my own issues. But go and seek professional help. Please seek professional help. It's serious out here. A lot of people are not the same after the pandemic, right? Being trapped in your crib, not knowing what's going to happen. People went through a lot of depression. They have a lot of anxiety issues. Please do not play with mental health issues. You don't know what someone's going through. Don't call people names. If you can help it, don't tease someone. It's serious out here. People are not the same anymore. I'm telling you, be very, very careful how you treat people out here because they're going through a lot. A lot. All right, thank you.
Can I ask the panel a question real quick, Dante? And since like y'all are elders,
Hold on, we want to close out. Close out after your question. Okay. Everybody give their final statements, 30 seconds after your question, Kalu. Sorry.
Okay. So we talk about Black wealth and building. I agree. But what do you like? I think we need a group or we need a plan to where we have, Black people within the city working and building. And then we have Black people within the country buying land, buying acreage, building farms so that we can send the food to the communities, to the stores within the urban areas and have healthy foods, have like the right knowledge, the right information. So I think, and to ask the elders, how can we get that process started? Because I'm in the process of buying land here in Texas as well. After I get married and after my child's born this year, I'm in the process of looking for land, you know what I mean? And I want to grow food. I want to be a farmer. Like that's my goal, you know what I mean? So I'm trying to really build and really work, you know what I mean? And do some stuff. So just let me know, guys. Man, I really want to do like stuff for the community. So how can we do that, guys? And I'm going to leave. And thank you, King, for having me on the panel. I appreciate you. And I'm going to hit you up like on your comments because I'm going to bring my goddesses another day and you can ask them questions and everything that y'all need to.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you for coming in. Even though she did come extra on you, you were a gentleman. You didn't scream back at her.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir, for real. I appreciate you. And guys, hit the Cash App. I'm about to hit the Cash App. So hit his Cash App, for real.
Cash
wow.
App, $. Yeah, do me that because I'm really trying to get this G-Wagon for the summer. I'm trying to be a hot boy.
Yo, make me a mod, King. I got you, bro. I got you on the Cash App.
I got you. Make you a mod. All right. Next up, final comments, please.
I give my comments to
the real femme last, please. Thank you.
I give my time to Dante Henry then. Please.
Okay. Dante,
okay, no problem. Again, let's start brothering each other, man, fathering each other, cousining each other. Look out for one another. Make that a sense of priority. But in reference to the main question, where do we start? Where do we start? We start asking ourselves that question, looking in the mirror, and the answer you get back. That's where the question. The question starts with us. In reference to any question you want to ask anybody, ask that question to yourself first. Because when you don't give love, you definitely get alibis. So says Kenny Loggins. So I'm out.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you for standing up against Christopher Cashmere.
No problem. I'd rather hear your story than your eulogy. Be blessed.
Thank you for standing up against him.
No problem. Y'all take it easy. Be blessed now.
All right. Marcus Rodriguez, what's up, man? Talk to me.
Well, I just wanted to say I appreciate being on this panel. I appreciate I mess with you heavy, King. I respect what you say, what you represent. So you got enough supporter here. Thank you for the opportunity to be up here. And yeah, just peace, love, and prosperity.
Right, and the next time we do this polygamy thing, hey, can you bring some of your ladies so we could ask them questions as well?
Yeah, if she's available, absolutely. I don't mind. I'll ask her.
All right, thank you, brother.
All right, man. Good night.
All right, thank you. Tristan, what's up, baby?
It was a fun panel. Kind of everything goes crazy every time I come on. I think I'm gonna have
all the time.
And I would like to say I don't think we should focus on trying to build the Black community as a whole because that's small solutions. You need to solve small problems first to have big solutions overall.
Right.
And That's about it. And we need to focus on the culture. We don't need to focus on the religion or a focal point, a single focus point where if something breaks down or whatever circumstances, whether it's a single mother, single father, anything happens, they can focus on that culture to help raise that child and push that generation forward. That's my opinion.
All right, I respect that. Thank you, brother.
All right. Bye.
Yes, Ali, can you end it or?
I hope so. I hope I can live up to the Thanos hype. But no, I mean seriously, the recipe.
Be funny.
Thank you. I appreciate that. No, I think the recipe is fairly simple. The recipe, actually doing it is really hard. I say, find God, get married, acquire land, have lots of babies, keep God first. You can't go wrong. But if you can't keep God first because you have religious conflictions and you don't want to subscribe to something, keep humanity first. If you stay focused on that, you can't lose. You can't lose. Kindness always wins. Positivity always wins. Maybe not on your time, but it will be on time. But that is all I got. And if anything, get registered to vote and find out what's going on locally. Vote in your midterms, y'all. It matters. That's all I got.
It really does. Thank you, especially on a local level. Even though I lost the 2017 council election, but I'm glad I did because I got indicted literally 2 months afterwards. It would have been embarrassing. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate everybody. This was a great show. Tomorrow, it's Thursday. I'm not on. But go and support my girl Jen. She has a show at 3 p.m. PST time. Tell Jen I love her. If you see Jen, tell Jen I love her. Tell her I respect her and everything she did for my show. She's amazing. She's gonna come back on this show, and I might pop up on there. Maybe I might bring some roses. You know what I'm saying? But make sure you go and support her show tomorrow. I think it's. Let me make sure I get the topic right, so I don't disrespect her page. Her topic tomorrow is 7 easy tips for submission. So please go and support her. It's on Thursday, 3 p.m. PST time. Let's go and support Jen. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. And shout out to Brooklyn.